Today's story is about a girl who, having received a task, got lost in the palace corridors. But when she approached the half-open door, she heard some voices, soft and calm, speaking about the scene. The voices were saying the bride ran away, and a stern voice replied that she should be found at any cost. Nervous and a little uncomfortable, the maid tried to understand what she had just heard from that very door. As she walked, she gripped the cloth-wrapped thing tighter, slightly crunching this fabric, and squeezing the thing tighter and tighter against her. Suddenly, despite her strong grip, the girl let go of the cloth object. It was a beautiful crystal vase, which quickly fell to the floor, making a loud sound of broken glass. Upon hearing the sound of broken glass, someone behind the door started shouting and asking what was that loud noise. The girl was very scared and confused. Even the rapid beating of her heart could be heard. Then she realized she had been observed. The door opened silently, with a creak under her awareness of imminent death approaching. Looking at the people coming out of the room, at the door stood three rather handsome men. Seeing them, the maid immediately felt that today would be her last day alive. Their gazes were directed right at her. Looking at them, the maid remembered who she was and recognized those who were in front of them. The first was the heir of the Marquis of Ovieddo's family, the closest to the crown prince, and he was called Turni Akira of Oviedo. On the other side of the center was the other closest to the crown prince, and called the genius knight Diano Zavi Benedetto. And the main one in the center, with a cold and stern look, it was the crown prince himself, Afanino's only heir, Adrian Brischkadel van Jekyll Alenson. Scared and trembling, the maid looked at him. She began to explain that she had simply come on behalf of Her Highness the Princess. But this interested him little. With his gaze, he wondered who she was. Rudely and frighteningly, almost crying and stammering, the girl quietly replied that she was from Rufino's palace. And before she could finish speaking, she was interrupted, demanding only clarity on who she was. Muttering, the girl replied that she was just a servant under the gaze of the boys. Feeling a lot of pressure, rubbing his forehead, the crown prince exhaled, thinking for a moment, but said it didn't matter, because she needed to die. Drawing the weapon he carried with him, he brandished his sword over her with a sudden move. The scared maid covered herself with her hands and bowed, fearing she would be killed, silently screaming with fear. Adrian was quickly stopped by a dark-haired boy, asking him to restrain himself, because if a person dies here, suspicion will start immediately. Glancing sideways, and with a click, he understood that his friend was right, and that he had no other choice. Lowering the sword closer to her, the girl looked at him fearfully, turning slightly so a sudden move couldn't hurt her. Although he had put away the weapon, the crown prince asked the girl at what moment she started eavesdropping, and, seeing her hesitation, he warned her not to try to trick him. Crying, she bowed slightly and shouted that she only heard that his fiancé had run away. Pointing the weapon threateningly at her, he clarified if that was all she had heard, and the maid added that she also heard the bride was a man. The three looked with some disbelief and surprise at her words while she fearfully awaited her fate. Adrian realized that the girl knew too much and said this wouldn't work, that it was necessary to kill her while showing his sword. Not having time to stop him, the maid herself, kneeling down and bowing, pleaded to be left alive, that she would do whatever they told her to, which perplexed the boys. Approaching her, Adrian asked if she agreed to everything, as she said herself. Jumping up from her knees, the girl instantly replied yes, because she felt hope of surviving. Not believing the crown prince's question, who thought about her proposal. Taking her by the cheeks, Adrian examined the girl's face, which quite disconcerted her. But the maid was more interested in surviving. Suddenly, the crown prince himself leaned towards her, telling her he was choosing her. And the girl wondered mentally why she had been chosen. Speaking as if to himself, Adrian was assessing her appearance, as if comparing her to someone. Her hair color was similar, and her eyes, like her face, would simply lie a little. And they would believe her, and her voice she wouldn't. I'm not saying if anything happened, but then. What good will come of it? Said the crown prince, surprising the maid a little. Having decided to engage in his loud reasoning. The girl asked him if he was telling her all this. A little worried. Looking at her, Adrian smiled slyly. And said that she would be his fiancée. And so the girl finished her story of becoming the crown prince's fiancée. The boys started studying her history. And they found out she was Viola Bilbao, a bankrupt aristocrat. Tierney added that the girl really didn't go through any particularly unpleasant moments. That it really wasn't her fault at all. Throwing the papers onto the table, Adrian thought he didn't like the situation at all. Looking away, he tried to understand why he should marry. Because he only wants to kill everyone. So he caught the first Essen he found. And forced him to pretend to be his fiancée. Although she has a good face. But Adrian didn't think he would insist on his knightly pride. And run away. Imagining his future throne. The crown prince understood that only he would receive the rights to the throne. It would all end, he just had to be patient until that moment. Adrian looked at Tierney and asked how the search for the runaway Essen was going. To which he confidently replied that Diana was diligently searching for him. Changing the subject, the crown prince asked why his friend wasn't busy training the girl who would become his wife. To which Tierney replied that he needed to rest. But Adrian urged him to teach her immediately. Which surprised his friend. To which he replied that this could be done slowly. As the crown prince wished. But that he had more confidence. And told his friend to leave now. After shedding an absurd tear. He complained that he hadn't been given any rest. Adrian demanded that he take responsibility. And prepare the girl so she could be utilized. Leaving indignantly, Tierney replied yes. Yes, I obey your highness the crown prince. As if mocking him. The girl felt the entire world had changed overnight. Except that she was an ex-maid. And now the fiancée of the future heir. Sitting silently, she was a bit tense from the situation. And the abruptly unfolding events. Frozen, she tried completely to understand where she was. And who, not believing what was happening. Everything was too unexpected. Suddenly Tierney arrived, saying he was counting on her. Calling her the youngest. Leaning towards her, he introduced himself. Calling himself only her older brother. Which was surprising, and she couldn't believe this boy suddenly became her brother. Seeing her surprise, Tierney asked if she even knew this. To which she only smiled awkwardly. Thinking mentally that she didn't want to know. Even apologizing in her thoughts. Without saying anything, the girl simply slumped. As if exhaling from the tension. Not feeling in the best shape. After the prince names her his fiancée. She is captured and taken to Lilia Palace. The place where the crown prince's future wife learns palace etiquette. Realizing that at least they told her she would really do everything tomorrow. And they gave her a rest so she could sleep for the night. And have a good night for business. Unfortunately, the girl couldn't sleep well. So she was tired. Addressing Tierney, the girl clearly showed her lack of sleep. Remembering that she was told she would have to study sciences. Since she became a fiancée. Just as he arrived here at dawn. And sat her down. Listening, but not delving into the boy's talk. She still couldn't believe the reality of the whole situation. Everyone except her was calm. Finally listening to him, the boy said she already knew everything. But that it would be better if he explained it to her again to move forward. Introducing himself by name. Next he said that from today she is Tyne-Cheval Rabat of Yedo. The secret daughter of Marquis of Yedo. Which greatly shocked the girl. She watched him slightly scared as he seemed to shine with joy. In her thoughts, she remembered she had heard of her. That one day she took and appeared, the youngest daughter. Realizing that she herself was bewildered by such news. But now the story behind it is clear. The girl understood that actually, if Essen hadn't run away, she wouldn't have had to go through all this torment. Although she also learned the secret. And she would have died near that door. That was an escort knight of the crown prince. Maybe this is the boy's name. His fiancée, whom he loves. Continuing with the thought, the girl realized that this was a man dressed as a woman. Her head was boiling from all this, trying to understand why they were talking about this when she showed up. Because that's why she was here now. And she just wanted a quiet life away from all this. Tierney said he truly felt sorry for the girl, that she had come into contact with the crown prince and could be noticed, to which she quickly agreed. Complaining a little. Lifting his chin, the boy said that, in any case, she had a lot to learn. Adding that, if she doesn't want to study, she will simply be killed, and there are 2 weeks left until the ball. The girl was scared by the moment. But the boy continued smiling, saying yes. Therefore, she will have to become like she was before that moment. That is, how to ideally play the role of the fiancé. Remembering Adrian's image, she understood that this was the only way not to die. Doing everything necessary. Understanding the strict requirements. And the pressure from the crown prince. She wondered mentally if she would be able to survive in this case. Outwardly, the girl clearly did not hide her fear and anxiety about this, repeating Tierney's recent words. She quickly replied that she would remember those words, addressing him as Your Excellency Count of Oviedo, to which the boy assured her that there was no need to be so stiff and formal because now they were brother and sister. Having calmed down a bit, she agreed and called him her brother, smiling slightly. Continuing, the boy asked, after all, she worked as a domestic servant. Maybe she knows the aristocrats well. To which the girl replied hesitantly, yes, a little, as if deliberately scaring her. Tierney said that if she did, she would die a little. To which the girl quickly corrected herself, saying that she surely knew them very well. At that moment, Adrian had already arrived, asking if they had completed their training, and looking severely in her direction. For some reason, the boy clearly said almost yes, which the girl disagreed with because they hadn't even started yet. The crown prince's severe gaze clearly looked at her, pressing and as if condemning. The girl seemed perplexed, feeling uncomfortable, trying to understand what she had done wrong. Adrian returned the look and told Tierney that since they were almost done, to let him out, that it wasn't that urgent. The guy was indignant because the crown prince himself rushed him to come here. And now he is kicking him out. But obviously, he wasn't very interested in this. He simply grabbed his friend by the neck and abruptly pulled him out of the hallway. Adrian abruptly turned towards the girl, as if looking at her evaluatively. Looking back at him, she was perplexed. Looking at him inquisitively. The boys turned around and left, leaving her alone in the hallway in front of the closed door. Bewildered and confused. Watching her, the girl was surprised, not understanding what it was, especially the way Adrian looked at her. She learned that 2 people would participate in her training, one of whom was now her older brother. But the second became her main maid named Lucy, who was always laughing, having introduced herself to the girl as Madame Lucy. She herself asked her if she was her maid now. Closing her fan, Lucy tried to relax the girl so she wouldn't worry about the upcoming ball. Because if you trust her, she, as a future fiancé, will shine brighter than before. Approaching her, the maid told her that first she would need to alter all her clothes, which surprised her and made her ask again if they were all. After confirming her words more clearly, the girl was surprised, and the thought crossed her mind that it was a little strange, receiving only her groan. While walking down the night corridor, the girl wondered if Lucy herself knew that secret. Looking at her, she understood that she most likely knew. But just in case, she decided to ask. Approaching her, the girl asked if she knew that the bride was a man. To which she quickly replied that of course, because she herself dressed him in women's clothes and, as if with pride, continued that apparently no one had guessed it before. Entering another room, a huge wardrobe with clothes of different colors appeared before them, and types as if shining before her eyes with its beauty. While taking measurements, Lucy addressed the girl as Lady Atai, telling her that the dress, which needed altering, was the one she would wear in 2 weeks for His Majesty's birthday, because only she would see it at least once. The girl would dream about it constantly because of its beauty. Suddenly, Atai realized that the ball she would attend would be a celebration of His Majesty's birthday. Writing down the girl's measurements in a notebook, Lucy said that Lord Essen loved that dress and is sad now because he suddenly disappeared. But it's no wonder the atmosphere between them was so difficult. The girl asked among whom, and the maid told her she was talking about Essen and the heir to the throne. Introducing herself, Lucy said they had a special relationship that the girl little understood. Then the maid started talking first, because as she said, everything was clear since their childhood about their friendly relationship. So the girl wondered mentally and awkwardly if it was really friendly. She continued. She said that His Highness once said that if a person gives in to Essen, he will never enter the hall with him. Having finished, she tried to inspire Adi not to worry. She would quickly get used to it and not be discovered, although this didn't relax the girl much. Hiding the notebook, Lucy said she had taken her measurements. So it was time to move to the next one. She enthusiastically decided to find colors that suited the new Lady Ade. While the girl wondered when her training would begin, the Crown Prince Itnino Hadrian, as the sole successor, received much praise and always heard from everyone that he would become emperor. He is talented in all fields and was also recognized by society, since he was the empress's son. So, if you believe the rumors, it might seem that he is truly an ideal crown prince. However, he had a serious flaw that was not widely publicized. It was his simply disgusting character, which he did not hide at all. The girl mentally didn't understand why there were no rumors about this. Such a terrible character cannot simply be hidden by wishing it. It seemed like a real fraud, especially since the crown prince hated women. That's why he constantly ignored the marriage proposals from other noble houses. And suddenly, a match appeared, sent by destiny, whom he grew fond of, and later fell in love with, who was Ashen Shevel Rabat Oviedo, the daughter who appeared out of nowhere in the Oviedo family, which had always had only one descendant for several generations in a row. The prince only felt something when he saw her, and agreed to take her. It wasn't clear why, but society asked no questions about it. Anyway, continuing with her flight of thoughts, the girl realized that this daughter was a man disguised as a woman, and even she couldn't imagine it. She also wondered why the bride ran away, if she really couldn't stand his terrible character. As if enchanted by her conjectures, the girl understood that this made sense. It could be guessed. Adrian interrupted her thoughts by calling her, to which she turned to him and replied. He asked her firmly what she was thinking about, which worried Adi, realizing she was too deep in her thoughts. Stammering and trying to say something. Drawing his sword, he asked her if she really wanted to die right here, while she, frightened, tried to explain to him that she was just thinking about something else for a while. Looking at her sadly, he repeated his words about something else, and continued by saying he thought she wanted to tell everyone about her departure from this world. After bowing to him, she cried out to him to leave her alive, excusing herself that she was wrong while Tierney, smiling slightly, asked the crown prince not to mock the girl, lifting her head to Adrian with a tear. She couldn't believe he was only teasing her. Noticing her look, he looked at her with the same calm and coldness as if he wasn't joking at all. Mentally, the girl, looking at the boys, for some reason, was sure that Adrian would soon draw his sword seriously. The crown prince stared at her and asked her to repeat what she had just said while she was lost in thought. Crawling to the other corner of the couch, she thought clumsily, wondering mentally how he could know. Addressing Diano, Eddie mentally asked for help, hoping for some kind of salvation. The boy simply turned away, which the girl noticed was a bit rude. Leaving her alone like that. Looking at Turney, she mentally asked for help again, calling him brother, asking him not to leave her sister, and send her to another world. Suddenly, the boy started touching the girl's lips as if calling her attention, which he did. With his lips, he seemed to say a certain word that Addie did not know. Adrian was already impatiently asking the girl if he would get an answer from her. And she quietly said that a date with her was, of course, more of a question. Frowning, the crown prince said what kind of nonsense this was. Glancing at her, realizing that possibly this was the wrong answer, Addie realized fearfully that now she was definitely a corpse. Looking at her brother, so to speak. She didn't understand her setting. What kind of person she was. Thinking in her mind while he seemed to shine with joy. Looking grimly and threateningly at A.T. Adrian said that even though he had already given her a chance several times, the girl quickly interrupted him, frantically apologizing and begging him to leave her alive. She herself tried to remember when he gave her a chance. Having already turned towards the boys, the crown prince shamelessly called the girl stupid, believing that it would be useless, because it seemed like they would quickly be discovered like this. But Tierney tried to relax, because this is better than not at all. Saying that, but mentally, the girl considered him an idiot for such ideas. Then Diana said that, after all, the girl is resourceful and not as useless as she first appears. The crown prince asked directly who was now truly opposing him. And his thoughts? The boy calmly replied that no. That he wouldn't dare resist his order. Calling him Your Highness, Adrian corrected that he just did. He had only resisted. But the boy was sure that he hadn't. While Adie understood that he only intended to help. But he himself gave her no meaning. And angered the heir even more. Mentally, the girl felt surrounded by enemies. Feeling that they were annoyed by the impossibility of killing her. Praying to God that she wouldn't die because of her. She didn't want to. As if deliberately mocking. Tierney asked the boy who would marry that girl. Rudely and seriously, the crown prince asked him if he had really decided to die. To which the man apologized. Adie, sitting and listening to them, tried to understand who the girl they were talking about now was. Lost in her thoughts, vaguely hearing their voices, she understood that they clearly wouldn't tell her anything. Suddenly, Diana stepped away from the boys' conversation and looked at the girl as if slightly puzzled. Seeing his gaze, Adie shuddered, not understanding what he wanted from her or why he was looking at her. The boy expressed that the princess was looking for this maid, saying that she sent her to the prince on an errand. But she didn't return, to which Adrian glared at him and said that he asked him to say that she had died. Tierney resumed the conversation and explained that few people would believe this, especially since it seems that the princess certainly wouldn't. After asking him to do something appropriate, the boy scratched the back of his neck and realized he had once again been entrusted with something difficult. Diana sharply called His Highness and conveyed to him that if he wants to kill her, it's better to do it quickly and get rid of the corpse. ETI was shocked by the boy's suggestion, mentally shouting at him and scolding him that he had better shut his mouth and not say whatever he wants about someone else's life. About her life. As soon as Adrian stood up, he immediately said that was nonsense, because then Diana would marry that lunatic. The boy was shocked by this answer. But of course he said no, especially since there is something that can be said and something that cannot be said. And what he said was and is terrible. Continuing, he said he would rather die. To which the crown prince negatively replied, because he doesn't need to die, which Addie envied. Because even though she wants to live, they keep threatening her with death. Clumsily raising her hand, the girl drew attention to herself, immediately apologized for this, and immodestly asked if the prince was supposed to have a fiancé. So far, the crown prince has resisted the pressure from his elders very well. Even without a fiancé. More precisely, on the contrary, people were surprised by the type of fiancé he suddenly brought. The girl thought it seemed to her that Adrian didn't need to find a replacement. The crown prince, looking at her, replied abruptly, yes, asking out of awkwardness why. Trembling slightly, Adrian, as if avoiding the question, asked if there was any reason for her to know this. To which the girl replied no, with a lowered gaze, while he advised her to better focus on her duties. as if crushing her with it. Tierney, trying to support, asked the prince why he was so rude to her. Because it might be interesting. Right. He turned to her as she nodded awkwardly. The boy himself began to explain that. In fact, His Majesty, the Empress, wants the crown prince to marry as soon as possible, because before he used his young age to avoid a wedding. Now the prince has grown up, and he is already over 20 years old. And he already needs to get married, but he only suffered a real collapse. But the girl listened carefully. A little surprised by this fact, Tierney continued saying that the Empress herself wants Adrian to marry a certain lady. And that girl is very unusual. Sadly, the crown prince himself added that, instead of making that lunatic his wife, it would be better to completely destroy the empire. Realizing that the boy seriously hated her, he took the cup from the table while the boys discussed whether they had found Essen. The other replied that everything was in progress. Taking a sip of tea, Tierney abruptly said that it was all due to the prince's excessive ardor in bed, which made Addie spit out a little tea. Having dropped the cup, from which the liquid was already spilling onto the carpet, rolling, the girl was shocked and perplexed by such words. Surprised, she mentally repeated the words bed and ardor, blushing a little. Soon there was a deathly silence where ate tea. Red sat down and looked at the boys while they watched her reaction in return. She apologized awkwardly, lifting her cup and saying it was just air. They could continue the conversation. Adrian noticed that very often the air seemed to start communicating, which the girl confirmed, surprising herself. The crown prince continued saying that the guy who called the guard ran away. And this was intentional, so no one can understand exactly where he went. Diana absurdly suggested that maybe he had just returned home. Leaning deeper into the chair, Adrian said he had already made contact and found out that he hadn't come, and that they needed to find him quickly. Thinking, Tierney said that maybe, since he has a replacement case, there is no need to look for him anymore. The crown prince looked severely at Addie and replied that he was actually asking her to believe this. The girl simply laughed awkwardly, as if from tension. Having stood up, Adrian still agreed that, in any case, it would be useful for 2 weeks, because the Empress's birthday celebration should proceed without problems or hesitation. But Addie modestly asked what would happen to her if someone revealed that she was fake. Having stood up, he rudely replied that she would die. Or she would die, so he expected her to try. His shadow majestically fell upon her, which made the pressure of his gaze stronger, constraining the girl. Soon, the crown prince simply threw his brother out and his sister from the room and closed the door behind them. Both were a little perplexed, sitting silently beneath the door, a little uncomfortable and embarrassed. Tierney quickly smiled and offered the girl a friendly conversation with his family. Smiling awkwardly, Addie mentally didn't understand. They had only known each other for a short time, and he was already calling her sister, even though they weren't equals, especially in blood. Especially since the girl was more interested in how to get out of here faster. Walking down the hallway behind Tierney, Addie was worried and scared by everything that was happening, not knowing how she would face the whole problem. The boy in front walked quite happily and inspired. It's not clear why or if. My dear and faithful YouTube viewer, I will walk with the same happy look and inspired after you subscribe to my channel and comment that you have a nice day. Hugs. Stopping suddenly, Tierney called her and asked her if the girl planned to run away from here. Addie was a little surprised by this question, thinking that he was like a clairvoyant, but replied that of course she wouldn't run away. Still out of interest, she awkwardly asked Tierney what would happen if she suddenly tried to escape, and was discovered, which surprised the boy with such a sharp question. Answering calmly, he clearly said that everything was obvious here, that her head would fly off her shoulders, which scared the girl a little. He continued by saying that she herself must know that in the imperial family's inner palace there is the strictest security. And thanks to Essen, it was reinforced in other palaces, like Lily and Finsetia. A little scared, Addie swallowed, looking at the boy, replying with some surprise that this is how everything has changed. Turney added that there is no mercy in Adrian. And even the fact that she is alive now is his astonishing mercy. Addie looked at him surprised, not believing this was mercy, especially since this is called mercy. Turning to her, the boy said he was only saying that. None of that. As if joking, Turney told the girl that her brother, that is him, is a brother. That's why she is still alive. He even intimidates the crown prince. But it's definitely not about her. Looking at her, he wished her in the hope that she would live a long time. Calling her his sister, which clearly did not make the girl happy. Sitting with her books that day, ATY completely got rid of the desire to run away. Because she was sure that, intentionally or not, Turney had not lied to her. The girl diligently sat down at the table and wrote because she had to immerse herself in her studies. Literally sweating, she did it for the sake of her survival. Addie is now learning about the system in the palace and the things she must do as part of the nobility. She was able to learn all this quickly, only because she came from a bankrupt noble family otherwise. The crown prince himself would have killed her a long time ago. But this didn't make the task much easier. Still, to some extent, some of the classes with Lucy seemed incredibly cruel and simply ruthless. But she was glad that the more she studied, the higher the probability of staying alive. Showing the new dress, Madame Lucy groaned as usual. But she asked how a girl could wear such a dress. Addie felt a loss of strength when the maid laughed like that. It put enormous pressure on her, especially since she wanted to study more. Lucy didn't stop showing and asking how beautiful such a one was, or which dress for a girl, which bothered her because she didn't care if these clothes were beautiful or not. They wouldn't affect her life in any way. Why was she only interested in studying? The maid just steered away from the topic. Because the girl can handle anything. That's how she feels, which Addie herself didn't feel, believing that she herself knew nothing. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, which distracted both of them. But Madame Lucy immediately replied yes, allowing them to enter. Diana appeared at the door without entering. He just looked out and asked if everything was all right and how things were going, while the maid, shining with happiness, said amidst laughter that everything, of course, was going perfectly and perfectly. Addie saw nothing ideal here, as Madame described it, a little surprised that everything is like this with girls. It just sounds great. He leaves immediately and closes the door behind him. Even Addie understood that the knight was completely failing in his duty to check if her training was going well. Simply taking Lucy's word. Adrian himself thought that only a few days had passed since the girl started studying to become an ideal future wife for him, entrusting these lessons to her without any hope. But she surprised him with her good progress in this part. He understood that no matter how confusing, stupid and imperfect she seemed, she was resourceful and knew how to quickly assess the situation, adapting to it. Atai, whose real name was Viola, knew how to adapt to others' moods. And perhaps because her life was at stake, she learned quite quickly. Thoughtfully, Adrian still understood that she was trying only for the desire to survive. But even that made him feel that she was really useful. Turney entered his thoughts, suggesting that the girl still belonged to the nobility, and that she might still have excellent innate qualities. Adrian was surprised by this reaction. And words, because the girl is nothing to the boy. But even though he is not a real brother and sister, he takes care of her and calls her Addie. But he rudely replied that she clearly cannot have such qualities, especially since it refers to the innate qualities of the crown prince's wife. Replying no, the prince asked what qualities he was talking about, to which Tierney replied with a wink that his little sister's qualities. Clearly pleased while saying this, Adrian clasped his hands and seemed irritated by this behavior, which made him think that maybe he should put an end to him now. Only by grabbing his head did he understand that it wasn't time yet to kill him. He would have to figure out a lot of things himself. Tierney continued, laughing, that he was incredibly happy with her appearance. considering her a dear little sister. That she was very obedient and listened to him well. Diano added that all this was due to his threats. But he hit him with a notebook and changed the topic to the girl finally starting to dance today, and if he would become her partner in the first lesson. The crown prince only rudely asked her if she was serious, and flatly refused, which annoyed the boy by mockingly saying that he, the noble brother, had no choice but to go himself and help her. Adrian thought he was sure that at first Turney was also not happy about Viola's headache, not understanding why he suddenly liked helping her so much when he wasn't against it. Lucy also said that she ordered about 50 dresses to start with. Again, which surprised the girl. Why such a number, wondering if she could even wear them all in her lifetime. Closing her fan, the maid explained that since it was the first time the girl had placed such a small order, and deliberately modest, warning that next time she would buy 200 pieces. Imagining how fun it would be for them to choose one of them. ATY did not share this interest in the pile of clothes. On the contrary, she believed that they were using her for some kind of doll game, which she didn't like much. Without stopping, the lady also said that they still had to choose jewelry and little things for the outfits, which annoyed the girl more. Laughing again, the girl already hated that sound, mentally calling it cursed, which would soon cause her to develop neurosis. The conversation was interrupted by knocks on the door, where Lucy again replied yes, letting her into the room. A maid approached her and began to whisper something in her ear. Turning around, they began to leave. Only Lucy turned back to Addie and asked her to sit here for a while. Before she had time to ask what it was, the girl was already alone in the room, where a deathly silence reigned while she looked around with her gaze. The room was filled with magnificent outfits, which was incredibly surprising. Such a variety of tastes and varied clothing. Approaching one of them, the girl began to examine it, realizing that, before she couldn't even afford to buy the cheapest dress. After letting it go, she looked around how many other beauties were dressed, thinking that if she could steal even one, it would be her life. Remembering the image, and especially the gaze of the crown prince, she realized that her life would end. It was time to stop such a stream of thoughts. Turning towards the door, the girl didn't understand why he, by the way, hadn't come until now. Approaching the door, she overheard the whispers of the girls commenting that Madame Gabriel had come to the Empress, to which another asked if the other now considered her incredibly intrusive, receiving the answer that probably it was because she wanted to marry His Highness. And Addie was a little surprised by such rumors. Peeking to see who was whispering, the girls continued their discussion until the girl realized that Gabriel was a lady from the famous chancellor's family. Realizing this, she thought with a slight question to herself that she was really the lunatic the prince was talking about. One asked why His Highness hated Lady Gabriel so much when she was so beautiful, while the other asked if she really didn't know a rumor about which Addie was also bewildered. The maid bravely expressed that the prince liked and loved men, which surprised the girl. That's why he hates Lady Gabriel and other ladies, and to assert that this is true is Lady Ashen, while the girl gently moves away from the door. Approaching, the maid whispered to her friend that there was a rumor that in reality, this Lady Ashen was only a cover. Suddenly, the question occurred to her that they had really discovered her, not understanding fearfully how it was possible. While after the maids realized that these rumors were some kind of nonsense that the writer initiated directly. In the palace, there are often only meaningless rumors. Here Madame Lucy had already returned with the books, joyfully calling Madame Athian, notifying her of their presence. She placed the books on the table with a sharp sound that made the girl jump. Sighing lightly, with a grim look, Madame warned that Adie now had to memorize all this groaning. Pushing the book in front of her, she said that she would need to study all this today, which made the girl smile awkwardly. By opening one of them, the girl mentally understood, reading carefully, that there were no pictures in the book, and there was also a very small font, and she realized that even if she read it, She wouldn't be able to learn it even for a day in her life. Lucy also warned that from 7 o'clock they would start training dances. And the girl realized that she would still die here. But motivating herself, she promised herself to survive. Grabbing the pen, she poked her head between the books. Writing to herself, repeating again that she would definitely live. Madame Lucy approached the crown prince, who was also working with papers. But the maid distracted him. He rudely asked her how that maid was studying, as if he had no interest. Lucy corrected him a little so that His Highness would call her his fiancée. Smiling with discontent, he corrected himself, sarcastically asking how his fiancée was doing. In quotes, not taking it seriously. This suited Madame Lucy quite well. So, opening her fan, she fanned it, smiling and proud, and said that she was doing a great job. She also asked where Adrian had brought such a sweet lady from. And beautiful, so the prince asked again, recalling Adie's appearance, that she was sweet and beautiful. No. Lucy continued that she is innocent and listens to him well. Perhaps in appearance, she is slightly inferior to the Knight Essen. But because of this, she is more interested in dressing her and adorning her, noting that she is simply charming if she chooses the right attire. Continuing, Lucy praised that from morning till night the girl diligently studies everything she gives her. And these are the rules of etiquette: poetry, singing, dancing, playing instruments, history, so even a large amount of directions in philosophy. And they never expressed reluctance. She studies diligently, Lucy said with absolute admiration, describing her to the crown prince in all her glory. Adrian called Diana and asked for his opinion on the girl and her successes, to which the maid replied, not with confidence, but still the knight said that apparently the girl really gets along with the people inside the palace. So everything is fine. Remembering how she interacted with Diana's servants, he still suggested that maybe it was worth observing a little more. Thinking, looking away. He thought, a little more, maybe Lucy is right about her. He also thought about trying to leave the girl alone, since she was having a great time. But Adrian was more concerned about whether she could survive the ball, which would take place very soon, without incident. After all, if something goes wrong, he will have to marry that lunatic who had little interest in this and didn't want to, imagining this moment. Grabbing his head, he exhaled and asked if there was any news about Essen, or if there wasn't any yet. Diana replied that there was no news, which clearly irritated the crown prince because it wasn't clear where he was at that moment. Remembering, Adrian stood in front of him while he, clenching his fists, shouted, and asked him how long he had to do this. And he replied, until he becomes emperor. And he knows it. He rudely and angrily asked him if he had killed the crown prince. Could he stop doing it? To which he received a question if this was really a rebellion on his part. Shouting, he honestly replied that he didn't become his knight for that, as if taking it as a mockery. Adrian, indignant but coldly, said that he knew it, even though he resembled his knight. But this didn't serve much to console the boy, who asked louder if the prince had seen the dressed knight. Sarcastically, the crown prince replied that he was the first one, and that he should accept it and consider it an honor. To which the guy got even angrier, believing, expressing, that he said that because he wanted to die immediately by his sword. Adrian disappointed him because this way he would die before killing him. That's why he gritted his teeth and told the devil, after shouting at him that he had enough. After removing the veil, he turned around and left the boys with some hatred. The prince didn't think Essen would run away because of this, expressing that then it was necessary to deal with him properly. Properly? It was all thanks to the empress, and to the girl herself, whom Adrian now called a lunatic. Society thought the prince didn't like girls, which wasn't true because he didn't like everyone at all. Perhaps because of those he grew up with since childhood. The boy didn't want to talk to anyone at all. The rest attributed everything to his shyness. But only the people close to him knew the truth. The empress was always unhappy with her son, who never showed interest in the lady. All his hatred stemmed from a noble lady. That same lunatic, but the Empress didn't understand it at all, and instead suddenly gave an order. She told him that if Adrian didn't bring his fiancée in a week, he would have to marry her if he wanted. Or not. The Empress's order surprised him a lot, especially since the Crown Prince had many reasons why he avoided that same girl. The main reason was in childhood, when that 7-year-old girl hid his horse because the boy wouldn't play with her, but rather devoted himself to horseback riding. Unfortunately, after some time it starved to death, and a crown prince found her. Also at a younger age, the girl completely forgot about the horse and, despite all the boy's questions, she replied coldly. As if surprised, the prince felt sarcasm because the girl's coldness didn't allow him to feel pity. After that, Adrian began to hate all people, especially those imbued with anger towards that girl. Because of his reluctance to marry her, Adrian immediately started holding balls all week. But as expected, this was impossible, which is why the prince then passed. Not knowing what to do anymore, he made a desperate decision by dressing the night Essen in a woman's dress. Although he didn't agree with such a thing, the crown prince asked to convey that they must catch Essen, to which Diana replied yes, calling His Highness. Then someone approached them and told His Highness that Albert had come from Grace Palace, which forced everyone to pay attention to him. With a slight startle, Adrian realized that he was from the Empress's palace. Slightly tense, having notified the servant through the door, he asked him to say that he wasn't there, to which he replied that he knew he was inside. Moreover, Her Majesty the Empress gave an order, which made the crown prince only tense, listening more attentively as he conveyed that she had said Lady Gabrielle had arrived, and that he was obliged to attend the tea party with her. The palace was brilliantly lit by sunlight. There was no shadow anywhere. A kind of lightness was felt, and freshness. Looking out the window, Adi was distracted by Turney, who called her and continued calling her his little sister. So she turned around, smiling absurdly without knowing what to say. The boy simply asked how school was going for a long time, slightly annoyed by the topic of studying. The girl, with a slight slump, replied that it would be necessary, to which Tierney tried to support her, that she would have to study diligently if she didn't want to die as she had to be. Looking at him, I didn't understand a bit, wondering mentally how it was possible to die as she had to. Noticing that there was no one with him, the boy explained to her that His Majesty, unfortunately, he didn't have much, couldn't come, but that he would be there, trying to cheer up the girl, although she wasn't upset by the absence. On the contrary, she says she is even glad, mentally understanding that it would be better if they were both not in her life. Slightly frowning, Tierney immediately noticed her excitement. A little perplexed, he asked her what it was, and why he was avoiding him, if he really wouldn't come, to which she shook her head. Then the boy asked her if she was really dirty, to which Aisha nodded her head that yes, and he jokingly started complaining, saying that he was the only little sister. And that's so bad, to which the girl told herself mentally that she shouldn't pay attention to him. She wouldn't pay any attention to him. Then Madame Lucy arrived, radiant with joy, clapping and ordering them to start. Grinning from ear to ear, holding hands, Turney began to make Atine dance. As customary, he barked slightly at her, and the boy told her that she had recently said she was dirty, but that he took her hand, which made the girl feel uncomfortable, spinning to the rhythm of the music. To everyone's surprise, the dance went smoothly and beautifully, as if it weren't the first time. Having gotten a little nervous, the girl was a little confused, but quickly started moving again, looking awkwardly away. Unexpectedly, Tierney congratulated her because she danced well, because there was even a hope of survival. Some small possibility. But even he made her smile. Madame Lucy had already hurried towards them, praising Addie herself for her obedience to the boy, groaning as usual, and waving her fan. The maid also asked if perhaps the girl had studied dance somewhere, to which she awkwardly replied that she knew how to dance quite well before her family went bankrupt. Lucy sighed with regret, covering her face with her fan, which made Addie a little nervous, because somehow she didn't care. Even, rather, this situation seemed more like a disaster. Taking the girl's hands in hers, Turney said everything would be fine. He called her sister and promised her that her family would under no circumstances go bankrupt, and that she wouldn't be alone. But in her mind, Addie wished it would be better alone. Unexpectedly, Madame Lucy said that the dance lesson could be completed, which outraged the girl, not understanding such haste. She asked again. Turney immediately turned around, saying that he also needed to go report. So both began to leave, while the maid accompanied them with groans, leaving Ashen bewildered. She was indignant, mentally not understanding how she could end up dancing only once, considering already that it was just a waste of time to teach her anything. But soon she found herself alone in the silence of an empty room. Instantly, the door opened again, where Turney asked her what she was doing, because she also had to go with them. Calling sister, grabbing her hand, she only had time to decide what to ask when they already dragged her towards the hallway. As she walked, the boy asked her why she was dirty if she purposefully washed her hands, to which Addie mentally asked him to leave without answering anything. During the day, the sun was already high, leaving a magnificent view of the flower beds near the palace, wonderfully illuminating them, accompanied by the singing of birds. The crown prince immediately frowned and realized that they had simply tricked him into going outside. Only Lady Gabrielle was sitting at the table, and she jumped up and immediately invited His Highness, saying that she really missed him. Without reacting, he simply turned around and walked back, mentally realizing that, although he forced himself to come here by order of the Empress, he didn't need to be here without her presence. Then she asked him where he was going, if he was really so embarrassed when he saw her that now he was hiding. She turned around and left, to which the prince stopped. Adrian turned around sadly and said nothing, just glanced at her sideways. Smiling, looking at him, she continued saying that there was no need for this because she felt the same as him, and there was no longer any point in hiding their feelings from each other. Obviously, without sharing this happiness, the prince just stared at her, thinking that the Empress had been trying too often lately to unite her with him, deciding that for the next few months, even if his mother called him, he would not agree. This was too much. Smiling mischievously, he warned her that if she left, the Empress would get angry and, by the way, he asked her to tell her something. Now Adrian was paying attention, because the Empress was asking him to convey something to her, and still didn't believe what exactly to convey. She said that if he wasn't here when His Majesty arrived, he would receive an incredible gift. Glancing sideways, the prince understood where this was going, which he clearly didn't like. Feeling manipulated, Lady Gabriel was satisfied with herself, and with the plan, which clearly worked for the boy. I had to sit down with the girl for tea, but they said nothing, and the crown prince didn't even look in her direction. Deciding to break the silence, Lady Gabriel started saying it had been a long time since they saw each other. Probably he couldn't sleep peacefully because he missed her so much. She herself saying that this is exactly what happened to her. Irritated, he only replied yes, of course, taking the cup, eager to drink and not continue the conversation. Continuing, the girl started saying that she already knew everything, that she didn't have to talk because he was clearly bored, to which she only received a cold no. Gabriel spoke as if it were about her own things, deliberately irritating the prince, saying that she once heard that a strong no meant the opposite, madly due to his deep longing for her, as if flattering her. Approaching footsteps distracted both of them, forcing them to turn and recognize the intruders. Addie stood in front of them, accompanied by the boys, Turney and Diana, who were calm, while the girl seemed a little scared. The prince coldly illuminated everyone with his gaze, clearly not understanding what they were doing here. Lady Gabrielle was surprised by the guests, especially by the arrival of a girl she didn't know. Diana remained calm and firm, reflecting it in his gaze, like a knight accompanying him. Turney, as always, smiled absurdly, looking at everyone as if nothing was happening. Despite knowing Gabriel very well, only Ashen was worried. And worried, smiling absurdly, looking at the prince and the new lady. Timidly, the girl didn't understand, mentally trying to figure out what kind of situation this hour was. Feeling uncomfortable, but to be able to understand how this happened. She needed to find out what it was about. Having entered abruptly, Turney immediately started yelling at Adrian to tell him what Addie had just done to her, which Addie didn't like much. But the boy soon looked around, seeing that the crown prince wasn't there. Only Diana was there, whom he asked where he had gone. Nervously, he replied that she had arrived, which confused him and raised the question of who. As soon as that girl spoke, Turney immediately understood who his friend was talking about, clearly imagining her image. Even Diana spoke nervously, but with hatred towards her, which made him feel some darkness. Turney shouted in surprise how she could have arrived already. To which the knight explained that His Majesty told Adrian to invite this girl to a tea party. Despite the anger, the boy soon turned to Addie, smiling mischievously, something she didn't understand. Looking at her surprised and a little scared. Unexpectedly, he told her that the time for her attack had come, which the girl didn't understand, honestly asking what. After calling Madame Lucy, she was literally outside the door, and immediately asked the knight if he had really finished reporting after leaving the office. Turney shouted, either from joy or excitement, but he told the maid that now there was another problem, because they say that girl has arrived. And that finally, it was Addie's chance to speak. Both clearly shared a common hatred for this girl, which is why Lucy said that Madame Gabrielle had arrived. Of course, Lady Ashen should also go to this tea party, while the girl herself didn't understand who Gabrielle was. Upon hearing this, the maid thought she really didn't know, explaining to her that this was the famous daughter of the Chancellor. To which the girl awkwardly said no. She knew her, of course, mentally realizing that this girl was this lady named Gabrielle. But Madame Lucy still started saying that Lady Gabrielle is the daughter of the Nebel family, who are friends with the Valerio family, who are related to the Empress through her mother's side. Thanks to this, all of His Majesty's love goes to one person. Covering her face with a fan, she admitted that as a person she was regular. But mentally, Addie understood that Madame Lucy really didn't like Gabriel. The girl knew very well that the family had a lot of money. The Nebel family business was known even to common people. And besides, when her family went bankrupt, at least a small valuable property passed to her family, realizing that it meant Gabriel was his daughter. Despite her bad reputation, as the maid kept saying, Gabriel was popular in noble society, which surprised Addie a little. Having slightly pushed the girl, Turney wanted to support her, assuring her that everything was fine, especially since her family was much better off. Taking the girl's hand, Lucy said with a groan that it was high time they got ready, leaving the girl perplexed, so she asked what they needed to prepare for. The maid said that Addie, of course, should go with His Highness, the Crown Prince, who gave no answers and only continued asking why. Lucy assured her that she was his fiancée, groaning because she simply had to take Lady Gabriel away from the prince, which Tierney supported. Only Addie didn't share this view, mentally wondering why she should do that. She doesn't need a prince. This lady can, if she didn't mind taking him away. The maid convinced her, arguing all the more that this would be a rehearsal before the ball. A girl dissatisfied with a new robe and Brilliant walked alongside the boys down the hallway, without any joy about going to the prince. Ati deliberately walked slower, more aligned with the boys. Tierney tried to encourage her to be decisive, that everything would be fine because they were with her. But this didn't help much, only mentally thinking sarcastically that this really helped lift her spirits. Diana asked for a minute and soon approached. and handed her a transparent veil. Turning around, Addie was a little surprised to realize what he was giving her. A little embarrassed, looking down as if being modest. He asked her to wear it, mentioning that the Essen always wore veils. With a slight movement, the girl put it over her hair, and only beautifully adorned it with the veil. Now they walked with more determination, only without saying a word, heading to the garden towards the place where they would have tea. Upon going outside, the girl soon heard Lady Gabriel's voice, who was turning towards her. She was actively recounting something, as if not noticing that the prince wasn't even paying attention to her. Sitting in the dark next to the lady, with his hand on the sword, which he had clearly desired to obtain for a long time. Turney also noticed this, and suggested that they hurry there. Otherwise, he would catch up with her, which wouldn't be an advantage for anyone. And then their gazes met, which made Adie feel uncomfortable. But stopping at Gabriel, she mentally realized that this was about that girl. Gabriel was not happy about the meeting at all, and dissatisfiedly examined the girl with a condemning look. Feeling uncomfortable, Adie realized she had interrupted their time together. So it seemed the lady was evaluating her. But who knows? They stood awkwardly, but the girl continued thinking that she knew that she and the two men beside her saved her life. Soon Atai was sitting next to her in the group, with a cup of tea placed in front of her, which embarrassed her. The boys quickly fled. Diano said he needed to go to the sword, which sounded like nonsense. He was clearly sad about being alone. Turney got his way with sudden urgent matters, and added that he probably didn't turn off the light in the room, because the girl was angry with them, considering them traitors. Addie felt very uncomfortable alone in such company, where Lady Gabriel was diligently trying to capture Prince Adrian's attention, who clearly didn't care. Gabriel only knew Lady Ashen in the form of Essen, so she immediately said she hadn't seen her in a long time, where Adrian entered the conversation, saying that his fiancé had been very busy lately. With a smile, the lady noted that even if that were the case, she was actually very busy, which Addie mentally disagreed with. Changing the subject, Gabriel remembered that His Majesty, the Empress, had formally invited him to dinner, asking of course if His Highness would join him. But the Crown Prince coldly replied no. Taking the cup, the girl tried to hide her displeasure because since he was so busy, nothing could be done. But next time, she would wait for him to enjoy dinner. While Ate noted that he didn't mention being busy. After drinking a little, the lady put down the cup with a loud bang with clear dissatisfaction. Rummaging through the dishes, she imperiously told the maid that the tea had already gone cold, and asked for another one, to which she bowed, and obeyed and left. Gabriel herself tried to attract the prince's attention even more, mentioning that this tea is drunk only in the Nebel family. She specially prepared it for His Highness. Laughing, but the boy was indifferent to this. While Sati looked at the cup with slight surprise, she poured a little tea from the teapot and poured it hot into the cup. Taking a sip, the lady for some reason immediately tensed up, slightly pushing the cup away from her, as if looking at its contents with horror. Having put the cup down with a bang on the saucer, she shouted loudly, asking who prepared this tea, ordering her to leave immediately, clearly very irritated. From such a shout, Addie also flinched, looking at her, mentally not understanding what was wrong with her. Feeling a little uncomfortable. Looking at the cup, there was only tea, so the girl thought that there seemed to be no problems, and that the aroma was pleasant. But the fact that Lady Gabriel was so drunk really worried her. A maid cautiously approached her, very nervous. But when Gabriel shouted, she prepared this tea, to which she quietly replied yes, wanting to apologize, but insults were already flying at her for taking the wrong tea leaves she was talking about. Having loudly asked if the servants really couldn't recover, a splash was heard, which made Addie jump in horror, mentally asking what was happening here. The maid's hands trembled from the boiling water that Lady Gabriel poured on her for her mistake with the tea. A.T. looked at the lady in surprise. and asked her what it was, while the crown prince turned away only by the corner of his eye. In silence, Gabriel, furious, noticed nothing, looking with hatred at the maid, as if wishing her death for this. The servant fell on her knees in front of her and began to apologize in a trembling voice, begging the lady for forgiveness. She rudely warned her to do everything appropriately if she didn't want her family to be thrown out of here. Which is why the trembling maid continued apologizing, only nodding so that she wouldn't receive more. Grabbing the cup, Gabriel was clearly furious, hitting the servant who was apologizing to her, saying that it was because of someone like her, and that now she really wasn't holding back her anger. A strong grip on her hand forced her to turn around, to discover who dared to stop her and prevent violence. Addie was behind her, holding her hand and demanding that she stop acting. Gabriel calmed down a little, more surprised, of course, by what the girl was doing. Tugging her hand, freeing herself from the grip, she again asked what she had said, with a critical expression, as if uninterested. Addie explained that she thought this was a rude solution to the matter, because even though the maid made a mistake, she could have behaved generously, which outraged Gabriel, asking again if she really meant that she was not generous, making excuses that this is her personal maid. The girl lowered her eyes and examined the servant, who was trembling with pain on her knees. And with fear, clutching her red hands, Gabriel said she had the right to decide what punishment the servant would suffer. No. And she asked Addie. Ashen decisively said that this girl was not just a servant, but above all a person. This statement surprised the lady, looking at her in shock, as if unable to believe what she heard daring to say. The uncomfortable prince averted his gaze from the girls, realizing that Gabriel would now seem to explode at such statements. But she remained silent. With wide eyes, the girl asked the fiancé what she had just said. As if she had heard her, Atai calmly repeated her words to her, with absolute seriousness and severity. She continued saying that, of course, it is normal to scold maids, but turning a blind eye to small things is an indicator of the nobility of a true housewife. Mockingly, Gabriel asked if Lady Ashen really wanted this maid to serve her, not understanding why she was so protective of the servants. The girl told Gabriel that if she hadn't dealt with the servants in front of her eyes, then she wouldn't have participated in the dispute. But it seems the lady forgot that His Highness, the Crown Prince, was also here. Looking her straight in the eye, Addie asked her if she really didn't think she was being rude in his presence. The prince, while drinking tea and listening to this conversation, he noticed the wit in Addie's words. But he wasn't bothered, just thought to himself, he didn't know the girl talked so well. He even wondered if she always did this. And for the first time, he knew that she too could get angry. Since childhood, Gabriel was different from others. She often slapped maids, sometimes deliberately ruining their clothes, simply forcing them to wear rags. Adrian certainly didn't like Gabriel humiliating others. However, she didn't touch her, which was more. Although the crown prince was used to such things, his only concern was why the girl did such a thing in front of him. Having placed the cup on the saucer, he briefly said that today was over. It seems the result is already there. But Gabriel tried to stop him, wanting to prolong the minute of drinking tea. Standing up, the prince only glanced sideways. This was clearly the final decision, which she would not refuse. Approaching Gabriel, Adrian said that she seemed very tired today, so it would be better for her to go home. To which the girl asked again, as if not understanding what he was talking about. The prince just brusquely said he would tell his mother when a servant already approached him, telling her that he would take her to the palace exit. Adrian and Addie stood still and followed her with their eyes as she left, calling His Highness. The girl exhaled relaxedly and finally found peace, as if she had calmed down. Glancing at Adrian from the corner of her eye, she expected a warm reaction, but he remained cold and serious, as if even condemning. Nervous, she turned to him, as if wanting to ask him what was wrong. But the only thing that came out was an absurd squeak. Seeing his severity, she instantly simultaneously apologized for having forgotten her place. For fear of death. Unexpectedly, Adrian said everything was fine, which surprised Addie, causing her to look up at him. Even with slight jubilation, the crown prince, looking at her, smiled tenderly, which the girl could not help but be pleased by, especially since the boy told her to continue in the same spirit, which was a bit disconcerting. Approaching her face, Adrian repeated to her to continue, especially asking her not to follow anyone's mood except her own, which embarrassed the girl a little. A servant knocked on the door and told His Highness that the Empress was calling him. Busy with the letter, he asked him to say that he had gone hunting so that no one would bother him. From behind the door, a servant's voice was heard farther away, saying that the Empress conveyed to him that she already knows you haven't gone hunting. He is not involved in politics, and he doesn't practice fencing, which bothered the prince a little, because he always used these excuses. And now the Empress doesn't believe them. To excuse himself from this meeting, he glanced sideways at Diana, expecting her wordless help. And he quickly realized. The knight started responding to the newcomer that was impossible. Very soon, His Highness intended to go train with him in the art of the sword. They were just discussing this topic, and soon they would go to the training yard. In the end, he asked them to convey his sincerest regrets to the Empress. But they had to fulfill their duties, to which the servant, exhaling, said he would convey it. Adrian didn't hide, saying his friend was well done, who was already shining with happiness for having helped the crown prince. Of course, he expected the veracity of the words, asking His Highness to train with him. But Diana was not surprised by the blunt answer. Very annoyed and sad, and he continued saying that he had to do it, because the Empress would definitely be informed about this. Dejected by the correct answer to his words, he started asking for a fight because they hadn't fought in a whole week, since they hadn't done it yesterday. The crown prince perceived his words as complaining, irritated by his requests, realizing that it was impossible to win in training. Handing him the papers, he expressed his condition that he needed to finish all this in half an hour, and then he would practice with him. Radiant with happiness, Diana agreed, taking it and thanking him for at least those conditions to practice. The crown prince specifically gave him this task, mentally calling him an idiot, because he wouldn't be able to do it. Without guessing, the loud sound of their swords training could already be heard in the training yard. Exhaling, Diana was incredibly happy. But he also focused on the battle, defending himself perfectly from the prince, attacking him. Adrian was also focused, skillfully dodging the knight's strike. Slightly tense, Turney arrived at the battlefield with Addie, whom he brought immediately after the end of the lesson. Observing the training, the girl felt a high probability of death, seeing how well the prince wielded a sword, which scared her as he could cut off her head at once. Tense, Adrian clearly intended to end the fight, abruptly brandishing, pushing Diana's weapon away, aiming at his body. In the blink of an eye, the sword was already on the knight's shoulder, who was clearly annoyed by this. Standing in the center of the arena, the boys' fight was decided by the victory of the crown prince. As if resting with such a stop, then Tierney said it was a pity, because Diana could have won. That's why both turned to him, clearly not expecting to see them. The boy continued saying that he missed the opportunity to mock the prince his whole life. But Addie just awkwardly asked if Diana wasn't His Highness's assistant, scratching his nape awkwardly. The knight admitted that after all, His Highness couldn't lose. Adrian replied that this is because the boy always fights against laughter, to which he admitted that he was in a very good mood, because he couldn't believe he could feel the prince so close. And this was very exciting. Adrian approached the girl and asked her what she was doing here, to which she remained silent, looking at him awkwardly, silently. Tierney defended his sister and said that she was smarter than she looked, which is why the lessons ended very quickly. Adrian looked at Adi and chuckled, smiling at her as if he himself was proud of her, or was glad that she wasn't useless. Approaching her, he said that she could check later. But now he remembered that tea party. Adi was angry there for the first time. That's why the prince now asked her to try to get angry, which confused her a little. Having modestly said no, she turned around, mentally trying to understand what that meant. Continuing, Adrian asked if something bothered the girl, to which she mentally replied everything. Everything bothers her, especially himself. Not daring to answer like that, she just smiled absurdly and said no, still without looking at him. Leaning slightly, the crown prince said he was glad because he didn't need a dissatisfied person. But Adi mentally started counting with surprise, not knowing how many times her life was at stake. The boys behind were discussing how difficult the whole day had been for them, believing it was because of the crown prince, because he was a very difficult person. Turney noticed that some people spend whole days following orders, and some are so lucky that he trains with a sword. To which Diano said, of course, he loved the insistence with which His Highness attacked him, but that today he was less interested. While they continued arguing, Adrian looked at them angrily, holding his ready sword, as if ready to use it at any moment, which Ade noticed, nervously trying to warn them, mentally asking them to stop, especially noticing that Turney was a lunatic. Noticing the anger the boys seemed to be looking for, they simply ran out laughing, leaving them alone. Ade, looking after them, was very surprised by this behavior while Adrian was angry. But in the silence, no one said anything about it. Then suddenly, the prince turned to the girl, silently but without hatred, looking at her. Feeling his gaze, Adi herself raised her eyes, looking at him, feeling some emotion. Unexpectedly, Adrian asked her if she had eaten yet, although it was early, so the girl expected to reply no. Turning around, he calmly called her to leave, to which she stammered and asked where, a little worried. The prince brusquely said that he also disliked foolish people. So why did the girl simply follow him to avoid trouble? They arrived at the dining room, where the table was already filled with a variety of dishes that attracted attention and appetite. Sitting in silence, they merely made noise with the dishes and ate modestly. Adi chewed slowly, awkwardly, looking somewhere far from both the food and the prince. He noticed this behavior, literally staring at her, not having breakfast, waiting to distract her. Slightly worried when Adi chewed, she raised her head and asked if it tasted bad, which puzzled the girl a little, answering awkwardly that no. Then Adrian asked her why she was eating slowly. Why the girl, thinking clumsily, said that she was simply tasting such a delicious meal for the first time. In silent response, the crown prince looked at her, as if he had some kind of anger. But there was no more excitement. He whispered something in a low voice to the approaching servant, which could not be heard from Adi's side, to which the boy leaned towards him, answering something. She observed, perplexed, how the servant began to place dishes with plates closer to her, not understanding why or why. Almost all the dishes on the table were now next to the girl, whom he looked at awkwardly while Adrian told her to eat, slightly leaning his head forward. She wondered if this was really some kind of concern on the part of the crown prince. But clinking the dishes, he said, "Enjoy your meal." Embarrassed but smiling, Adi ate, enjoying the food, which she loved. Leaning on his fist, Adrian looked at her with some happiness. After the meal, the girl carefully dabbed her lips with a napkin, clearly satisfied with the food. Then a servant entered, calling His Highness, which caused both of them to stand up while Adrian asked what happened. Approaching the crown prince, he whispered something quietly into his ear that Adi couldn't hear, while the prince himself tensed up a little, answering him that he understood everything and that he would return later. The servant bowed and said he would deliver her to His Majesty. Addressing Adi, Adrian said he would guide her, which the girl did not expect. Getting up from the chair, which creaked at that moment, she honestly admitted in her mind that she herself thought he would simply tell her to go on her own. As they approached the door to exhale, the girl apologized awkwardly. Calling His Highness, she wanted to ask, but she was in no hurry. Turning to him, she modestly asked him if he didn't need to go. To which he looked at her, answering correctly, not understanding what she meant. Addie continued saying then, "Why?" But before she could ask the question, the creak of the door distracted her as they left. Adrian, as if he knew what she wanted to say. He replied, walking, that he was afraid she would run away. Why would she cheat? Shining with happiness, Madame Lucy ran towards the girl and called Madame Athian, so she asked her what was wrong. Inspired, Lucy asked the girl what she thought was on the schedule today, which confused her a little. She asked again what the schedule was, and as always, studying, not quite understanding what it was that made Lucy happy. She gestured and said no, which even pleased Addie, who asked with interest what then, expecting something truly pleasant. Having created intrigue, the maid covered herself with a fan and announced that it was a trip to Grace Palace. Groaning as usual, the girl dropping the pen she was writing with, she asked sadly what, not believing it, and seeing absolutely nothing happy. She became tense, mentally realizing that this was the Empress's palace. She felt as if today was the day of her death. Scared. Today, Adie didn't sleep enough, realizing that, if she had known beforehand, she would have slept a little longer. Although no, she will sleep forever. So there is no point in sleeping in late. Mentally realizing that you won't. Breathed before dying, laughing awkwardly. Awkwardly, the girl asked if she had to go. To which Lucy turned and said why talk about such obvious things if Her Majesty the Empress was waiting for her. Upon reaching the hallway, they began to gather while A.T. contemplated a room as bright as it was decorated with gold, while Lucy decorated the girl with bows. She awkwardly asked if His Highness, the Crown Prince, would also go with her, mentally admitting that even though he was useless, it was better than meeting the Empress alone. The maid, after arranging Addie's outfit, honestly replied no, because Her Majesty the Empress secretly only invited Madame Ashen. Shining with happiness, Lucy asked if this is a great honor. Isn't it? Groaning while the girl mentally said she didn't need such an honor. The maid said they were finally done, praising herself because those were her skills, but also saying that Lady Ashen was incredibly beautiful now. Only the girl was not very happy while hearing that she was the best. Turning to leave the room, she said she would return soon without notifying where. With her head down, before she had time to leave, she had already bumped into someone. Slightly tense and surprised, raising her gaze, she moved slightly, drawing a slightly surprised expression when she saw Adrian in front of her. Confused, she wondered if this was the Crown Prince while he asked where she was going without knowing about the visit to the Empress. Saying that awkwardly, she simply slowed down her words a little, remembering that the Empress had summoned her in secret. But she could tell the prince. Leaning towards her, he said that he had said he hates when trouble is made twice. Asking again where she was going, where the girl was already wondering what was wrong with her today. Suddenly, Madame Lucy came out towards them. She greeted the prince and told him that the lady was going to meet Her Majesty the Empress, because she had summoned Madame Athian. The girl turned to her surprised, mentally wondering how it was possible to know this. Looking at Addie, Adrian asked her if it was really for his mother, to which she replied yes, slightly tense and worried. Immediately, the Crown Prince said that if she said anything stupid, he wouldn't leave her alone. Because the girl looked away and mentally said yes. She of course thinks he will. She doesn't doubt him. Stroking her chin, the prince wasn't sure about the girl, so he directly said he was still worried. Looking at her, he ordered that when she approached her, she should answer any question. Only yes. Having definitely answered yes, the girl clearly wanted to leave nervously, feeling uncomfortable. Walking around him, she said she left later, mentally realizing that she needed to flee quickly. Although Adrian was watching where she was going, the prince noticed that she was walking in the wrong direction. And that's what he told her, so she turned around and looked at him, turning in the other direction. She said everything was the same. But the crown prince again said that was not the same thing. So she froze, exhaling as if there was no point in talking or explaining. He told her to follow him. As he walked, Addie looked at the palace hallways, white as snow and majestic, amazed by the beauty. The girl wondered, are these patterns on the doors really completely gold? Because then, if you tear one off, you can live several years without knowing hunger. Advancing towards the door where the empress was sitting, the crown prince suddenly pushed the girl aside, asking her not to block the way. ATI was even a little happy that the boy went ahead, but still asked him if he was going to enter. To which he said that, otherwise, why would she come here? Looking at him, she said, apologizing. But Her Majesty, the Empress, only summoned her. The boy only looked at the girl, leaving her without an answer, just glancing at her. Suddenly, the crown prince literally burst into the hall, without having time to stop him, only yelling at him to stop already too late, silently repeating the wait. They were already in the hall, where Her Majesty was sitting in front of them, looking at them slightly surprised. After the surprise, the Empress smiled and welcomed Lady Ashen. The slightly surprised girl looked awkwardly, wondering what to do, as if frozen. Soon, her dress creaking and bowing slightly, she also greeted Her Majesty, wishing that the Archangel's blessing be with her, slightly raising her head. The Empress also said she wished him the same, inviting them to sit and be more comfortable. Sitting strictly and firmly, Adrian watched his mother without emotion, while AD smiled awkwardly and literally got goosebumps. Lifting a cup of tea, the Empress admitted that she didn't remember inviting the crown prince while smiling. He silently looked away, not reacting to her words, just listening attentively. Shaking her head, Her Majesty reacted sharply to this behavior, saying that even though he was her son, she couldn't even lift her head because she was so ashamed of him. Changing the subject, she now turned to Addie and told her it had been a long time since they saw each other. Isn't that so? Which is why the girl was already looking at her, having answered yes, wanting to add a word. She remembered Adrian's instructions to make sure to only say yes, so she awkwardly repeated yes. The crown prince rudely asked her why she called him, to which the Empress, taking a sip from a cup, replied to him more rudely that it had nothing to do with him. Looking at her severely, Adrian directly said that this was his fiancé, as if emphasizing that he was also important here at this moment. Her Majesty clearly did not expect to hear this. Looking a little surprised and gasping, already happy, she asked the servant next to her if he had heard what she just said, so that even the servant, clapping, repeated yes. He heard that the crown prince said that was his fiancé, continuing to talk about his mood. The Empress said she was already amazed, without thinking at all that she would ever hear something like this from him. Laughing cheerfully, here Adrian stood up and firmly stated that if Her Majesty had nothing to say, he would immediately leave with Addie. Having said well, the Empress had already addressed Lady Ashen and told her that they would get straight to the point. Looking down, she said that a few days ago, during Lady Gabriel's visit, while she was away for a short time on other business, something happened then. She added that she would like to know what happened then. Why did Addie get a little busy and stammer, looking at the prince from the corner of her eye? She stood motionless, so the girl no longer knew what to do. Having already looked at the Empress, she was busy again, and she didn't know what to say without violating the request. As if to rescue him, the prince stood up and explained that Addie only stopped Gabriel when she was hitting her maid, to which the Empress gasped in surprise, now understanding what had happened. Then, Her Majesty realized that it was nothing serious, because Gabriel kept telling her that Lady Addie didn't care about her, which is why she was interested in what happened. Continuing to speak, the Empress said that even if Gabriel behaved rudely, She hoped that Ade would not be offended by her. Because if you find out that this girl is very kind, which she mentally disagreed with, in what place could this kind lady be? Saying that perhaps Her Majesty simply cared for Gabriel as her daughter since childhood, which is why she took a liking to her. Realizing that she would probably often be confronted about why she needed to remain on good terms with her. Like now, Addie simply said yes. Adrian and Gabriel grew up together since childhood, so they will continue to see each other often, to which the girl looked at Adrian from the corner of her eye. Remembering his words, she answered yes again. Suddenly, Her Majesty began to simply ask strange questions. Like now, saying that embroidery was popular, and asking the girl if she had tried it. To which Addie only looked awkwardly, mentally wondering, embroidery. And suddenly asking, looking at Adrian again from the corner of her eye. He seemed to be trying to think what to say. It has been so long, you still need to answer yes. Without daring to experiment. She hesitated and quickly replied yes, remembering that she had once been embroidering a long time ago. When she no longer remembered, while the prince even looked at her positively. Smiling, the Empress continued saying that someday she would like to see Lady Ashen's work. If she could expect this from her. And the girl had to say yes, realizing that it was over. Clapping, Her Majesty continued asking. If she didn't mind, what did she think about giving Adrian an embroidery? To which Ade awkwardly replied yes, even more disconcerted. Still, the girl's answer made her happy. Turning towards the prince now. She doesn't want her son to get the fiancé's job. The crown prince, looking away as if thinking out loud. He said embroidering, thinking and saying yes. Although clearly hesitant, Ade was surprised by the answer. Yes, because she mentally conveyed to him that he didn't want it. That he didn't need it, and she didn't especially either. While the maid served a new cup of tea. The Empress noticed that the weather was beautiful today. It even seemed like the sun was shining too brightly, which the worker agreed with her. As the tea filled the cup, Her Majesty asked everything, first noticing that the girl was wearing a veil. And she didn't need to worry about getting tanned. When asking if she was hot, she kept hearing the answer yes. Unexpectedly, as if substituting, she asked if Adrian was a bad movie. To which answering yes, Ade immediately realized the question, quickly correcting herself by saying no, which she was more worried about. Hesitantly, without having time to say anything, the crown prince immediately glanced at her sideways, as if reminding her why the girl didn't mentally understand what he wanted. Because she was going to answer no. It would be foolish to say yes. The Empress held on to the word, saying she didn't expect such an answer at all. So she asked if Adrian was somehow treating the girl badly. To which Ade hesitated again, and already answered yes, fearing a sideways glance. Then she asked the girl if the prince must really be bothering her. Isn't that right? Ade awkwardly said yes, mentally ashamed, justifying herself by saying she had nothing to do with it. The Empress, exhaling heavily, replied correctly, although she has no idea why he grew up like this. Because Adrian was cute and sweet. Ade looking at me, drinking you. She wondered if it could really be like that in childhood. She noticed the girl's astonishment. Her Majesty said that he had such an expression on his face, as if he didn't believe it. To which she replied yes. She mentally asked how anyone could believe such a thing. The Empress began to recall how in childhood, Adrian used to call her mommy. He was so sweet and curious, admitting that she truly missed those moments while the crown prince himself asked her to skip unnecessary conversations. Having asked, Her Majesty took it as shame that he didn't want to call her like in childhood. To which he indifferently said he didn't want to. Until Ati realized that the boy was actually kind and sweet. Taking the cup, the Empress was already turning towards Lady Ashen before she answered yes. As usual, lifting her cup, she asked if she felt uncomfortable being there. As if reading her thoughts. The girl awkwardly said yes. As if worried, but it was impossible to give another answer. Exhaling again, as if regretful, the Empress lowered her head and said she knew. Silence instantly settled in the hall, creating an awkward moment that weighed on everyone in the room. Her Majesty herself broke the silence, clapping and admitting that she liked Lady Ashen's sincerity. Her amusement was interrupted by Adrian, formally calling her, as if not understanding what was wrong with her. Wiping her eyes with what looked like tears of joy, she asked her son what kind of severe expression he had on his face, as if it would be better if they spoke about him behind his back. He quickly approached the girl, taking her hand and massaging it. While she was so surprised by the surprise, the Empress explained that it seemed to her that the girl had kept away from her the whole time, which she couldn't help but annoy her. But she was still happy to take this opportunity for them to get closer to each other and open up. Gently, she conveyed that Adrian had not yet matured, so he was often cold. That's probably why Her Majesty madly asked Lady Ashen to take care of him. After answering yes, the girl realized, slightly surprised by the thought, that simply by constantly answering yes, she had earned the Empress's trust. She immediately had a new request. So smilingly, she explained that tomorrow a delegation from the Sirius Empire would arrive to attend her birthday. Her younger sister will also be present, Empress Veronica and Crown Prince Ronan, who expressed that they would like to leave her family with her. Then Adrian intervened, saying he would do it while looking at his mother. She asked surprised if he would really receive her and follow her as if incredulous. The Crown Prince simply repeated yes. He said if that's all and he has nothing else to say. They are leaving, taking Addie by the hand. Without saying anything, they simply left. But the Empress was still happy, because she thought that was his care for his fiancée. They walked down the hallway in silence, but there was still some tension between them. Suddenly, Adrian stopped, which confused the girl, looking at his back with some misunderstanding. As soon as he turned around, Addie immediately felt emotion, starting to get nervous, modestly asking what it was. Approaching her face, the prince asked her not to ask because he didn't know, which only made the girl more tense. Awkwardly, the girl decided to ask him if she had done anything wrong, mentally remembering only that he himself had told her to only answer yes. Without an answer, he just looked at Addie sadly. So she mentally understood that the danger of death had not lessened today either. Having told the boys about the situation, Turney couldn't hold back laughter and made a loud noise, repeating the questions and answers from the girl, such as, Adrian is bad, yes, believing his sister was crazy to say that. Addie didn't like what happened very much, so she lightly threatened that if he laughed like that, he wouldn't have time to finish. Turney, once calm, turned his attention to the Crown Prince, who sighed nervously, rubbing his forehead, causing the boy to ask him if he was really crying. Adrian did not appreciate the boy's jokes. Without warning, he drew his sword, which is why Tierney moved away saying, "Oh." Diano, without hiding his thoughts, he noticed how great His Highness looked with a sword, which made Addie mentally admit that there was no one normal here. Turney, shaking the papers, asked the Crown Prince for a minute so he wouldn't move. And now he has an incredibly important document in his hands. The prince didn't believe him, telling him not to talk nonsense, and that he should just die now. But the guy shouted Essen, which made the prince flinch as he looked at him. Growling, Turney continued saying that he found out the place where Essen is located, and that he is the only one who knows where he is, and mockingly asked if he was still going to kill him. Abruptly, Adrian demanded that he immediately say where. But the guy set a condition for him to lower his weapon, and then he would say. Sighing, the Crown Prince calmly lowered it and sheathed his weapon. Addie was a little surprised by this behavior, mentally wondering if he really misses a person named Essen that much. Maybe they really have true love. Addressing Turney, the boy asked him to quickly tell him where Essen was now, to which the boy started dismissing him. So he asked so abruptly that he suddenly forgot that he no longer remembered him. Adrian was waiting for an answer. looking at Turney with some anger, which the boy noticed. He tensed up a little. So, upon going towards the door, he said he actually didn't know. Closing the door, he left the room silently, where the crown prince's hatred developed silently. Turning to Diano, he immediately ordered him to catch the guy, calling him a bastard and asking him to bring him here. Sparkling with anger, he threateningly added that he would sentence him to death and throw him to hell, so he drew a sword, attacking those who remained in the room. Diano decided to reassure His Highness by telling him that the information had indeed been received. However, it was not accurate, so they were checking everything. Having clarified if this was true, the prince asked to express what kind of information. The knight said well. He looked at Addie as if insinuating to the prince about her presence. Sitting down, without averting his gaze, Adrian said everything was fine, that she could talk. Diano said that maybe they say he wears women's clothes. To which the crown prince asked if that was why they couldn't find him. The knight calmly replied yes, continuing that the search area would need to be expanded, and definitely include the girls in it. To which the prince agreed, and asked him to do it. Following that, in any case, he needs to be brought back safe and sound. It is impossible for him to get hurt somewhere. Which is why the thought crossed Addie's mind that this is definitely love between them. Diano, intervening, added that even though he ran away not long ago, he had already missed the knight Essen, which is why the girl only shone brighter upon realizing that they were definitely in love. The Empress's birthday arrived. On the street, a commotion of people who had come in delegations from other countries to congratulate the Empress was heard. Her Majesty's birthday became an official holiday, which is why commoners were ready to eat and drink, which is why the tables were full of food. Moreover, in honor of this event, a ball was held, and on the outskirts, in the capital, a big party was held. Addie observed this commotion from behind the window, mentally realizing that at another time she too would go out to enjoy the festival. But not today. Behind the girl, a harsh male voice told her not to go anywhere, which caused her to move and close the curtains, turning around. Adrian stood behind her and explained that due to the delegations, there was a lot of noise inside the palace, so she should be careful and try not to let anyone see her. Approaching him, Addie honestly asked him why it wasn't possible, why the boy turned to her and told her that he didn't trust her. The girl continued saying that everything is not in order within the palace, to which she simply received a no, and the punishment was to stay alone in her room. Still wanting to go out, she clarified that she actually couldn't meet the delegation halfway, laughing awkwardly, receiving another rude answer, that his help would be for her to simply sit in his place. Adrian added that he was really looking forward to meeting the delegation, without even learning the basics, to become the crown prince's fiancé, with the intention of humiliating the imperial family. And Addie, dejected, understood everything, and said she obeyed and would sit quietly. Having left and closed the door, the girl was left alone while the boy went down to the meeting. In silence, she lay down on the bed, telling herself that all studies were over for today. Realizing that she was bored, she mentally thought about going to the library. Thinking about it now, taking her purse and throwing in a couple of sweets, Addie went out and walked determinedly down the hallway, thinking that if she went quietly all the way there, everything would be fine. Before even reaching the exit, the girl flinched at the encounter where the knight Diana was in front of her. Addie raised her head uncomfortably and asked him what he was doing there, struggling a little to think what she could convey. After bowing, she simply greeted calmly and silently Madame Ashen. Already on the street, the girl met another group in Diana's company, which turned out to be a little awkward. Clearing his throat, the knight imagined that this was his family. They usually live on their lands, but because they visited the palace on the Empress's birthday, they were just greeting them. The boy next to Diana bowed in front of the girl. He greeted Lady Oviedo, introducing himself as Viscount Benedetto Cicinho. Then, Eddie realized that if this was about the Viscount, then he was the successor to his family. Or maybe an older brother. In a whisper, he leaned towards the girl behind him, telling her that she should greet, pushing her a little forward. The baby was worried, but the girl leaned over to reassure her, smiling at her tenderly. The girl, awkwardly making her dress creak, she greeted by slightly bowing, and introduced herself as Acacia. Instantly, the girl hid behind her brother. Ashamed, Ade instantly considered her a crazy girl. Feeling moved in her soul, almost bursting with happiness, having started to rummage in the purse, one of the brothers started apologizing to Ashen for his younger sister's rude behavior. Bowing, the girl leaned towards the baby, giving her candy, greeting her, conveying to her that she was happy to meet her. A little embarrassed, Akasila took the candy. She looked at him and smiled slowly, relaxing. Raising her head, she showed Diano that she had a candy, and let him hold it. Akasila herself, taking the edges of the dress. She sat down with more boldness and depth, bowing and thanking the girl, as if getting a nosebleed. Addie mentally thought that she felt like she was about to die from her cuteness. Then, Diano's brother asked if it would be a little cheeky, but he wanted to know where the girl was going, expressing that perhaps they took a little of Lady Oviedo's time while Diano himself opened the candies they were given. Awkwardly, Addie said she was just going for a walk, knowing in her thoughts that she couldn't say she was going to study. Here Akasila drew the brothers' attention to herself while they looked at her bewildered. The girl frowned and said they were her candies, asking Diano why he was eating them. Slightly crying, nervously thinking, she admitted that she thought she had given it to him so he could eat. Realizing she was wrong, crying, she simply briefly gave him the candy as a greeting, which made the boy uncomfortable while the older brother consoled his sister. Both looked at him sideways. They spoke rudely to Diano, pressuring him, which is why he started making excuses, stammering, exhaling as if it were useless. The guy was really wrong. While Addie, rummaging in her purse, she handed the girl 2 candies, giving them to her, telling her that she could eat the other one a little later. With tears in her eyes, the little one looked at these candies, a little worried about being able to hear her heartbeat. To calm her down, Addie smiled gently at her so she wouldn't get angry, which is why Acacia smiled slightly. Addressing Diano, the girl emphasized to him not to take or eat the candies, that he could keep this one too. To which he, guilty, said yes. Then she realized she was already late. He said they could continue the conversation, and that he would leave greeting the girl. Smiling, Akasila immediately shone with happiness. She clearly liked the girl holding her candy. Instantly, Akasila began to greet her actively, to which Addie realized that she was still a cutie. Adrian was in the meeting. A carriage approached them, announcing that the Empress of Sirius had arrived. Lady Veronica and her entourage. Lifting her dress, a girl in a beautiful outfit stepped out of the carriage, walking carefully on her heels. Bowing to her, the prince said they hadn't seen each other in a long time, and addressed her as Her Majesty. Empress Veronica, a little embarrassed and smiling. The girl asked to forgo these formalities. Their relationship can be handled differently. Agreeing with her, she called her aunt, and told her that her little one was waiting inside for her to let her pass. Veronica was happy to finally meet her older sister. Although the road was a little boring, the girl thought it was worth it. So Adrian invited her to follow him. Turning around, he asked for a moment, yelling at Ronan, asking him how long he planned to stay in the carriage. The boy in the carriage rudely replied that he was not going, which outraged Veronica, saying they had already arrived. If he was really going to eat and sleep in the carriage. Without having time to answer, the servants accompanying them took the boy out of the carriage, despite his resistance and indignation, with orders to let him go and not touch him, as a member of the imperial family. Upon placing him next to his mother, the crown prince looking at him, he mentally understood that nobody would want to get involved with such a baby. Ronan, on the other hand, was not polite. In Adrian's opinion, he rudely asked why he was looking at him, which angered him a little. Veronica slapped him on the head for those expressions, saying that the boy is his older cousin. So, what kind of words should he say? He rubbed the back of his neck and just clicked his tongue, uttering a rude obscenity that outraged his mother. The girl instantly demanded that he apologize. But the boy simply turned his head without saying anything. Adrian said everything was fine, that he had nothing to worry about, and that it was better to hurry up, because they were waiting for him inside. The aunt apologized for Ronan, explaining that he was still young and eccentric, so she apologized. But the prince calmly repeated that everything was fine. Upon entering the palace, Veronica began to comment to the boy that he had grown a lot since the last meeting, since she remembered him as tall as her baby after asking him to take care of her son, allowing him to hit him several times if he didn't obey. The maid began to call His Highness, frightenedly looking for the baby who had hidden somewhere, running from one side to the other. She screamed and searched, not understanding where he had disappeared. But the boy sat down among the bushes, laughing at her search, saying he wouldn't let himself be caught, because he had been playing hide-and-seek for several years. Then Ronan remembered what he had done in the palace, scratching his head mentally and asking if he would be scolded if they managed to catch him. Deciding not to take the risk, especially since they could call the guards to catch him quickly, the guy ran towards the garden, where he hoped to find a deserted place. Unfortunately, someone was making noise in the garden, so when he heard the creak, the boy headed towards it, a little worried. Coming out from behind a bush, Ronan noticed that the voice sounded like an angel's. Trying to figure out where the sound was coming from, having found the source of the voice, the boy was literally stunned, and he looked at her with admiration. Addie sat in front of him, humming a song, and seeming to communicate with the doves that flew into her arms. Seeing this, Ronan blushed slightly, feeling his heart beat fast, and he realized, mentally calling her angel. Reaching out his hand, Addie invited the dove that had flown to her singing in the garden to come closer to her finger. Before the bird had time to calm down, the boy apologized quietly, but still scared the girl a little, scaring the birds away too. Ronan looked at her dreamily, asking her embarrassed if she was an angel, and extending his hand. Having already joined hands, he asked if she was a fairy. But those questions only bewildered and confused the girl, not knowing what to answer. Awkwardly, Addie said she was neither one nor the other, smiling awkwardly, amazed by her words. Incredulously, Ronan honestly replied that it couldn't be like that when he clearly saw her. Addie wondered what kind of child he would be if there were no children of that age in the Offenson imperial family, suggesting that perhaps he was from the ruling family of another country. But the palace where they are staying is located in the south, so they could come for a while to the Poinsettia Palace. But the girl's thoughts were interrupted by a coughing boy, drawing her attention, kneeling down, reaching out his hand, starting to say that accidentally meeting a lady more beautiful than Light is truly a blessing from God. Why did he ask her if she wouldn't mind having some juice with him? Extending his hand further, while Sati looked shyly, silently surprised. Laughing, she thanked him for the invitation, and immediately apologized because, unfortunately, she would have to refuse it. Ronan was incredibly indignant and surprised by her refusal, immediately annoyed but loudly asking why. Adrian managed to approach from behind, grabbing him by the shoulder, answering for Addie that she was his fiancée, calling the boy a bastard, which is why the boy squirmed. Seeing him surprised, the guy said that the child was hiding there, which angered him, saying he was not a child, demanding to let him go. Running directly towards Addie, he begged her to help him, calling the lady angel, because the devil, who was a prince, caught him and demanded that she scold him. Adrian looked at the girl, saying that's what the boy calls her. And what will she do? To which she asked him to treat the girl more tenderly. lowering her head as if in obedience. She said that okay, that's what she will do, lifting him onto his shoulder. The prince asked Addie if that was gentle enough treatment, to which the girl had to agree. Ronan didn't like it, so he resisted, hitting him on the back, begging the angel to save him, because the devil wanted to eat him for dinner. The girl looked at him awkwardly, not knowing what to say, embarrassed by his expressions towards her. Adrian repeated to the little one that the angel was his fiancé, and such requests were useless. Then the crown prince asked Addie if she knew who this guy was, to which she shook her head and said no. Turning around, the boy introduced himself to her, saying that he was Ronan and handing the lady an angel, the crown prince of Scipius. Ronan added the one that made the girl even more uncomfortable, causing her to freeze in place. With a sharp understanding, she said that she mentally recognized where he came from, remembering if she had said anything wrong. Frozen in place, without tenderness, Adrian sat Ronan on the chair while he leaned back slightly. Stretching his shoulder, he called him fake. Looking at him severely, he was clearly annoyed. Jumping up, the boy started expressing his indignation, yelling at the boy that the devil who dared to separate him from the angel was a damned Satan, even though they asked him what was wrong with his sight. Ronan continued to insist that the girl was an angel, which made the boy turn around, thinking. Upon remembering how ATI floated at the end, he thought there was nothing angelic about her, only ridiculous. Then Adrian suggested that the boy return to Sirius. He will take responsibility for this and send him back. It is not difficult for him. But Ronan simply shouted negatively that he doesn't want to. He stays where Lady Ankle is. The boy noticed that the little one had been squealing recently, and he didn't want to be here, asking to go back. Ronan called him a fool and explained that this was before seeing and meeting a beautiful girl. Having called, Turney approached them. He called Adrian without knowing he was busy. Smiling, seeing that his friend was busy, he was a little puzzled, and he froze. Approaching him, Tierney nodded awkwardly and asked who it was, to which the prince replied that there was one, which angered and infuriated Ronan. Snapping his fingers, Tierney quickly understood everything, saying that's right, which angered the little one more, who rudely asked him who else it was. Ignoring Ronan, Adrian looked at Tierney wanting to know why he had come to him. Approaching the prince, the boy whispered quietly that they had discovered where Essen was, which surprised him. The boy directly asked what they would do, to which Adrian asked who knew about this, to which he quickly replied that now only he was the prince. The crown prince asked not to tell anyone else. Silently catch him and bring him here. Looking at the boy somewhat menacingly. It was already dark outside, especially because a small reception was held in the main hall of the Florence Palace in honor of the welcome to the visiting delegation from Sirius. Although for members of the imperial families, it was a light reception among relatives. All high-ranking aristocrats were present and, of course, Gabriel was among them. As soon as Adrian heard that she was also there, he immediately took Viola with him. Or rather, the girl who was pretending to be Ashen. The girl asked if she could leave now, to which the boy assured her that she didn't need to think too seriously, because he expected nothing from her, so she could leave after staying still there for a while. Addie was a little worried. After all, it could be risky, so she asked if it would be a little dangerous. Sighing, Adrian replied that it was still a simple family party. Not at all, already approaching the door. Upon hearing the creak of the door opening, all the guests in the hallway turned around looking at the new guests who had arrived. Before she had time to enter, Addie immediately heard the commotion and the whispers of the guests, which pressured her a little, especially because of the number of guests. Looking at Adrian, the girl cursed mentally, because he said it was a simple family party, and that clearly there were more guests. The boy, holding her from behind, led her forward through the crowd. Without paying attention to the looks, they drew towards him, approaching his mother's table. And his aunt, the crown prince, greeted them. and apologized for being late, taking Adi on his shoulders, emphasizing he said his fiancé was very shy. To which the girl mentally understood that if she moved incorrectly, she would be finished, that she needed to recover. After bowing, the girl soon apologized to Her Majesty for being late. The Empress simply smiled, rejoicing, and said everything was fine, and that Lady Ashen had nothing to worry about. Turning to the lady sitting next to her, calling her affectionately Bika, telling her that this girl would become her daughter-in-law, and asking her if she wasn't elegant. Veronica raised her head towards the couple, smiling thoughtful. A boy stood in front of her, since she thought she would be alone her whole life. But he brought this girl in front of her. Looking at Adrian, she replied that she thought they would make a wonderful married couple. Bowing, the crown prince flatteringly thanked her, and turned to look at all the guests standing behind him. Turning back to the Empress, she asks Maria, to which she replied exhaling, that girl said her head hurt, and she left a short while ago. Lowering her head, leaning on her hand, she continued that girl was suffering so much that even when Gabriel spoke to her, she could never answer him. To which Addie awkwardly thought that perhaps she simply didn't want to. The crown prince, looking at the girl, he thought that the emperor hadn't come either. And as their faces peered out, he thought they could leave after having been here for a while. As the boy walked in their direction, unexpectedly, Ronan bumped into Natty with his little sister's words, hugging her, which surprised her. Even her presence, calling him Your Highness. The boy indignantly swore that the girl should not dare to be so formal with him, because otherwise he would feel some kind of distance between them. Without having time to object, the Empress immediately interrupted her, confirming that they were literally family with her. So there was no need to worry about that, which Veronica agreed with, adding that they were not strangers either. So everything was fine. Still, they asked Ronan to be less rude to the future wife of the Afenin crown prince, to which the boy agreed by beating his chest. Shining with happiness, he started asking his sister everything, starting with how much he missed her, and if she missed him, which confused the girl a little, forcing her to ask when they had already met during the day. Ronan simply smiled with more joy, and said that's why he was even more bored. Looking sideways at the prince, taking E.T. away, he said it was better for them to play in the other direction. To which the girl agreed while they walked under Adrian's gaze. The crown prince turned to the Empress. He bowed to them and apologized for being absent. Not far away, Ronan asked A.T. if she had been to the Syrian Empire, promising her that when he arrived, he would show her the palace, which clearly pleased the girl, especially if he went abroad. Turning slightly, she flinched upon seeing Adrian, who mentally conveyed to her not to cause trouble, which pressured her a little, awkwardly refusing Ronan's offer to inspect the palace someday, when the girl could come. The crown prince looked suspiciously, mentally realizing, frowning, that this guy didn't have time to think about it. Then suddenly, the music in the hall changed, which Addie immediately thought while listening. Ronan suddenly extended his hand, inviting the girl to dance, which made her even ask again. By just looking at Adrian, she was immediately frightened by his threatening gaze, which forced her to stop, which tensed the girl a little. Bowing, she apologized awkwardly, denying that today would be difficult, so it would be better next time when the opportunity arises, to which the boy, annoyed, said he wanted to dance today. Annoyed, he demanded that his little sister dance with him next time, demanding a promise. To convince him of her promise, they made a pinky promise where Addie promised, but immediately asked what kind of gifts she liked. Adrian only glanced at them sideways, listening while the girl replied that she liked a long life. Suddenly, the crown prince heard footsteps approaching in his direction, which made him turn around. Trembling, Gabriel walked in their direction, clicking her heels, extending an unpleasant aura next to him. Approaching the company, where Ronan was interested in the girl's answer, she started explaining that this was something incredibly valuable before Adrian grabbed her. Trembling, she turned around, a little scared, wondering what His Highness was. To which he asked her to go in the other direction, not mentally understanding why she was so surprised. After leaving the hall, the three walked quietly and silently through the park next to the palace. Despite the dark weather, suddenly someone called His Highness, making the boy tense up and tremble. Trying to guess. Turning around, Addie also turned behind him, wondering who called him. Upon seeing his friend, the prince exhaled that it was only Diana, who, approaching, explained that he saw they had gone this far and followed him. Having relaxed, the boy exhaled, praising the knight for his decision. Thinking a little to himself, his gaze soon fell on the girl standing next to Diana, making her flinch. Acacia realized quickly and bowed, greeting His Highness the Crown Prince. Diana apologized because his brother had left, so she was with him. But Adrian interrupted him, saying everything was fine, that they could stay here. Acacia was a little worried and concerned about being here. Her gaze quickly rose to Addie, which the girl herself noticed, looking back awkwardly. Already rejoicing, the little one greeted her, calling Leoviedo, repeating her name. Blushing with happiness, smiling, Addie thought how pretty she was, greeting her and asking if they had seen each other today, which only made the little girl happier, because she didn't think she would recognize her. The girl immediately asked Acacia how they received her, why they started chatting while the boys watched them, as if waiting. Upon finishing their conversation, the little one only asked Miss Addie to speak to her informally. Bowing her head, she suggested simply calling her Acacia, to which the girl agreed, while she was happy to have such a sweet little sister. Here, Ronan entered the conversation and also asked his sister to speak to him informally, to which Ade asked him if he was sure. Taking her hand, the boy chuckled, looking smugly at the girl. Acacia, flinching, looked indignantly, not understanding what he was doing such a thing. Ronan rudely demanded that the girl greet him, which she did, bowing to him. Still, there was a very palpable tension between them, which bewildered Ade. Ronan, looking at Acacia, thought that he was going to make sure his little sister was only his. Having received the same serious look from the girl, she also didn't mentally understand what kind of strange boy was next to her sister. Addie tried to calm them down, calling them something, but they were already facing each other, with a threatening look, feeling some hatred. The girl's eyes scanned back and forth between the boys, all trying to draw her attention to themselves. On each side, they simply drew her closer to them, without hearing her ask for a minute. Adrian noticed that these little ones seemed very amused watching this situation that Dino was causing from behind. Then Ronan looked at the crown prince from the corner of his eye. He chuckled, thinking darkly about something. Looking at the guy, turning towards the girl, he said loudly, as if on purpose, that he would also call her Addie, which surprised the girl a little. Wanting to say that she didn't care, she squirmed and saw the boy's gaze, slightly tense, evaporated, thinking what to answer while looking at him. Acacia also heard this cunning idea from the prince, so she looked at Addie, thinking silently. Soon, she also shouted that she would call her little sister Addie, as if she was no less pleased with his cunning idea. The girl, touched by the fact that the little girl was very sweet, she didn't mind, which made the little one happy. But it didn't make the boy happy at all. Looking at her and cursing indignantly, approaching her menacingly, he told her that he was Addie's friend, and that she could get away with it. To which the girl noticed that they didn't seem so friendly. The girl laughed awkwardly, while the little one actively argued that he no longer listened. Diana awkwardly apologized to the crown prince for Acacia, without understanding himself, because normally the girl is not like that. To which the boy replied that everything is fine. It's better to leave them. Adrian quietly approached Eddie, taking her hand, which surprised her a little, mentally asking if it was His Highness, slightly pulling the girl. The boy behind him said what surprised her even more, but she walked quietly. The children continued to argue, And they kept arguing until Akashia suggested asking directly who she was closest friends with. To which Ronan agreed, turning towards her, calling her. They only saw Diana, who was layered, awkwardly observing their argument. The children were quite surprised when they turned around. And they didn't see the girl, even crumbling a little. Akashia asked her brother where to go with Addie. To which he reflected a little lost. Then Ronan started thinking, realizing quickly, mentally calling that this clever devil had stolen her. Worrying, Addie and Adrian walked in the other direction, in complete silence, until the girl realized that she felt quite cheerful while the boy sighed. Then the girl told him to look at the stars, which caused the crown prince to turn his head and look slightly bewildered at the sky. Addie, raising her head with him, she said they were very pretty, while Adrian looked at her a little surprised by what she said. While the girl enjoyed the sky and the stars, the prince realized that it seemed like he was seeing her like this for the first time. It's the first time he sees her smile like this, looking at her awkwardly with some admiration for how happy she is. Addie had already turned towards him, looking into his eyes when she realized she was beautiful. She asked awkwardly, calling him Your Highness while he looked at her with admiration, realizing that she literally saw him while he was admiring. They fell silent. Only the whisper of the leaves could be heard. Addie quickly realized she had nothing to say. So, smiling, she happily noted that she was in a good mood now. Adrian almost didn't understand this expression. He asked again what was in a good mood, looking bewildered. Modestly bringing her hand to her face, the girl awkwardly said that some time ago she was still angry all the time. The crown prince continued, without understanding what she meant, asking again about being angry. And he kept looking at the girl, which already made her a little uncomfortable. Tidying her hair shyly, she said quietly that she shouldn't have said that. And she apologized. Adrian held his head and remained silent. Then he said no, which the girl no longer understood. He corrected himself by saying that she didn't apologize, which did not clarify her words to the girl at all. Looking at him in response, Addie asked without understanding what he meant. Thoughtfully, he said that she simply paused, thinking more about what to say. Wait until my mother's birthday, Adrian said, looking at her without that feeling. After all, he had already found out where Essen was, which surprised Addie a little. But it doesn't mean it made him happy. Adrian added that he would then let her live, which was a bit pressing. Madame Lucy, clapping and groaning. She praised the girl because she was truly improving day by day. Addie couldn't believe such words from the maid, and happily asked if it was true. Mentally, after finding out that Adrian would let her live, she continued enduring every day, rejoicing that everything turned out well. Lucy added that she still had a long way to go, which made the girl a little disheartened. The maid taught Addie a mysterious smile, asking again while the girl asked if it was normal. But Madame asked more mysteriously. Smiling, almost trembling, the girl continued listening that it wasn't enough, and that a little more grace was needed. Lucy gave up, exhaled, and held back, and said with frustration that she thought she would succeed today. After telling her to see how to smile, Addie was already surprised and mentally asked her how she made that facial expression. Madame began to explain that a noble lady and skillful should be able to share her opinion with a smile. But of course, she would also need a look that could recognize that smile. Because noble society is a kind of battlefield where others' feelings are easily deceived. Listening clumsily, Addie wondered if she had succeeded, and modestly replied that's how it works. Suddenly, the door creaked open, from where Diana came out, saying that Acacia wanted to meet Mrs. Addie, which pleased the girl. Madame Lucy calmly said she could rest for about 30 minutes, to which the girl quickly told the gentleman that if he waited a little, she would come with her. The maid noticed that the girl loved children, to which Addie, of course, replied yes. Madame added that it is good to love children, which slightly alerted the girl, making her turn a little. Lucy continued saying that it would be better to be careful with children, and she looked at Addie. Young children are very smart, said Lucy, and she already imagined Ronan walking in the garden. Akashia actively waved her hand towards the girl she had been waiting for, and inviting her to be with her. A little embarrassed, Addie happily called Akashia. Smiling, holding hands, the happy girl said she missed her sister very much. And the girl reciprocated. Immediately, a whisper was heard. And a question from the bushes. And they didn't see him. So the girls flinched upon seeing Ronan. Having separated, the boy was clearly displeased that they were here together. Looking at them with indignation as the girl tried to understand where he came from. Looking at Odie, he said he never heard her answer when he asked. The girl seemed to deliberately skip the question and said that she should call him little sister. Indignantly following up, he still wanted to know if Ade missed him. While Akashia was indignant that she had drawn the girl's attention this way. Grabbing Ade, he rudely said that his sister couldn't miss him, which surprised the girl a little. And the boy. Indignant, Ronan said that it wasn't his answer that he wanted to hear. Shouting and insulting the girl. Holding Ade, Akashia said she answered for her. Because she is a kind girl. So out of courtesy, she would say she missed him. Because they feel the same, to find out. Ronan didn't listen to her, because he didn't believe their thoughts were the same. Thinking that Addie was very bored. Because the children started arguing again. What the girl was looking at. She mentally thought they didn't like each other. But now she realized they were very cute. She knew, or rather, she thought it was just childish fights between future friends. Imagining their strong and sweet friendship. Having said that they had become friends, both loudly answered no at the same time. Looking somewhat angrily at Ade. Ronan wanted to say that there was almost no one with such a small thing. But Kaja instantly interrupted him. Who would say that? Wanting to distract them from their fight. Leaving them their thoughts about their friendship. Addie revealed she had brought cookies. And asked who wanted to try them. Akashia immediately raised her hand abruptly. Shouting her name while Ronan looked at her. And said that he too. Diana observed this situation. A little surprised by how quickly the atmosphere became friendly. And peaceful, with Addie treating the now calm children. The children happily chewed the cookies. Smiling and a little embarrassed. The girl exhaled calmly. Managing to avoid another argument between the boys. Addie's gaze quickly went blank. Flying in her thoughts. Wondering if she would feel the same if her younger son were alive. Akasila, having finished eating, soon looked at the girl and noticed her sadness. The girl called her quietly. But he still moved a little. Looking at them already, leaning towards them. He asked them if they liked the cookies. And smiled happily again when Akashia replied yes. Ronan honestly said it was too sweet. So he wouldn't eat it, but they are quite tasty because ate. And gave them to him. Still, the boy was already taking another one. Slightly blushing and averting his gaze. Which is why the girl realized she still liked him. Slightly thoughtful, Akashia looked at the girl. Imagining the crown prince she saw with her. Pulling Addie, she asked her little sister why she liked His Highness the Prince. Which surprised both her and Ronan a little. Here the girl fell into a bit of a stupor. Because in truth he didn't like him. Because she didn't know what to tell the boys. Thinking what to say, trying to formulate. And stammering, the little one looked at her. Acacia seemed especially inspired. Having said that he was sensitive, she immediately imagined a distorted image of him in this, realizing that she was slightly lying. Therefore, she added that it probably annoyed Ronan a little while the girl was shining. Sitting in front of Akashia. She said she thought the most important thing was to pay attention to the character of men. Having added that, or, for example, humanity, the girl repeated that she understood character. And humanity, but Ronan thought about these words above all. The boy lay on the bed, still thinking about these questions. Not understanding anything. Jumping off the bed, he said loudly. Thoughtfully that somehow it was strange. While his mother was reading something. Having understood, he said that they almost never meet in the sense of Addie. And Adrian. He mentally repeated that as a result of his observations over several days. When he saw Addie, Ronan realized that mostly only the same boys. Those two were looking for a girl. Laying back down on the bed, he didn't understand if he loved the girl. Why he didn't even go to her when he was so bored every day that he seemed to die of anticipation. Veronica looked at him and honestly asked what terrible plan he was hatching again. Addressing her, he honestly told her that. In fact, he had told his assumptions about Ashen. And Adrian. Soon the couple stood on the carpet in front of the Empress. Addie mentally asked why they were here, and why they were called so suddenly. Sighing, Her Majesty began to say that she had heard an incredibly sad story. And she called them her children. Adrian abruptly and rudely asked what kind of nonsense he heard again, which surprised both girls. But his mother said it was bad manners. She said she was told they had a fight, which surprised the Crown Prince a little. Glancing sideways at Addie from the corner of his eye, he whispered and asked her what she had done again. To which she answered with the same calmness that she hadn't done anything. The Empress continued saying that many people say that the future bride and her fiancé look very gloomy. But she was proud of them. Among people who consider marriage just a business, she thought they would become a couple that truly loved each other and would take care of each other. And she asked them how romantic it would be. Continuing, the Empress said that she and His Majesty loved each other and got married, regardless of their families. And it was like a miracle, to which Adrian frowned with irritation, saying that this was his story again. His Majesty continued that he was very happy that his son, just like her, also found his soulmate, because she was willing to accept anyone as long as they loved him. To which the boy, clearly already tired, directly asked what she meant by this, realizing that he didn't need it. He said that he was told they don't walk without holding hands. Adrian immediately raised the castle of their hands, showing that even now they are holding hands, which made Addie happy. After remaining silent, the Empress said they hadn't kissed, which made both of them flinch, looking slightly surprised. The girl, waiting for the boy, looked at him and quietly whispered and asked him what to do, and let His Highness say something. But he remained silent, realizing that if things continued like this she would die. He shouted loudly that they were kissing, which surprised Adrian. Turning to her, he whispered and asked her if they were, because her words surprised him a little. She whispered back to him how he could be surprised, looking at him with some malice, as if she had to tell the truth, because she added that he would rather feel as if it were true. And he did by clenching his fists. Addie continued that of course they kissed, only they did it in a place where no one could see them. Adrian, supported, asked his mother if he could show this to others, which surprised her a little, calmly answering that she didn't know. Addie exhaled calmly, as if they had succeeded. Smiling, the girl added that she was very shy, and in public she kept her distance from His Highness. Apparently, that's why such a misunderstanding arose. She added that she would also like to maintain the status of the Crown Prince's fiancé. While Adrian looked at her a little surprised, while the Empress praised Addie for her thoughts. Looking at her, the prince thought that usually she was so scared that she constantly trembled. And now, when the girl had already looked at him in response, full of happiness, she whispered that, "Thank God, everything turned out well." Slightly surprised, he answered her, feeling his heart beat because of her gaze. After apologizing to the Empress, they walked down the hall together in silence. Then Adrian asked when they kissed, to which Addie quickly said that of course never, while the prince continued that a little earlier she had said something different. Interrupting, the girl replied that Her Majesty the Empress was simply worried, and she was already wondering if she had done something wrong. While looking, the boy noticed that she was making that face again, as if with some irritation, noticing that she usually wouldn't even pay attention to such a lie. Stopping, he couldn't understand why he kept thinking about it. Because, after a short pause, he asked if Addie had ever kissed anyone. Hesitating, the girl blushed and said no, that she hadn't given her first kiss yet. looking away. The prince just said that's how it is looking at her. Reaching out his hand, he soon told her he would take her to Lily's palace. While the girl remained somewhat confused, Adrian asked, extending his hand, if she would take it, to which Addie raised her eyes and looked at him. After thinking, the girl awkwardly stretched out her hand in response, mentally understanding that, since he heard this, it means that she was worried for a good reason. A little earlier it was the same. It seems that what was difficult for her was easy for His Highness. Most likely, he thought that he took her hand without any feeling. Wondering if that was true. Looking at him as he entered the palace, she mentally hated herself for harboring hopes, even knowing they were in vain. Looking at Adrian, Addie apologized and called him Your Highness, waiting for an answer. Looking at her from the corner of his eye, he asked what and stopped. At quietly asked why he hated Lady Gabrielle, which surprised him a little. Hadrian, after a brief silence, asked what she really meant, that even after seeing her, she didn't know. Hesitating a little, the girl explained that it seemed to her that he had another reason besides that one. Repeating her question again. Introducing the lady, he said that this girl is cruel, selfish, and thinks of no one but herself, so she doesn't care about the death of others. Squeezing her hand a little tighter, he added that others were no different from her. Wanting to add something else, she mentally understood why he loves that person. While the girl became a little sad. Trembling, Addie surprisingly wondered why she was upset. Awkwardly, she said she hoped he would soon find his fiancée, which puzzled the prince a little. Looking at her, he wondered if she really disliked replacing him that much. To which At asked, slightly surprised, if she had said anything wrong, without receiving an answer. While Adrian noticed that this ruined his mood so much. The happy Madame Lucy, clapping, cheerfully announced that today they would study etiquette rules while drinking tea. Addie, a little surprised, asked what the etiquette for drinking tea is, while Lucy began to explain that this is a basic place, and at the same time, very difficult in noble society. Usually, during tea consumption, the so-called lines of personal relationships arise and, according to them, people drink tea in a certain way and exchange information. The most important thing here is the tale. But Madame was interrupted by a guest who greeted Lady Ashen. Turning towards the voice, Lucy remained silent, and the girl greeted, immediately falling silent. Quickly realizing who it was, she added to Lady Gabriel that she had come to see them. The maid was more interested in why she had come to Lily's palace. Because one cannot enter here without an invitation. To which the lady simply smiled, growling while spinning her fan. Gabriel replied that she had received permission from Her Majesty, the Empress. The maid just remained silent, looking at her a little dissatisfied. While Lucy went up to talk to the maid, the lady turned to Addie telling her that she came because she needed to tell her something. To which the girl immediately asked what she wanted. Gabriel continued that they say those two haven't had a very good relationship lately. Where Addie immediately felt, mentally understanding that she had come here just to hurt her with this. The girl abruptly stood up, bringing her hand to her chest, and said that it wasn't so and that it couldn't be so. The lady, coming closer, joked that there was no need to pretend that everything was wrong. But Addie didn't stop, saying that everything wasn't true. Behind the girls, a male voice rudely asked what was going on here. Approaching them as they turned around. Addie. He awkwardly said that it was His Highness, who was looking severely in their direction. At that very moment, Gabriel stood in front of him. Radiant with joy, she greeted the boy and asked him if he had come here to meet her. To which he received an irritated no. Here Addie asked with some harshness if it was possible for a lady to stay here for so long. It seemed like she had nothing to do. To which she did not agree, claiming that everyone was looking for her, and she was constantly busy. Realizing the time, Gabriel said it was already very late, so she would do better and stay longer next time. Blowing a kiss and words of love to the prince, Addie thought a little, because it turns out that those rumors about her remoteness spread a lot. She mentally understood that she, like the previous girl, could tolerate being ignored by him. But of course, she was a maid. But Ashen should not tolerate this. Ashen is the fiancé of the crown prince. And she must return this place to that person before Lady Gabriel leaves. Because she often turned to them. Without hesitation, the girl abruptly turned towards Adrian, looking at him while he looked surprised. After asking him what it was, she suddenly blurted out that he would kiss her quickly, but with total confidence and determination, which surprised the boy a little. Taking her by the shoulders, Adrian asked awkwardly. She paused, not believing the words she heard. Next, she told that she said that was her first kiss. Still surprised by the situation, Addie said more bravely that everything was fine, as if with some impatience, leaning towards her, pressing her against him. Seeing her surprised face, he apologized quietly, taking her by the face. The maids who were behind, having stopped whispering, observed this scene with surprise. Some embarrassed, others covering their mouths in surprise. Hugging the girl by the waist, the crown prince kissed her, closing her eyes, which the girl did, placing her hand on his chest. Upon finishing the kiss, Adrian realized that he would definitely only be pretending now. But he approached Addie, mentally wondering why no one warned him that kissing was so pleasurable. He carried the girl into another, hugging her tighter. When Gabriel left, he mentally hated Addie, considering her a weakling, and that she couldn't respond normally. Then strange sounds were heard behind her. Because, wondering what those sounds were, she turned around, wanting to find out, sharply turning in the direction of the sound. Gabriel looked at the kissing couple as if she wasn't embarrassed by her, without understanding why Adrian was kissing another girl. Clenching her hands and looking at them angrily, she didn't understand why Addie was bothering her boyfriend, promising herself that she would definitely make the girl regret it. Soon it was being talked about everywhere that the couple had kissed. Even the maids in the hallway whispered without hesitation about the new development. Addie looked at them from the window embarrassed, surprised that rumors about their kiss had spread so quickly. Lost in her thoughts, she wanted to know out of curiosity if all kisses were as pleasant as the crown prince's. Maybe the kiss was pleasant because the crown prince was good. But that thought really confused her. Here Madame Lucy had already found her, asking her if she had forgotten that the Empress's birthday celebration was just around the corner. Without waiting for an answer, she immediately warned the girl that she would spend her days in a stricter environment, which surprised Addie that it would be even stricter. Lucy continued that this is an important event where there will be many foreign delegations. So it is obvious that the girl must be so beautiful that everyone literally falls in love with her. Addie only awkwardly asked if it was possible to achieve that. Smiling modestly, the maid answered her with full confidence that, of course, it was possible, but that there was no point in asking such a thing. Pointing to a pile of dresses, she immediately announced that everything here, all the dresses, were prepared according to a special order. Madame Lucy expressed without hesitation that it had been so long since she dressed someone other than Mr. Essen. Smiling with joy while the girl was a little modest, brightly said that today they would choose a dress. Tomorrow there would be accessories, the day after a fan, and shoes, while Addie sadly realized that she probably wouldn't be able to come to her senses at all. The day of the birthday celebration has arrived, and the girl is already dressed in a beautiful outfit. Lucy said quietly that she knew it, dampening her words a little, as if she had some kind of sadness. Addie turned to her, wanting to understand what it was, until the maid added that, after all, she hadn't been wrong, which only confused her even more. Turning back to the mirror, Madame asked if Lady Ashen liked everything, to which the girl honestly admitted that she didn't recognize herself, as if it wasn't her at all. Flattered, Lucy said she had said the girl would be incredibly beautiful. Slightly pushing her from behind, she urged her to walk faster and conquer everyone present. Addie, somewhat confused, said that there must be many beautiful ladies in the hall besides her. Madame Lucy was a little surprised, wondering if she really didn't trust her abilities that much, because she suggested that, if she found it so difficult to adapt, then she should ask His Highness for his opinion. The girl awkwardly asked if it was His Highness the Crown Prince, but the maid just pushed her towards the exit. Hurry her up, lifting her dress hurriedly. She didn't know Adrian was waiting for her, ready outside the door. As she approached the exit, Addie awkwardly glanced sideways from the corner of her eye. Slightly surprised, leaning against the door, she closed her eyes and crossed her arms, waiting for him, as if not deliberately spying on her. Tidying her hair and veil, the girl did not expect the boy to open his eyes, so she looked back at him. Frozen, Addie clumsily took her hands off her face and quietly asked what was wrong, because his gaze told her nothing. Without looking away, Adrian observed silently, as if trying to think of something right now. Looking away, the boy said abruptly and rudely that now it was very possible to look at the girl, to which Addie felt mentally offended because she dressed with such diligence. Then, from the hallway, came the voice of a boy asking if the girl was ready, which puzzled her a little, but it irritated the prince. Turney approached them smiling, almost sparkling, asking what he had in front of him. Approaching, he immediately noticed how beautiful a tie was, telling her that he even felt like it wasn't her at all. Adrian was clearly annoyed by this, so he took the girl by the shoulder and told him to go to hell, which surprised her a little, forcing her to look at the boy. Turney mockingly looked at the crown prince and said how he could worry so much about his partner. Looking angrily at his friend, Adrian told him to stop talking nonsense and to let him go where he was going, which surprised even Addie a little. Tierney fled and wished her good luck and all the best, which embarrassed the girl a little. Adrian turned around and said that they should go too. Looking at her, sighing, Addie mentally understood that today was finally the day, and if she could cope, she could survive. Opening the doors, they creaked into the hall where the celebration was to take place. Someone in the hall greeted them and introduced them as the majestic future of Athens, Crown Prince Adrian, who was close by, and the future wife of the Crown Prince, daughter of the Oviedo family, Lady Ashen. Holding hands, the girl looked resolutely forward, a little worried but holding on. Distracted, Addie began to examine the hall and the guests who were in it. The commotion gradually subsided, looking towards where the couple exited, which made the girl feel slightly uncomfortable, since all eyes were on them. Squeezing Adrian's hand tighter, the girl was clearly very worried about this, especially since this is the day her fate will be decided. The crown prince looked at her quietly and told her to come here. Hearing her heartbeat, Addie thought awkwardly that everything was fine. She trained and prepared a lot. She needed to calm down and look at the boy. Even while walking, she looked at the prince. What was he doing in response? Why were they walking? Looking at each other, paying no attention to the crowd. Upon looking at the Empress's place, Addie saw a man, realizing that he was the man. She tensed slightly. An important person she needed to deceive today was sitting there. It was the emperor of this country, Nino Charles. The Empress impatiently called them so that her daughter-in-law would come here especially quickly. Adrian rudely asked if he really couldn't see him, to which she gasped and asked him if he was here, while Aite mentally understood that these two were always the same. Smiling, the Empress commented, telling the girl that her daughter-in-law was still beautiful today. Ade smiled awkwardly and thanked her. A little embarrassed by such a compliment, the Emperor cleared his throat and said yes, confirming his wife's words. While the girl was slightly surprised, his gaze was directed at her the whole time, literally looking at her without emotion. Swallowing, looking back, she noticed that even after saying one word, greatness immediately sounded in his voice. Rising soon, the Emperor simply replied that since they saw both of them, he would go, which was a bit bewildering, having only accompanied the couple with words for them to marry quickly. As the Empress wishes, Addie mentally did not understand what he was talking about, especially since she was very worried. But she was glad that everything was fine, that nothing had happened. Upon leaving, the Emperor congratulated her again on her birthday, to which Adrian also said that they would go too, placing his hand on the girl's shoulder, which surprised her a little. The Empress just smiled and said that she didn't know what happened between them, but it became much more pleasant to look at them than before. Ade thanked her awkwardly, a little surprised, while wishing them a good time. Moving away in silence, they no longer hugged or looked. Only Ade was mentally happy to have survived in any case. Since she was not discovered, it means she survived. Adrian simply turned towards her and told her to try, to which the girl nodded more decisively. From behind, a female voice called the prince and told him that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Why did the girl and the boy turn to look? Behind them were Veronica and Ronan, who cheerfully called out to Addie, while the aunt wondered if the crown prince's future wife was all right. At the boy's exclamations, the girl replied yes, and also asked if His Majesty was all right, receiving a nod. Slightly blushing when the boy received the girl's attention, he loudly and brightly asked Ir to dance with him. Adrian glanced sideways at the little one, while Ate hesitated, lost in her thoughts, and looking at the boy sideways. After reminding the girl that the last time she promised to dance, she didn't have time to finish when her mother's hand fell on her shoulder, grabbing him. After looking at him, Veronica said she had to go somewhere with her, which made Ronan a little angry. Holding hands, His Majesty left, telling the boy that he needed to go congratulate his aunt on her birthday. While he turned calling Addie, the girl noticed that at those moments it was hard for her to breathe. She sighed and noticed that she was tired already. But this was only the beginning. She looked around from the corner of her eye, as if to make sure she was safe to rest. Immediately, the girl noticed that a girl was mentally trying to understand this person. Before she realized it, that voice called her brother, whereupon they fell silent, looking at her. It was Princess Maria, Adrian's sister, who was very displeased about something. Leaning slightly, she greeted both of them, to which the prince said it wasn't necessary, asking her what she wanted, while Addie slightly sweated with excitement, while they commented that the girl had lost one of her maids. The fiancé was a little nervous that they were talking about her. Trying to hide her face, Adrian rudely asked if it was necessary to discuss this here. Marie remained irritatedly silent, looking at him angrily while the girl tried to hide, feeling only her heart beating with excitement. The girl just bowed with a sigh, saying that next time she would go to the palace, hoping to definitely meet him, and wishing him a pleasant evening. When whispering and asking Adrian if she had revealed it, he just rudely said that if she had done so, she would have to die. I felt like she was on a minefield, and the only thing that could cheer her up was that almost no one approached because of the prince, although everyone around them whispered that it was already clear that someone was unsure if Lady Ashen was the same because her height had decreased. As she walked away, she already heard someone suggesting that she was wearing low heels. After having moved on to talking about the beauty of the crown prince, Addie exhaled calmly, rejoicing that, thank God, she wasn't discovered, so she would endure until the end. Adrian rudely told her not to smile and to lower her gaze, to which the girl hesitated and said that she wasn't smiling. It was just a smile of tranquility. The commotion was everywhere, and the crowd was already watching the boys making their way through. Among them, Turney and a man walked towards the girl, and the prince asking her to let them pass and separate a little. Having seen them, the boy raised his hand and actively waved, calling Addie, while the man next to him seemed embarrassed by him. Looking at him, Adrian told him to pretend not to know him, to which she nodded slightly. When Turney arrived, he was radiant and smiling at her. Realizing that the girl avoided his gaze, he directly asked her why she was doing this, to which she replied by asking who was walking so straight. cutting across the entire ballroom. Addie looked over her shoulder, trying to understand who had come with him in the first place. This would be an older man, respectable, with a cane in his hands. Adrian, looking at him, only said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Adding Marquis of Oviedo. He bowed himself while Addie realized his surname, because it turns out he is Turney's father. Then she realized that if she was the younger sister, then he was her father, seeming slightly surprised. Slightly surprised, the girl looked at him worriedly until he smiled awkwardly at her reaction. Atai clumsily brought her hand to her face. She looked away and said, which means he was opening his eyes. Having said his name, she immediately saw Turney waving his arms, whispering his name and showing that no. Putting his finger to his lips. He clearly said Dad several times so that she could understand. Looking at Marquis, she mentally wondered if he was really telling her to call him father. While he flinched at her look. Having made a decision, Addie bowed slightly and quietly called him Dad, which made the man flinch slightly while looking at her. Leaning on his cane, the man replied, yes, to which the girl laughed awkwardly and looked at him in silence. Other people were watching them, and Adrian heard them whispering that they thought they didn't get along very well. Looking at the girl, he whispered that if she didn't do as expected, she would die. Whereupon the girl flinched slightly. Having decided what to do, she ran slightly towards the man, calling him Dad and reaching out to hug him. Hugging Marquis, who was a little confused, Addie continued saying that they hadn't seen each other in so long, already supporting such a ridiculous game. He spoke sparklingly, calling her his daughter, while she added that she missed him very much. The Marquis immediately examined the girl and honestly told her that it seemed to him that she had lost even more weight. Starting to feel sad, Addie said yes, that it was because she was very exhausted. Standing behind her, Adrian was slightly surprised by such a phrase that she was exhausted looking at her. Addie quickly corrected herself and said that here she had nothing to worry about. She eats well too. Awkwardly, the Marquis replied that apparently he was wrong, a little scandalized by such activity. The crowd watched their relationship, whispering that it was so nice to see them that the girl couldn't help but listen and feel. Moving away from the entire crowd, Adrian suddenly turned around and worried, immediately taking the girl's hand. She carefully turned to him, trying to mentally understand why the prince took her hand. Then from behind came Lady Gabriel's voice, who immediately addressed the prince, greeting His Highness. Addie immediately understood the prince's concern, because this girl was walking towards them. The man next to the girl approached the Marquis, greeting him, which Addie's father also did, noticing that they hadn't seen each other in a long time, turning towards him as His Excellency Chancellor. Upon hearing this greeting, Addie quickly realized that this man was Lady Gabrielle's father. Looking at Adrian, she continued observing the girl, which was already causing her discomfort. Gabriel quickly noticed that he was looking at her, a little embarrassed, gasping in surprise. Blushing even more, she started saying as if boasting that His Highness couldn't take his eyes off her. Turney, who was nearby, observing them, laughed slightly and advised the girl to look at the prince's face, while she mentally thought it was a passionate look. Turning to the boy, she abruptly noticed that it made no sense for him to look at her like that, because in his heart was only His Highness. Turney frowned and severely asked what he was talking about, and Addie noticed that both the prince and the boy were making very serious faces. Adrian, holding the girl by the shoulders, said that she was probably very tired, and that her legs ached because she had been standing for so long. Looking at the Chancellor, he apologized, but for the sake of his fiancée, they need to quickly change the location so they can see each other again next time. Hugging Addie tighter, he told her to leave, while Gabriel looked indignantly in her direction, trying to attract His Highness's attention. Moving towards the sofas, the girl sat down and exhaled in a relaxed manner, saying that she was finally somewhat safe here. Soon Diana arrived there, who had been looking for them for a long time, which made the prince glad of his arrival. And moreover, very timely, he immediately told the gentleman the task to drive away the people approaching with dissatisfied faces, so turning around he said to eat fulfilling. His task, leaning slightly against the back of the sofa, relaxing, mentally understanding that everything was calmer now. And calm, the prince immediately looked at her, wanting to say something when he was immediately interrupted by a voice calling him. Turning towards the voice, Addie clumsily realized who the voice belonged to. Not believing it, Gabriel was there at the entrance, so the girl mentally wondered if she had followed them here on purpose. Clicking and walking towards the prince, she smugly told the gentleman that she had also come here to rest, so he couldn't do anything. Standing in front of Lady Ashen, she directly asked what she had prepared for Her Majesty the Empress's birthday. Then the girl remembered how Tierney had explained that his family would take care of the gift and would present it in her name. And Adrian would give it with her, so she wouldn't have to worry. Looking at her, she directly said that this time she had prepared together with His Highness the Crown Prince, and that she would then present a gift to the Empress separately. Here Gabriel decided to make a joke, saying that however strange the girl's gift was, she was sure it wouldn't be anything compared to what she did. Addie awkwardly said yes, to which Gabriel seemed indignant. Blushing and angry, Adrian approached Dino and quietly asked him how long it had been since the lady had worn that face while looking at them. With outstretched arms, Gabriel continued saying that there was nothing to be done about it. But since she was so interested, she would have to prove it. Sitting awkwardly, Addie mentally didn't understand why she didn't say anything. The lady said that the gift she had prepared was this. Maintaining the intrigue, snapping her fingers for the maid, who began to open the box. The box contained plates that Gabriel presented as the work of the Virgin Master, one of her sets of dishes. While Addie looked at it, the girl continued saying that she should know that all his works were sold and were hard to come by. Carefully straightening the plates with her hands, Gabriel noticed that His Majesty has a hobby of collecting plates, and among them, she especially loves the works of the Virgin. While Addie remembered where she could see these plates, the lady took one of the plates in her hands, looking at the girl, continuing that getting these plates is nothing more than luck. So E.T., looking at the plate in Gabriel's hands, saw familiar initials, already completely sure of her thought. But she continued, silently watching Gabriel, who held the plate as if showing off. Adrian approached her, carefully taking her by the shoulder, and advised her to simply ignore what A.T.I. agreed with. After hiding the plate and closing the box, Gabriel looked at them with irritation and clenched her fists. Having already turned towards the prince, she called His Highness and smiled with her idea. Inspired, she began to say that she would be his partner in the first dance. Adrian, taking Addie's hand, leaned towards her, meeting their gazes. Without listening to the lady, leaning lower, he asked her if she would give him her first dance. This proposal confused the girl, so she looked at him, slightly hesitating in her answer. Looking at Gabriel, she mentally wondered if she would cry there. The lady noticed this look, shining with happiness, thinking and saying that she took such good care of her, fearing being jealous of the other lady. Before she could finish, Addie shook her head, not understanding what was going through her head. Suddenly, Gabriel approached her, which made the girl feel uncomfortable, trying to understand what it was. Then the lady blurted out that the last laugh is the best laugh. Having said something dissatisfied, she turned around angrily and left, leaving Addie somewhat confused. After remaining silent for a while, the prince asked if the girl was laughing, to which she sincerely said no. The beautiful music and atmosphere in the hall were created by a musical corps who sat down and played classical music. They danced to this melody in the center of the hall, spinning gently and looking at each other. Addie was incredibly embarrassed to be the center of attention, but there was no other choice. Everyone was moving to the center themselves. So the girl, worried, asked not to make a mistake. Noticing her anxiety, Adrian asked her to relax a little, To which the girl agreed. They continued their dance in the beautiful hall, while Adi got lost in her thoughts, remembering her first lessons. When she was a child, she always stepped on her father's feet. And her little brothers, mentally remembering her father. And Alan. As soon as she got distracted, she immediately stepped on the prince's foot, which instantly made Addie embarrassed. Adrian just looked at her severely, which only made the girl more anxious. Averting her gaze, she realized with shame who she had stepped on, as well as not understanding why it was so. If she danced perfectly during training, why did she squeeze his hand in excitement? The dance finished, they moved aside while Adi looked at him in silence, ashamed to say anything. As soon as Adrian wanted to say something to her, she distracted his attention by telling him she was trying to think about something. At that moment, Diana was passing by. What he told His Highness. Approaching them, the gentleman really had something to report. Why did he say it? And Adrian listened attentively. So, Diana began to say that they say Princess Maria had just returned to the palace. Because the prince asked about the empress, His Majesty was there instead, which the gentleman relayed to the prince. Ade, turning around, mentally realized that it seemed they had forgotten that a little earlier she had stepped on his foot, which the prince couldn't help but notice. Diana added that Turney said he would go to see Marquis as if off, which even made Adrian happy. From the corner of his eye, the crown prince turned back to the girl, thinking slightly about something of his own. Taking her by the shoulder, he exhaled and said that they would leave too, which surprised Adi, mentally wondering if it was possible to simply get up and leave like that. Without daring to ask, they were already walking down the night alley, going down the stairs to the fountain. Clicking their heels, Adi realized that, after putting on such high heels, and even dancing in them, her feet hurt a lot. But she kept silent about it. Before she realized it, she soon stumbled and began to fall quickly backward, having closed her eyes out of fear. The girl didn't understand why she wasn't falling, why she carefully opened her eyes. Her gaze immediately met Adrian's slightly worried look, who caught her and held her in his arms. Looking at him, hearing his heartbeat, Addie slowly blushed from the situation. The prince simply asked her if she could walk, setting her down on the fountain railing. Lifting her dress, the girl said she seemed to have sprained her ankle, which was soon confirmed. The crown prince was not surprised by this situation looking at her, but in his thoughts, he justified it as a girl who was tired from walking in such high heels. Surprised, he seemed to feel something while looking at her. Addie only carefully corrected her image, so that if someone saw her, everything would be in order. Slightly sighing with sadness, while her heart beat fast, she realized she had been enchanted by an illusion, and nothing more. Looking at her, he felt as if he couldn't breathe. Otherwise, everything would disappear. Frozen like a pillar, he simply looked at the girl who was enchanting him with her beauty. It was hard not to notice this look, which is why Addie clumsily called him. Trying to distract him from his thoughts, Adrian simply moved slightly and continued looking. After remaining silent for a while, he looked down with a smile, realizing how ridiculous he was now. Looking back at her, he mentally wondered if he was possessed by a ghost, slightly tilting his head as if examining him. Addie couldn't understand what had happened to the crown prince. Noticing strange things, bringing his finger to his lips, he thought for a moment why this might be, thinking that perhaps he didn't like something. But he tried. Due to the wind, some drops from the fountain flew onto her back, which made the girl turn around. And look, holding her shoulders, she began to tremble slightly, realizing it was colder outside. And she blushed slightly, lifting her head towards the prince. Adi quietly called His Highness. When he flinched because she called him, she expressed that they should return. Examining the girl, Adrian understood that she was not feeling well, so he took her in his arms and nodded with her, leaving. Looking at him awkwardly, she just frowned, which made her feel uncomfortable. Turning around, Addie mentally thought that maybe After all, she would die today. The next day, the crown prince sat sadly at his desk, immersed in some thoughts. His friends were sitting with him in the hall, flipping through newspapers to the rhythm of the morning birds' trills. Turney looked up and stared at Adrian, asking Diana if he knew what happened to His Highness. The gentleman, looking at the prince, just shook his head, saying that he himself had no idea. Turney suggested that perhaps it was because of the ball, although neither Her Majesty the Empress nor the other aristocrats said anything, and no one could guess that it wasn't Essen. So the ball was considered a success. But Diana asked about the progress in searching for a boy. Turney explained that they were looking for him, but so far everything was in vain, because every trace of him was a deception. Diana noticed how carefully this brat acts, and asked him if he really plans to run away his whole life. To which Turney said that he will come back someday anyway, saying that since they finished all their work, they closed the door and left, leaving the prince alone in silence. He didn't seem to care, communicating with himself in his thoughts that, when he closed his eyes, he saw the words from that moment with the girl, clasping his hands and leaning on the chair. He felt as if she was still there, wondering what had happened to him. Addie lay in bed, looking at the ceiling, and thinking as the sun rays entered through the window. Looking out the window, only one thought crossed her mind: what should she do now? The atmosphere quickly changed due to the arrival of Madame Lucy, who noisily woke the girl up to get up quickly. Addie apologized quietly and asked her how long she should continue playing the role of fiancée, to which the lady, groaning, replied until the return of the gentleman Essen. The girl, slightly upset, mentally asked where he had gone, because she was already quite tired. Then unexpectedly, the maid said that a T.I. perhaps hadn't waited for Essen, and that she could have taken the opportunity to seduce the crown prince, thus becoming a real fiancé, marrying him, which immediately presented this moment that a T.I. didn't much like, despite Lucy's comment that His Highness was very kind. Sitting in the bath, the girl thought a little about the idea of a real fiancé that Lucy proposed. She was especially surprised that the maid said he was a kind person, recalling how he picked her up despite the severe look. Addie really thought it might have been an act of kindness. After the formalities were over, she went out into the hallway towards her room. But the man who entered surprised her a little. His Highness was sitting on the sofa, waiting, but obviously didn't immediately notice Addie, which is why she called him. He, surprised by her voice, instantly examined her appearance and awkwardly asked her what kind of clothes she was wearing. The girl looked at him slightly surprised, not quite understanding what he was talking about. But looking down, she realized that her clothes were sheer, so she quickly ran to the wardrobe apologizing, slightly irritated by the wait. Adrian quickly responded to the steps, looking now towards his creator, awkwardly apologizing for the wait. Eddie put on a beautiful dress that looked wonderful, without even having time to think about the expression on her face. The prince stood up and approached her, looking at her openly. Leaning down, Eddie was surprised, thinking his gaze had become more terrifying. But looking back, she clumsily called him, wanting to ask. He immediately turned around, and he left in silence, leaving the girl in a misunderstanding, following him with her gaze towards the door. As soon as she slammed shut, Addie awkwardly wondered what had just happened. It immediately occurred to her that perhaps they were pointing a gun at her, which embarrassed her a little. In the hallway, the prince was already arguing with the man who had lately been seeing all sorts of devilish things, and if he was okay. He modestly replied that perhaps this was due to severe stress, so it was better to reduce the load and rest. Adrian brought his hand to his forehead and mentally said that if he could feel better with rest, he wouldn't ask at all what was irritating him the most, only replying nonchalantly. He shooed the man away, whereupon he bowed in silence and walked away. Immediately, papers caught the crown prince's attention, and immediately remembered that Addie was a maid, as if it occurred to him while reading this, only after putting everything in its place. He mentally turned towards the girl and decided that, if he continued looking at her, he would probably receive at least some answer. In the garden, he was the first to run into Lucy, who was very surprised by his arrival at such an early hour. As he approached, the maid asked him what he was doing here, but he just walked closer. Then a thought crossed Madame Lucy's mind, that she immediately said he had probably come to see Ashen, which made her very happy. The words that he finally liked the girl made her frown, looking displeased at the maid. Despite this, Lucy felt ashamed to ask him about it, as mockingly about their future wedding. Adrian, who didn't appreciate those jokes about a summer wedding, he fell silent, mentally asking what kind of damned wedding this was, because from the beginning he had no intention of marrying. Even after becoming emperor, Madame Lucy continued thinking about their wedding, always asking what and how it would be. But her enthusiasm was interrupted by the prince. The maid, moaning, asked what the cute crown prince had. Adrian asked her if she still hadn't forgotten that nickname, to which Lucy said she conveyed all her love for him. Clearing his throat, distracting the girl, he said he was here because he was interested in something. That's why she was all ears, listening to him, awkwardly averting her gaze. He admitted he was here for her, wondering what the maid did to the girl's face. And the day of the birth celebration, Lucy, looking at him, instantly fell silent, and she froze in surprise. Laughing, the maid continued saying that the prince had really fallen in love with the lady's appearance, with which she disagreed. Madame continued about the boy's embarrassment, to which he turned around and said it didn't matter and that he was leaving already. Realizing his seriousness, Lucy quickly said that all of it was Adie's beauty, and that she only did a little magic. This interested the crown prince, so he turned around and asked what casting a spell meant. Lucy explained that, if you peek at the lady, it might look normal, but it's actually like a canvas waiting to be turned into a masterpiece. So no matter what color she dressed a TI in, everything suited her well, and the girl only shone brighter. Averting his eyes from the maid, Adrian silently said that still, Essen was more beautiful. Madame Lucy agreed with the prince, because they cannot be compared. Essen was magnificent, which is why the prince was surprised, thinking that he disliked hearing this. But the girl continued that it was nice to dress a lady, because she felt useful. Hearing her, the girl just added that she was very satisfied with herself, and was only happier with the opportunity to dress a lady, which surprised the crown prince a little. So he cheerfully said he would count on her in the future. Ade was sitting in the room reading a book when someone knocked on her door, which made her a little nervous. Getting up, leaving the book and her place, she started greeting the man who had arrived. A little embarrassed seeing who it was, His Highness Crown Prince came to see her, and she hesitantly greeted him. Silently, he started walking towards her, while the girl was somewhat surprised and misunderstood. Having reached the predicament, Adrian looked down at her, as if looking at her sideways, forcing her. Laughing awkwardly, she smiled at him a little stupidly. Standing there, Addie didn't quite understand what it was. Much less did she believe he thought she was so cute. Immediately, the crown prince asked her to step out for a minute, to which the girl immediately started to leave, but quickly changed her mind, telling her to come back, which she did without talking back. Adrian awkwardly thought she was cute, but without showing it, he simply asked her to sit there, pointing to her place. Tui, sitting down, Addie awkwardly asked if it was necessary. Looking at him, still not understanding what was happening. Hearing her heartbeat, he looked at her coldly, because what happened at the fountain happened to him again. Clutching his chest in the area of his heart, the girl quickly realized this and asked His Highness, but his steps towards her interrupted the question, thinking that Addie looked like a little bird. Scolding himself for this, he abruptly turned around and left without saying anything. Turney reached the door, wanting to meet the girl, so he called her from the threshold, but he was interrupted by the passing prince. Turning towards him, he quietly called Adrian, but he clutched his head, and simply walked on. Then howling. Turney, not understanding anything, directly asked what was wrong with them, scratching his temples. Having met with Diano. And Addie, Turney started, perhaps after all, to interrupt. But crossing his arms, he said sadly that the girl seemed to be facing imminent death. Looking at the boy in horror, she directly asked him why. And why this was happening. And immediately became tense. Turney immediately told her to think about how Adrian had behaved in recent days. Atide immediately began to remember that he could suddenly enter the room and look at her with fury, or stayed in some corner and looked at her sideways, which gave me goosebumps. In every encounter, he sighed deeply, seeing the girl as if she wasn't hiding it. Addie hit the table dissatisfied, mentally understanding that if he was somehow dissatisfied with her, he could simply say so, but simply look at her and leave, which left many questions. Upset, leaning on her hands, hiding her face, she lightly moaned, which Diano noticed. Thoughtfully, the gentleman said that it was still worth thinking about escaping. It would be better for the girl. Taking the cookie, Turney said that it was still very strange, because it was the first time he saw the prince behaving like that while eating. Adding that then there was definitely no mistake. He could go crazy with anger. To which Diano nodded his head. Turney directly asked to what extent Addie had committed a serious offense that he had been behaving like this for several days. Which is why the girl interrupted him, shouting enough. She directly asked what she needed to do to survive, because that was what interested her the most. Both boys, looking at her, unanimously replied that they were still planning an escape, to which Addie mentally asked if there really was no other way. Jumping up from his seat, Turney quickly said that he left then, wishing the girl good luck, and that she should try harder. The girl, looking at the plate of cookies, mentally cursed the boy, because she was sure she had just come to eat the local cookies. The day was approaching afternoon, and the girl, turning around, got a little lost in the street, remembering that Lucy told her she was somewhere nearby. At that moment, she clearly asked what he was saying. That every time she walked towards the backyard, she needed to visit the front. If many belts were not needed, then everything would be fine. Paralyzed on the spot, Atai loudly asked where the garden was, because there was nothing in front of her. I remembered Madame Lucy's navigator again, who told her to go out and go straight, and there she would immediately see the garden. That's why the girl didn't understand where, because it should be in front. Suddenly, voices of someone were heard in the silence, so Addie turned towards him and realized it was a conversation. Delighted by this opportunity, she decided to simply approach and ask how to return. Already running towards the conversation, she wanted to apologize, but was immediately interrupted. It was clearly a personal encounter, where the girl said, with great expectation, that she later understood, and kept silent, hidden around the corner. I tried to understand what the atmosphere there was like, because it was clearly felt. The girl, sorting out her thoughts, said out loud that she liked the boy she called Mr. Mickle. Addie looked in amazement, covering her mouth upon realizing she had accidentally witnessed the confession, thinking that she just needed to leave here silently. The girl persistently asked him why he wasn't answering, asking him to accept her feelings. The boy simply lowered his head and awkwardly apologized to her. Seeing this, Addie looked at him in amazement, mentally saying wow and understanding why the girl fell in love with him. The girl herself, whining, ran away from him, who considered his answer rude while the boy took care of her. Sadly, he suddenly turned exactly towards Addie, as if looking at her. Surprised by his gaze, she quickly hid behind the wall, mentally trying to understand if he had really just looked in that direction. Without even having time to understand, the boy started walking in her direction, which the girl, of course, saw, not knowing what to do. As soon as he got close, before she could say anything, she shouted that she didn't like him. Blushing and walking away. Not understanding her, the boy awkwardly asked what. Looking. At that very second, Addie, closing her eyes, ran away in the opposite direction. And the boy didn't have time to stop her, neither with his hand nor with a word. Wait. Looking in her direction, he stopped and started to explain to her that perhaps she had misunderstood him, realizing that she was already gone. The boy wondered with interest if he would see her again. In the evening, the boy was with the crown prince and handed him a report from the delegation sent this time, which the prince read. Without looking up, Adrian told him that the distance was too great, because he thought she suffered from rolling around. Having put the papers aside, he praised Mikwell for his continuous work. Looking at him, he also said that since he returned today, he could rest for a day and then provide reports, which surprised the boy. The boy was very surprised, because usually right after a conversation, he ordered him to leave. But he just bowed and said it would be easier to rest after delivering the work. So he thanked His Majesty for his concern. Upon leaving, the boy thought for a moment that, although it was a small change in the prince, he spoke, observing the expression on his face. It has been more than 5 months since he left with a delegation to another country. But something has changed a lot during this time. Realizing that Gabriel, upon hearing, would obviously make a big noise, which was clearly unnecessary for anyone. Adrian was sitting with his sister in the garden, who asked him if that was love. The crown prince took the cup and asked again, considering what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Resting his chin, the girl, stirring her tea, ambiguously asked what kind of horse the prince had turned into. Himself, not understanding what kind of horse it was, he presented it, frowning harder. The sister said that he always suffered when a horse appeared that he wanted to make his own. Asking which one this time, suggesting it was actually Popter's horse, that the prince wanted to keep, but died. Then he realized, and Adrian asked her if, in her opinion, he behaved the same way when he wanted a horse. Immediately she asked in response, if anything besides horses, why could he feel like that? Calling him brother. The boy simply told her to shut up, while the girl wondered why he was doing this again. After thinking a little, she realized she needed time to decide everything. Immediately imagining 8, and feeling the same feeling as before, she mentally wondered if that was really how he was interrupted. Greeting in front of his face, the sister asked him if he was listening to her. Already a little angry at his ignorance, she loudly demanded that her maid be returned to her, which made the boy flinch looking at her. The girl immediately noticed that he ignored her every time the conversation about her maid came up. But the prince remained silent. The idea that he might have fallen in love immediately occurred to him, which horrified him even a little. Then the empress approached them, wondering why her son and her daughter waited for her so calmly. The girl quickly drew attention, explaining that it seemed her brother was again carried away by the new horse, because he said he was tormented all day because of her. Remembering and immediately running back and forth, because she was sure he was talking about the new horse. Thinking a little, the empress turned her head towards the prince. Calling him quietly, she said that the prince already had 2,000 horses in the stable, standing in the corral waiting for him. That's why his mother asked him what his new horse was like, which made the boy grab his head, trying to explain to her that everything was completely wrong. My sister immediately intervened, assuring me that he said he thinks about her all day. It's like a love sickness, to which my mother later agreed, answering that he doesn't ride all his favorite horses. One must know when to stop. Jumping up, the prince said louder that all this was wrong, deciding to simply leave, which is what the first one did. Looking in her direction, the empress asked her daughter if she was really suffering so much. Apparently, he had really found a horse he liked. An irritated Adrian left, mentally reasoning that all this happened because of Essen's escape. And if he returns, then the strange phenomenon will disappear. This must be the case, which is why he forced himself to catch him. Addie was able to walk to the garden today, but turning around, she was a little worried. It turned out that this time she got lost inside it. and she stood still, fallen. Wherever the girl went, she always returned in a circle. That's why, when she wanted to meet someone, she noticed immediately. There was a human silhouette near the fountain, which made Addie very happy. Heading towards him, she silently started wondering if she could ask for directions, when immediately she fell into an awkward silence. The silhouette belonged to the boy she met yesterday, because she was already worried that he would realize she was Ashen. Because she turned around and left quickly, deciding to simply return the way she came here. Even so, she managed to run into him, looking at him now with a little surprise. In silence, but looking with surprise. She didn't understand how, because she was walking in the opposite direction. Looking at the girl, the boy himself immediately recognized her and wanted to say something. Addie, turning around and leaving, laughed awkwardly and said that it seemed this was not here. Due to the speed, she stepped on a stone, but the boy immediately caught her, which surprised both of them. After staying silent for a while, he decided to ask if the girl was okay, looking at her with concern. After trembling, she immediately straightened up, answering embarrassed that everything was fine, stuttering but thanking him. Standing, she noticed her veil was missing. But it seems the boy didn't know she was the crown prince's fiancée. That's why she decided to ask him for directions, telling him she needed to go to Lily's palace, which surprised him, but he agreed. He quickly accompanied her outside. So the girl thanked him and awkwardly asked him how she should address him. Smiling, the boy happily said she could call him Mikwel. Lifting her head towards him, Addie wanted to say his name when someone called her lover. Mikkel, deciding not to bother her, he left, looking forward to their future meeting. Addie thought in her mind that she would no longer have a reason to see each other, so maybe it wasn't that important. The girl was already sitting with Turney in the office, thinking about something in silence. The boy noticed this, so he asked her what was bothering his sister while chewing cookies. Addie honestly said she wanted to personally present the gift to Her Majesty the Empress, and wondered if he would like it if she gave him a plate. Tierney interrupted her, leaned over, and asked what the plate was. He immediately told her not to even think about it, because His Majesty has incredibly high standards, and everything will be futile unless she is on par with the Virgin Master. Addie said there would be no need to worry about this, as if smiling slyly. The boy noticed this and wondered what kind of self-confidence the girl had in this regard. She hesitated a little, looking away, trying to decide what to say. The topic was immediately met because she immediately asked, because she would have to leave the castle for a while if His Majesty allowed it. The boy instantly replied that he didn't think while eating. Eight immediately sank at this thought, and asked again that yes, most likely he wouldn't let her in. While the boy stared at her, she sadly realized that she needed to find a gift to give to the Empress. He immediately told Eight to lift her head, which she did with a slight tremor. Hitting his chest, Turney asked him who it was, to which she mentally replied that he was a fool. Taking Ati by the hand, he told her that he was Addie's older brother, and that he would take responsibility and take her outside. Sitting in the carriage, the girl awkwardly asked if it was possible to go that far. Tierney said confidently that, of course, it was a little exciting. Only then did he correct himself, which of course means it's impossible, which clearly irritated her. Having said there was no need to joke like that, because Adrian could really kill her, he immediately added that as soon as they returned, he would kneel and ask for forgiveness. Looking at her severely, he asked if the girl had any pride. Slightly blushing, she instantly replied no. Then the boy said that he didn't have one either, so they would pray together. Arriving quite quickly, Turney immediately realized that this was the region of Rentry, the residence of the commoners, and wondered why they had come here. Having replied that Addie had business here, he didn't give up, clarifying that they had come to buy a gift for Her Majesty the Empress. No. The girl turned to him and awkwardly asked him to simply follow her. Soon they stopped in front of a building that she looked at with a smile, which the boy didn't understand. Standing in front of the door, Turney asked what kind of barn that was, which greatly offended him, replying angrily that it was rude, because a person lived here. After knocking for a while, no one opened the door for the girl, so the boy assumed that no one was there, to which she clearly replied that it was not so. Then he offered to help knock, because perhaps Addie was doing it too quietly. But before he had time to stop him, the guy started pounding on the door. Having opened the door from there, the now enraged man started shouting, "What kind of damned idiot started banging on someone else's door in broad daylight?" Upon hearing the girl's voice calling him Uncle Helmer, he quickly calmed down and looked at her. Smiling, Eddie looked at him, and the man cheerfully recognized Lara and the girl. Inside the house, they sat facing each other, where the girl started saying that they hadn't seen each other in a long time, asking if Uncle had stopped drinking. The man looked away, cleared his throat, and said that Hans, his neighbor, always had no one to drink with. But he admitted, under the girl's sidelong glance, that he was doing something wrong. Helmer immediately remembered that he had heard that she had become a maid in the imperial palace, and asked her how she got out, to which she awkwardly replied that she had received permission, and that everything was fine. Immediately, the man pointed at Turney, and rudely asked who that person was at that moment. Here Addie hoped he wouldn't call him her brother, saying that he was a man whom she completely recognized by chance. But he, coming closer and occupying the chair, wanted to say it himself. Pointing to himself, he loudly said that he was Lara's older brother, while the girl mentally begged him to use his brain. Without saying anything, Helmer told her that he was her father's best friend, even before Addie was born. He menacingly says that Lara has no brother, so both of them moved nervously looking at him. Averting her gaze, the girl understood why her uncle was so furious. Before the destruction of her family, he was her principal craftsman, and the best friend not only of her father, but also of her entire family. Whereas for the girl it was a sudden loss of her family. For her uncle, it meant the loss of his best friend. So talking about his family was like a persistent wound for him. Wanting to calm the situation, Turney approached the man and shook his hand, telling him not to worry, because he would become Lara's older brother, and he would make sure she was happy her whole life. Grabbing him again, he took him away, and said that apparently he was a rich family's reveler, which offended the boy. Having kicked him out the door, he accompanied him so he wouldn't bother Lara, and it was better to leave here with a bang. Turney started trying to enter, asking from the other side to open, which embarrassed Addie. Helmer directly asked if that guy was threatening her, to which she honestly said that he was helping her in the palace, although he didn't believe it, saying that it didn't look like it. The girl claimed that he was really a good person and kind, even though the uncle didn't believe it. Addie let him in, while Tierney complained quietly that he was really Addie's brother. But this uncle says all sorts of unpleasant things to her. The girl looked up and stared at the man, calling him and asking if he was still making plates. Clasping his hands, he said rudely that, of course, he had nothing special to do. Then Addie asked, meaning, like before he breaks it, wasting everything. The uncle stood sadly and said that it was all just a marriage. The girl was surprised by this expression and asked how this could be a marriage. Looking at him, she asked him not to say that, because it wasn't true. Clutching his head, he started saying that she also knew everything well. What happened to their parents was because of that. But Addie interrupted him, squeezing his hand in her palms. Frowning at his gaze, she quietly called him and fell silent. Distracted, she asked if she could take a plate there, showing it while her uncle wondered why she needed it. While she got the idea that she wanted to use them in the palace, because she liked his plates. Looking away, she said that obviously there was something in the workshop. He would throw everything away anyway, so that she could take everything. That's why she happily thanked him. Already walking among the shelves, Tierney said it was the first time he saw a tin workshop, asking if the guy was actually a tin artist, to which Adi said yes. After looking at one, the boy asked if the girl really wanted to give one to His Majesty. Continuing with that, he had already said that she wouldn't succeed if they weren't at the level of the Virgin Master. That man was truly an outstanding master. While talking, Adi found a plate. She cleaned it, assuring him that everything was fine, because he wasn't the majority. Then Tierney himself saw the initials of the Virgin Master on the plate. Remaining in sincere shock, the girl signaled him to be quiet, looking at her severely, to which the boy instantly calmed down. Addie looked at the plate again, admiring it and deciding. She honestly remembered that when she first heard the name of the Virgin Master, she didn't know it was Uncle Helmer, because everyone knew him by his last name, not by his first name. She knew who he was when she saw the initials on Gabriel's plate. And she remembered that moment. Leaning the plate against her chest. Timidly, she didn't understand how she couldn't know it was her uncle's signature. Who was like her godfather? As she placed the plate on the table to pack it, out of the corner of her eye, she saw pieces of broken plates on the floor. Having said that he breaks them like that, of course, he couldn't sell his products. But why he broke them, there were already reasons for it. Looking back at Tierney, a tease eye asked him if she should take it and leave, to which the boy asked her if she was taking everything. Why did he say that if they wouldn't break? That it was better to take it. Then suddenly, the boy looked at her strangely. Because she asked, without understanding why he had such a strange look. Radiant with joy, she asked, smiling to keep only one plate. Already touching him on the shoulder, asking for a plate. He promised her that, if she gave him just one, he would forgive her for having heartlessly shooed him away a little earlier. But the girl was too lazy. But having agreed, she only set the condition that, when they leave, she will behave calmly, to which the boy quickly agrees. An uncle was at the exit of the workshop, wondering if Artie had done everything she wanted. He rudely said that it was over. Then he would let her leave quickly. While she looked at him bewildered, Adi smiled at him thinking yes, although his manner of speaking was rude. Most likely, he didn't want her to come back late and be scolded. Approaching him, she directly told him that Helmer's works were not a waste at all, to which he remained silent. She added that it wasn't her fault that they left her alone, to which he clearly disagreed. Addie, without listening, continued saying that she would be happy if he continued to create beautiful plates like before. Upon leaving, she said goodbye to him, only asking him to drink less, but also smiling cheerfully. Helmer only warned her not to go too far. As soon as the door closed, her uncle immediately approached her. He called Lara, and she turned around and listened to him. He said that if it was too difficult for her, and there was nowhere to go, he would always be here because he could feed her alone. Addie felt incredibly flattered by such an offer, and thanked him smiling. Adrian, walking mentally and looking for a girl, arrived at the gym. He was already angry trying to figure out where Addie had gone because they hadn't warned him about anything. Diana was working in the hallway, which is why, when the prince received him, he directly asked him where Tierney was, to which he only received the boy's surprise, assuming he had gone to see Addie. The crown prince immediately said she wasn't there, which surprised the gentleman. After adding that there weren't two, an idea immediately occurred to Diana that the prince saw and realized that the boy knew something. Uncertain, he said that recently the prince had only looked at the lady and left. That's why the girl asked them for advice on this matter. And of course, they gave it to her. He directly asked what they had told her. Adrian somehow became more tense, answering that they had told him to better plan her escape. The prince sharply hit the nearest dummy, which scared Diana a little. Taking care of him, it even seemed to him that he had a slightly crazy look. Going out into the garden, he couldn't figure out how she could escape if they hadn't even found Essen yet. But still, whether she returned or not, the prince had no intention of letting her go. Frozen, soon he met a girl who awkwardly asked him if this majesty was waiting for him here. Looking at her, he mentally didn't understand why until that moment he had been so angry that it seemed like he could go crazy. But now, with a quick step, Cassie jumped towards the girl and hugged her, squeezing her against him, realizing that, what a blessing. She didn't run away. E.T. was somewhat perplexed by Adrian's behavior and why he tried to find out. The crown prince, squeezing her tighter. He only quietly asked her where she had gone. The girl immediately admitted that she wanted to get a gift for Her Majesty the Empress. But she had to go out, that she was very sorry. And she apologized. Pushing her away from him, Adrian, mentally awkwardly, didn't understand why the mere sound of her voice made his mood better. Without showing any sign of tenderness, he just frowned, which made Ade slightly shudder. Looking with some fear, she realized that this was his fierce expression. Immediately lowering her eyes, Ade stammered that if he punished her, she would accept everything, which the prince didn't understand. Having said that he wasn't going to ask her, he saw Turney, realizing that if there was another person who had to be killed. Sitting in the office, the guy was already whining under the window. Fallen, not understanding what he had done so wrong. Realizing that Tierney didn't regret it at all. He started crunching something in his jacket. He immediately found his plate, looking at it with admiration. Rejoicing. Walking away, Adrian turned to him at that very moment and asked him what it was. Showing him the plate, he seemed to ask mockingly if this was so interesting to him. But it was interesting, to which the prince only thought maliciously that it seemed like he wanted to receive more punishment. Starting to be proud that Ade gave this to him. Only him, especially the reason why the prince slightly writhed. Looking at him, he mentally swore that this idiot had stolen his first outing from the palace with Eddie. And also received a gift. But he hadn't received anything yet. So he approached him from behind and snatched his plate while Tierney was lost, immediately turning towards him. He demanded that he return it, besides warning him that if he broke it, Ade would be sad, which made Adrian shudder at the mere thought of it. After looking at the plates, he just stepped aside and said he would confiscate them while Tierney was in shock. Tierney was quite displeased because Adrian stole the plate that was given to him and looked at him angrily. The boys were sitting at the table when suddenly he slammed his fists on the table and indignantly swore that it was too much. Adrian, looking sideways, directly asked both of them what they had told Ade. Tierney, looking down, fiddling with the jelly, he said that the prince was really very strange back then. He followed the girl every day, without saying anything and staring at her. Suddenly, he also started shouting and running away, which surprised the crown prince himself, until the man added with the question, "Is this how a normal person behaves?" As if thinking this was some kind of fiction. Adrian asked Diana if he looked like that, and added if he looked like the kind of crazy person described by Turney. Looking away, the boy quietly said yes. That's how it was. He brought his hand to his face, mentally realized that it was over. He closed his eyes and tensed slightly. Upon opening it, he turned to the boys and asked them what they thought he should do so that Ade wouldn't be afraid of him. Until one of them noticed that he now looked very scary. To Diana, looking at him, an idea immediately occurred, saying that perhaps he would like some kind of gift, which slightly puzzled the prince, because the boy explained that, for example, when he brought gifts to Akasila, sometimes she even kissed him on the cheek. Adrian immediately gave Ade a kiss of gratitude, considering it was a very good reward for the effort made. Tierney continued with the idea of gifts, saying that jewelry and flowers are annoying and boring, so the prince told him to shut up. Diana agreed and explained that the girl already had plenty of this without gifts from His Highness. So a practical gift would be better. And beautiful. Adrian thought about the idea of a gift, especially one that was practical and nice. In the street, the couple was seeing off their guest with Ronan when he started shouting that he didn't want to go anywhere and that he wanted to stay here. Veronica, responding to his whims, directly said that the reception was over. And that's why they also needed to return, while the boy was willful. Noticing the boy's gloomy look, Adrian would gladly think if this boy disappeared from here as soon as possible. Noticing the boy's gloomy look, Veronica apologized because of her son. She also couldn't find a place for herself. To which he replied that everything was fine. He also thanked him for preparing the magic circle, which was very touching and sweet because they could return comfortably. To which the prince was pleased to hear this, admitting mentally that all this was because it was necessary to be able to send the little one to Sirius. Ronan turned to Adi and started complaining that she never danced with him, which made the girl feel uncomfortable. Leaning towards him, she told him that he could come visit next time, while the boy was outraged that there would be no next time. Without hesitation, he shouted that he wanted to be with Adi now, which slightly outraged the prince. Here Veronica noticed with disgust that Ronan was behaving inappropriately, because he should look at Adrian and find out how calm he is. To which the boy only continued, indulging himself. The boy, approaching Adi, invited her to go with him and marry him, which surprised the girl a little, making her tremble, hesitate, until he, without letting her answer, asked her if she agreed, and if it was okay. Dissatisfied, Adrian grabbed Ronan and asked him if he was okay, which the boy didn't immediately understand. Hanging in the air, without any tenderness, the boy literally threw the boy into a magic circle that shone with magic, emitting strange sounds. In the blink of an eye, Ronan had already disappeared, leaving only a shining circle on the ground that continued to make noise. Without looking back at him, Veronica called the prince with a slightly angry voice. Adi herself looked at Adrian without understanding his rudeness, while his aunt asked him how he could send the boy first. After apologizing and bowing to Veronica, he wished her well. Clearly there was some regret on his face. Turning his head and exhaling, the girl thought that it seemed like she needed to retract her words, that she was serious. Then she looked at Adi and told her that she would have to suffer a lot, which she really didn't understand. Standing in a circle, Aunt Adriana said that when she returned, she would clearly hear a noise from the sounds of crying when she already had a headache. Heading towards them, Marie said they would see each other next time, when she heard the boy wish her to be careful, which made Veronica smile tenderly. The door slammed shut with a loud sound when the girl shouted at Adrian, calling him brother. Adi was also in the hallway. That's why, when they asked her where the maid was, she shuddered slightly upon seeing her sister arrive. Turning around in the hallway, the girl said that if she looked for her personally, then the maid couldn't help but ask the prince where he hid her. After asking her what she was doing, she turned around and was already shouting that her maid was where she was, clarifying that it was the maid she sent on an errand regarding pottery, which again made Adi shudder more comprehensively that she was talking about her. When touching her face, she was still worried, because even though she had been made up, Adi thought they would recognize her, and that unfortunately she wasn't wearing a veil. But while she was worried, Adrian said that the maid had difficult circumstances, so he gave her some money and sent her home. Not believing it, Maria grabbed his shoulder so he wouldn't lie, because when he was such a hero, she would sooner believe that he killed her. Eagerly, Adrian said yes, that he killed her, to which the girl frowned and asked him if he really believed it. She repeated that she herself said she would believe it, to which she received the answer that it was just a phrase. Sighing, leaning on his fist, lifting her head towards him, the prince asked her if this was why she had come here. The girl suddenly started praising the maid because, for the first time in a long time, she liked her because she spoke little. She worked quietly and well, and that's why she liked her, adding that lately it had been difficult to find such a maid, which made Adi blush upon hearing such praise directed at her, because she tried to be as little as possible to attract attention and behave very quietly. She immediately realized that if she had behaved noisily, she wouldn't have had to come here to run an errand. Which was a little annoying. The girl immediately asked if he really killed her. To which Ade whispered quietly that she was here, alive, while Adrian said he just kicked her out of the palace. His sister was very perplexed by this, forcing her to ask why he arbitrarily chased away her maid. If he was a king or something, but the crown prince explained that he did this because she broke his plates. Rolling her eyes, Marie didn't understand what kind of character Adrian had, realizing that there wasn't a single normal person in this house. Except her, of course. Lifting her cup, Adrian said that in reality, he was the most normal person here. The girls just looked at him sideways, a little silently, when only Marie added that it didn't matter because he didn't understand words. Then suddenly, the girl turned to Adi. She called her daughter-in-law and asked if she had seen her maid, which made her tremble. Awkwardly hiding her face, she tried to think of something, realizing that she still hadn't covered her face, and that perhaps they would recognize her. Marie explained that she had sent a very nice maid here, if she had seen her, and added that the girl seemed to have a very soft feeling coming from her. Addie hurriedly turned around and awkwardly said she hadn't seen anyone, and left with her gaze, staring intently at the girl's face. Looking directly, she said that her face, with a pause, only worried her more. Marie looked more closely and frowned slightly, as if being more careful, wanting to say something. Looking at her in response, with her heart beating frantically, Addie awkwardly thought that she had really caught her, asking herself mentally if she would really say goodbye to this world like this. The prince's sister, sparkling, said that the girl was really very beautiful. As Addie leaned over, exhaling and relaxed, she was even a little annoyed that the girl didn't directly recognize her by sight, not understanding why she was looking for her so diligently. Noticing her slight sadness, the prince coughed to get her attention and told her to do the right thing. Turning to Marie, she awkwardly thanked her for the compliment, still slightly covering her face, mentally rejoicing that everything was fine and that she didn't have to try hard. The girl leaned towards Addie and asked her, since she was so beautiful, why was she still covering her face, which was a great surprise for Addie. Making her think, she looked over Marie's shoulder at Adrian, as if expecting some kind of clue. But he just looked at her sadly, and sadly while she stammered, mentally wondering if he really wanted her to answer herself. Not knowing what to say, it came out that His Highness told her not to show her face to other people, because he said he wanted to look at her alone. Then she imagined Adrian telling her that he wanted to lock her up and admire her beauty alone, which Marie was sincerely surprised by. Looking at the prince himself, Addie saw his sincere surprise, a little embarrassed by what she had said, but justifying herself mentally because that was the best phrase she could say right now. The girl bowed and said she was interested in talking to her daughter-in-law. She added that she would then try to find her maid on her own, to which Addie mentally advised her to stop trying and give up. As she was leaving, she immediately turned around, remembering and telling Addie that her dad said he definitely wanted to meet her, and told her to come to the official dinner tomorrow. Here the girl felt a little uncomfortable, and asked if His Majesty, the Emperor, really wanted to see her. Adrian immediately replied that they wouldn't go. But Marie got ahead of him and told him that Dad said if they didn't come, he would tell her everything she said. He clicked his tongue, moved away from her, and asked her to tell him that she would go alone with obvious dissatisfaction. The girl was already cheerfully waving her hand, conveying that tomorrow they would surprise us. Cheerful and smiling, she left, slamming the door. Adrian immediately told Addie that tomorrow they would attend a formal dinner, and that they should do their best, to which she heard a silent yes. Turning awkwardly to look at him, she quietly asked why His Highness called today. Adrian moved slightly at this question, holding the cup and looking at her. Unexpectedly, the girl's heart started beating fast, not understanding because they only met with their gazes. But she already looked back, frozen not understanding what was happening to her. Looking at him longer, Addie no longer understood why her heart was beating so fast, while she herself seemed to have frozen. Suddenly, the prince simply got up from his seat, making the girl slightly shudder, blushing completely. Turning to her, he quietly told her that there was only a little time left, that the girl had already relaxed, because he stood up so much that he scared her. After asking her not to forget about tomorrow's dinner, Adrian left her and looked at her. Closing the door, the girl was in no hurry to leave, for a moment as if she were frozen in her thoughts. Until now, with a racing heart, she wondered why she suddenly started paying so much attention to everything, and if she could endure tomorrow's dinner at that rate. Lucy arrived at 8's wardrobe, and moaning, saying that the girl must be very busy preparing for the official dinner, which she didn't understand, asking her if she couldn't just get dressed and leave as usual. Madame was incredibly surprised by her words, covering her mouth in silence and telling Mommy. She said she really couldn't believe Addie was saying something so naive. And it seemed she still didn't know the laws of this world at all. Calling the girl a novice, Lucy began to explain that, although the imperial palace seems peaceful and quiet, the most important intrigues flourish, and they smell on the front-line battlefield, which slightly puzzled Addie. Madame explained that none of them should be underestimated. The people inside the palace, adding enthusiastically that one doesn't know when, where, who, and how they will set their traps. The girl listened calmly, only occasionally nodding, and getting surprised, mentally reasoning, and asking what it means that people in the palace will set traps for her, while Lucy kept talking about the tenderness and the external kindness of others. But inside they are cold people. And ruthless, Addie examined the outfit, admiring her beauty. Having already taken the lady by the shoulders, Lucy concluded that this is why. First of all, she must show her best side in front of her elders. Leading the girl to the dress, Madame announced that she thought this dress would suit her best. Smiling widely, Addie looked at it awkwardly, asking if it wasn't too luxurious, mentally adding that it was just dinner. But Lucy told her to wear it. With a cute finger, she said this is an imperial palace, especially emphasizing the imperial, because in such a palace luxury is the girl's weapon. Looking awkwardly at Madame, she hesitated and said she understood everything, wondering if everyone in the palace always did this. After changing clothes, Ati looked at the plate and realized that, although she had prepared the gift she received from Uncle Helmer, she didn't know if Her Majesty the Empress would like it. The Crown Prince knocked on the door and immediately asked if Addie had finished all the preparations. Before she could finish speaking, she shuddered slightly when she raised her eyes to look at the girl. Frozen in surprise, Adrian directly asked that she hadn't heard it would only be a dinner, which made her feel embarrassed by the bright outfit she was wearing, saying that it was all Madame Lucy. They both turned to Lucy, who was already approaching the things, as if dusting, which outraged Addie because she said this was a combat suit. Behind the girl, the prince sighed for some reason, as if he was a little irritated, which shook her slightly. Blushing, turning to him, she asked him if she should perhaps change and put on something else now. Adrian just looked at her and kept silent, as if examining her. Averting her gaze, Eddie remembered that look, when before he had looked so silently, thinking that the clothes were really very strange. Realizing that, if everyone reacted like that, she would feel very embarrassed. That's why she turned around and said that now she would change into something else, and would return blushing more. Grabbing her by the shoulder, the Crown Prince said a moment, slowing down Addie so she looked sideways, and called him questioningly, not understanding what was happening. Looking at the girl, Adrian said they would go like this without adding anything. Addie was still upset by this thought, honestly asking if it was possible, mentally believing that it was too luxurious, nodding quietly, saying that the girl had the idea that he cared about her. He quickly said that there was actually no time. This even bothered the girl a little, but she wasn't surprised that he looked away silently, scolding herself mentally, calling herself silly for expecting warm attention. Taking Addie by the hand, the prince told her they would leave then, to which she quickly agreed. They were already walking down the hallway, accompanied by servants, one of whom carried a gift from the lady. Adrian looked at Addie and quickly said that this is just a family gathering to simply congratulate Her Majesty, the Empress, on her birthday, so that she doesn't have to stress like she did during the reception. The girl turned to look at him, mentally wondering if he really cared for her in his own way. The crown prince noticed such a look and asked what it was, so Addie, trembling slightly, said it was nothing. Stammering, leaning towards her, placing his hand on her forehead, Adrian asked her if the girl felt any pain. Caressing her with his hand, he made sure the lady didn't have a fever while she blushed from so much attention from the prince. Moving away from him, Addie started making excuses that apparently this was because she was worried, because it would be her first time in Kristen's palace, which made the boy think. Walking further, the girl was red. Upon hearing her heartbeat, she tried to understand what was wrong with her. Apparently, due to the fact that entry was strictly controlled by His Majesty. She was probably worried. Standing at the door, the servant behind them calmly announced that they could now enter. Upon opening the door, the mother and the prince's sister were already seated in the hall, greeting them and inviting them to sit, while the Empress mentioned that His Majesty would come immediately after finishing his business. She also remarked, saying that her daughter-in-law was very beautiful, wondering if she was dressing up because they would be looking at her. Murmuring and worrying, Eddie couldn't immediately find the words to explain her attire. Having said that she wanted to leave a good impression, His Majesty looked at her with some surprise after such words. Adrian glanced at her sideways, conveying that she was talking nonsense again, while the girl tried to understand what she had said, thinking that she had probably answered too easily. Apart from them, the hall was empty and very silent, which pressed Addie a little. Feeling a little oppressed, she believed it was because of her that she responded, figuring out how to put everything in order quickly. The Empress just smiled and said this was an incredibly sweet reason, asking Adrian if it was him who forced her. He himself only seemed to coldly say no, that she seemed like a great person, to which her mother agreed. Still, she repeated that Ade looked truly beautiful today. So she thanked him, mentally rejoicing that everything had gone well. Maria also joined in the praise, further pointing out that she looks even more beautiful today. Blushing from these words, Ade quickly thanked her and said that the princess was just as beautiful today. The girl got stuck on the word today, wondering if she usually doesn't look very good. So Addie nervously started making excuses that this wasn't entirely true, immediately pulling her closer to him. Adrian interceded and told his sister to stop teasing her. Turning around, feigning feeling bad about this scene, she mockingly said to the others so they could see how he defends his little wife, which makes her boil. Upon hearing such expressions, Adrian immediately threatened to hit her for this, while Marie played, further irritating her brother. Addressing Addie, she explained that this was the first dinner where her daughter-in-law was present, so she was so happy that she joked a little. But the girl was more interested in the word for the first time. Then Marie said that the girl was always sick and couldn't be present, and that she was glad she had improved lately. While Ati was slightly surprised that Athian had a history about her illness. Turning to Adrian, he just closed his eyes silently, leaving the girl somewhat bewildered. The Empress also chimed in, saying that the girl was very weak and always pale, so she was very worried. Sighing, Ati said that she felt much better now, and that nothing hurt, and quietly added, probably looking at the prince and hoping he would say something, or at least look at her. Then, Marie cheerfully offered to see each other more often, inviting her to tea next time at her palace, where His Majesty asked her what she thought about coming in third place, almost discussing the details. Ati listened silently, not understanding why her opinion wasn't being asked. While the girls whispered, the lady realized that Lucy was right, that it was a kind of battlefield that slightly leaned. The servant, opening the door, loudly warned the people in the hall that His Majesty the Emperor was entering. Ati immediately shuddered and started to get up to greet him. A little worried, before she had time to get up, the prince immediately grabbed her hand and pushed her to sit down. He quickly told her that everything was fine, so she should sit down, to which the girl quickly agreed, taking a seat. The prince, looking towards the hallway, asked the emperor if he had arrived. Sitting in his place, he replied yes, asking those present how long they had been waiting for him. The empress, laughing slightly, said no, because time passes unnoticed during light conversation. Noticing her gaze upon her, Eddie felt it and felt an incredible sense of fear twisting inside. Clenching her hands, she thought his expression was as if he disliked her. And if they could all eat together in this state. The emperor, examining the bride, just smiled as if softening, calling her quietly, attracting her attention. He also attracted the prince, so both looked at him expectantly. Adi wasn't sure if she was being called, because she nervously asked yes. Mentally asking, he simply called her no, having said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. He noted that last time, at the reception, he was very busy, so he couldn't greet her properly. Why was he happy to see her in such a quiet gathering that Adi was unusually beautiful today? Blushing at such compliments, she didn't forget to thank His Majesty for it. However, she got a little caught up in this, saying that they were literally a family, which slightly surprised the prince. Adrian frowned especially when he told her to call him Dad. Adi immediately noticed the expression on His Highness's face, not understanding why it was so scary. However, His Majesty continued that maybe later the girl would reach Kristen's palace and become his interlocutor, while the sister herself watched her. And her clumsiness. Marie hit the table and asked her father to stop pressuring a tea, which surprised her a little, and wondered if he should really pressure her. Ati also remembered that, when she attended to the girl, she had never seen her like this. Remembering her composure. Even so, for some reason, Adi imagined being reminded of such an affectionate family from the village. The Empress asked Marie to mind her language, honestly asking her to really think that her reputation would improve if she continued talking like that to her daughter-in-law. But her sister only joked that she would have found out soon anyway. Here His Majesty suggested, what if Adi starts to be disliked at this rate? Marie, turning to the girl, directly asked her, calling the sister, if she hated her, while the prince replied that he really hated her, glancing sideways at the fact that he had upset his sister. She mentally said that he had a disgusting character. However, Adrian just chuckled angrily, glancing sideways at his sister, which made Adi wonder if all older brothers were like that. Soon for lunch, a huge table was set with several delicious dishes that only at first glance looked very appetizing. Raising her glass, the emperor proposed a toast to everyone in honor of the long-awaited meeting and the delicious food. Everyone quickly raised their glasses and chimed for the piece of a fignino. But blushing slightly, Adi thought the atmosphere now was better than she had imagined. That's why she thought it was better to give it now, having already ordered what she brought. The Empress was quite surprised, asking what the box was, until the girl quickly said it was her gift for His Majesty. However, this only left her more bewildered, since she had already received the gift that the Oviedo family had sent her. Blushing even more, Adi explained that she wanted to give His Majesty what she herself had chosen. Apologizing, the Empress asked to open the gift now, to which everyone agreed, already asking what was inside, and why Mom was stunned. Holding the lid of the box with a trembling hand, she couldn't believe what she saw in it, believing it was some kind of dream. Directly asking Adi if this was not the product of the Virgin Master. The girl blushed slightly at the Empress's questions about where she got it from. because everyone thought the master no longer created. Luckily, this was one of the expected questions. So she had an answer. And explanation. She said the set was kept by an old friend of her father's, and that he brought it here to give it to the Empress. So it was a friend's help. Addie herself thought that the father was not the same father, and his friend was the Virgin Master. But this is not entirely a lie. So she relaxed a little. The Empress smiled with happiness and thanked her daughter-in-law, considering this plate simply magnificent. Magnificent, while continuing to examine it and praising the plate for its patterns. Addie laughed awkwardly while the prince was calm and emotionless. The girl was incredibly happy because His Majesty was so happy that she felt good in her soul. However, while they were having lunch, Adrian's mother suggested to them that it was time to gradually set the wedding date, to officially register the marriage, which made both of them tremble and tense up, trying to think of something. Because of this, silence fell in the hall. Only Addie was worried, clearly hearing the beat of her frightened heart. Looking at the crown prince, she didn't know what to do because she wanted to avoid this topic until the return of the gentleman Essen. Adrian was calm and also looked at her sideways. So the girl realized that he had been looking at her before, moving away from her as soon as she noticed his gaze. The prince immediately replied that it seemed too soon. The Empress was slightly surprised to think it was too soon, and wanted to know why that was. At that moment, Adrian took Ade's hand and lifted her above the table, demonstrating. He said that his girlfriend was not yet used to palace life, and that he would like to delay the moment when she would have to take on such a responsibility. Looking at her, smiling, he also added that he wanted to marry a little later. Holding her hand, Addie again felt a kind of surge of feelings. Blushing, looking at him with another exciting beat. She and His Majesty were very moved by the scene, justifying that there was really nothing wrong with a certain slowness, and that it was nice to watch them, while the sister, moving away from this, could not get used to it. Immediately, Adrian calmed down again, already thanking everyone for their understanding. E.T.I. was still red and with a surge of feelings. She tried to convince herself that this wasn't true, and that there was no reason to be mistaken. After all, when Knight Essen returns, she will return to her original place, the place of a maid, because she is the person who can disappear at any moment. And we must not forget this. After finishing lunch, the girl looked out the window thinking that, judging by the fact that they hadn't told her to stop playing yet, she had done a good job. Smiling awkwardly, she was even happy to maintain such a life. And the fact that only at the beginning did she feel like she was on the verge of life or death. Exhaling, Addie was glad that it was much calmer now, and that only one problem remained. The prince kept looking at her and left. And now he returned to her and knocked on the door. Having sat down, Adrian immediately asked the girl to sit down, which even surprised her. He wasn't really just going to watch and leave. Addie cleared her throat, either to prepare herself or to attract attention, and still looked at him expectantly, tilting her head slightly. She felt that today there was a different atmosphere coming from the prince. Again, with her heart pounding, the girl looked at him, noticing that today he seemed more handsome than usual. Adrian immediately looked back at her in response. As with some reproach, Addie observed him, frozen, as the prince appeared in her facial expression with some stupidity. Placing the box on the table, both remained silent. Only afterward, she asked what it was. But no one moved. Moving away from the girl, Adrian told her to take it while adjusting his collar, sharply answering her question. Upon leaving, he told her that if she doesn't need it, to throw it away. Having said that, he just slammed the door shut hard, which made Addie worry more about this behavior. Because what could be in the box that he left so hurriedly? Curiosity took hold of her, so she quickly made a crack, trying to open the box. Upon looking at its contents, the girl was surprised and in shock, freezing for a moment. Adrian, while walking in the garden, wondered if she would like this. He gave her a dagger that was beautiful and practical, and the gem on the handle was no ordinary one. Holding the gift in her hand, Addie didn't realize why she needed it. But the stone changed from blue to scarlet light, which was beautiful and rare. Smiling at the idea that the girl should appreciate this, the prince was satisfied with himself, wondering what kind of face she would have when she was happy. The girl holding the dagger still didn't understand why he gave it to her. While thinking about what they could do, she hoped it wasn't so she could peel her own fruit while imagining him. Furthermore, Addie didn't consider him the type of person who would give something without any reason, unless he went crazy. While turning it in her hands, the girl continued thinking what else it could be used for. A terrible thought immediately occurred to her that made her darken and drop the dagger on the floor. I thought that this was a hint that the prince had no intention of letting her live from the beginning, and this gift was a warning about murder. Walking through the hallways, Adrian kept looking around for her, since he hadn't seen her for several days. On the way, he ran into Lucy, who greeted him, so he was a little happy, wondering where his girlfriend had gone. Madame Lucy was even slightly surprised when he called his girlfriend. Looking at her surprise immediately turned to joy that he was already using that nickname so naturally. Considering it cute, while Adrian was annoyed and demanded an answer, Lucy quickly replied that Lady Adie had been gone for a while, but she herself didn't know where, which slightly annoyed the prince. Standing firmly in the hallway, the crown prince was now sure that she was deliberately avoiding him, but without understanding why. Clenching his fists, he couldn't believe that his gift for improving her mood was absolutely useless. Since birth, the prince had never heard anyone call him stupid. He was perfect in absolutely every way, and self-confident, but now he believed that didn't matter at all. Covering his face with his hand, Adrian felt as if he had become a complete idiot. He was still asking why the girl was avoiding him, and also figuring out what to do in such a situation. Addie, looking from behind the tree, kept trying to make sure the prince wasn't nearby. Still, she didn't feel any sense of security, turning nervously, already absolutely convinced that he wasn't nearby. Slipping gently to the ground, leaning against a tree, the girl calmly exhaled. Relaxing, tears slightly appeared in her eyes, because she didn't understand why Adrian was doing this to her. It was really because he knew Ashen's secret and was closing her mouth. Addie did everything they told her not to do, but they caught her anyway, pointing to her hands she didn't understand, because she really tried hard. Suddenly, someone approached the tree. He stood in front of her and greeted her, which caught the girl's attention. A smiling Mikkel stood in front of her, wondering what she was doing here. Upon looking at his face, Addie quickly recognized the boy and greeted him back, having said that it had been a long time since they saw each other. Adding but and remaining silent, the girl looked at him thoughtfully, not understanding why he remained silent. She quickly realized that the girl hadn't introduced herself to him yet, which raised the question of how to call herself. Immediately raising her eyes, she called herself Lara, smiling, while the boy shuddered at her name. As he remained silent, Addie asked him to call her that. The boy moved away a little and asked for her name. As if surprised, the girl, smiling, nodded calmly, mentally realizing that she couldn't say she was Ashen. Mikkel, with some surprise, he sat next to her, leaning against a tree. Turning to her, smiling, he only said that she had a wonderful name. Lara. Addie felt incredibly embarrassed because she couldn't deceive such a kind person. Mikkel got distracted, wanting to know what Lara was doing here. Why, honestly, she said she was worried about something. So she was thinking a little now. The boy, turning more towards her, offered the girl help and advice, thinking that if he didn't know who she really was, maybe Addie could open up a little to him. Hoping that everything would be fine. Although still worried, she fidgeted, wringing her hands. After directly asking Mikkel what the gift of a dagger meant. She even thought about it, because normally daggers are not given to anyone. Addie lowered her head and explained that recently she had received one of these. Suddenly, crying, she directly asked if this could mean that this man was telling her to die. Mikkel, worried by such a reaction, immediately said with certainty that the meaning clearly was not himself. Calming down from her tears, Addie now tried to understand why they left, thinking that maybe all this time it had been too hard for her. Because by risking her life, she received a dagger. Sobbing, rubbing her eyes, she simply said that she was very sad, trying to calm down. After sitting for a while, Mikkel himself asked her how she felt. Glad to feel better, even though he was just nearby. Addie wiped her face with a napkin and realized that even such a small thing became a great comfort for her. Realizing that even though people treated her well, and she felt calm around them, she considered them all supporters of the crown prince, and that she couldn't trust anyone. Probably that's why she felt more comfortable next to a boy who didn't know her. Noticing that Mikkel was very affectionate, and said that's why everyone liked him. Looking at him, smiling, the girl added that especially to other ladies. But this didn't improve the boy. So he got up with a sigh, while Addie tried to figure out what it was. Without turning around, he left and wished to see each other next time. Leaving first, considering that the boy was probably too busy. She let him go, remembering to give him the handkerchief next time. A couple of guards walked silently in the garden, inspecting the territory. Adrian immediately ran towards them, interrupting their long greeting, and asking them if they had seen his girlfriend. Both, frightened, said they hadn't seen him, trying to understand if the prince had always been so scary, and asking why he suddenly asked for the girlfriend. Trembling, the crown prince asked again if it was true that they hadn't seen how both. Shuddering, they said they would immediately go look for her. Quickly leaving, Arjun immediately stopped them and asked them to wait. Presenting Addie, he warned that even if they encounter her, they must not grab her under any circumstances, nor interfere with her. Glancing sideways at them and saying with some rudeness that he himself would come for Ashen. Although Adrian still didn't understand where the girl was wandering in the garden, noticing that she walked well with such short legs. Still, the boy imagined that Addie was like a little sparrow, cursing himself for thinking about how cute she was in such a situation. Relaxing, sighing, scratching the back of his neck. That it is a common symptom to keep searching. He realized that only one place remained, when suddenly he heard a crackle on the side, and looked up. Turning towards the noise, the prince froze because in the tree he noticed the attire of the girl he was looking for. Addie slept peacefully under the shade of an oak tree while the wind stirred her dress and her hair. Looking at her, Adrian asked aloud if she was really sleeping, which surprised him a little. She never showed that face in front of him, examining her while the girl slept peacefully. Without waking her, the prince simply stood next to her under the shade, waiting for her to wake up. Looking at her, he mentally noted that she slept well without a veil, and he examined her, adding to himself that only he should see this, while Addie was already waking up a little. Leaning forward, he hummed quietly and slightly closed his eyes. Adrian shuddered slightly at this, wondering if she was awake. Not wanting to disturb her, Addie opened her eyes, immediately looked towards the palace, and thought she had fallen asleep without realizing it. His Highness should have already returned to Fuensisha Palace, so she wanted to return and look in that direction. Having said aloud that it was time to leave, she shuddered when she turned around and saw Adrian behind her, waiting for her, looking at him with some confusion. Addie tried to understand what he was doing here. Maybe she was just dreaming. Frozen, the crown prince himself was a little surprised, because for some reason the girl was looking at him, and he thought she had a sweet expression on her face. Addie got up, picked up the book, and quietly called out to His Highness, trying to understand if this was reality or a dream. The prince didn't move at all, so she gently turned to one side, abruptly dropping the book and ran, lifting her dress, leaving him confused. Looking at her, Adrian didn't understand such a vivid reaction, and he was a little surprised. Looking at the fallen book, he laughed quietly, as if realizing what was in it. Smiling again, the prince was absolutely sure that Addie had actually been avoiding him all this time, as if asking her if she really dared to hide. The girl ran a distance without looking back, a little tired, wondering if the prince was following her. She looked back out of the corner of her eye, wanting to make sure. Still, she noticed that Adrian was running towards her, a little scared, mentally asking him to get lost and not chase her. As soon as she moved to keep running, she unexpectedly tripped, beginning to fall, leaning on her hands while the prince stopped, shuddering with fear. Sitting down, Addie tried to think what she should do. He would catch her the same way. But looking back, he stood still, looking at the girl, which surprised her a little, wondering why he was doing this. Adrian looked at her, wondering if ETI had hurt herself, worrying about her health. The girl, taking the opportunity, decided not to think, quickly jumped up, and ran away, which surprised the boy. He loudly asked her why she was fleeing with such insistence, as if he were going to eat her if he caught her. While advancing down a path, Atai suddenly found herself in a dead end. Without realizing it, Adrian immediately caught up with her and told her in advance not to think about escaping, so she had to turn around. Moving closer, the girl had to step back, protecting her back so as not to fall. When looking away, she realized that he was too close. But even so, although she couldn't believe it, she was happy that they met for the first time in a long time. Looking at her, Adrian immediately asked her why she was avoiding him, to which he quickly replied with a slight stutter. She said that she hadn't avoided him. The prince didn't believe it, mentally surprised that she was openly avoiding him. And now she replies that she didn't. Since she didn't confess, the boy asked her why she had run away now, where the girl no longer had anything immediate to answer. Lost in her thoughts, Adi looked down and admitted to herself that she had indeed been avoiding him. So she had nothing to answer. Clutching her hand against her chest, she hesitantly told herself that she did it simply because she wanted to live. Adrian, leaning closer, demanded that she not avoid his gaze. Staring at her, he asked again why she was avoiding him, while Adi only worried more. She swallowed, realizing again that it was all because she knew that no matter how much she tried, His Highness could kill her if he so wished. This is the relationship between the crown prince and the maid, and in any case, they held their breaths. She didn't finish the thought. Looking at her, the prince shuddered when she lowered her eyes upon also seeing what it was. Slightly surprised, he asked her if she was really crying now. The girl, looking at him, shed tears, as if thinking they could never be together. Adrian was a little confused, asking again why the girl was crying, worrying about her. As he approached her, she only heard him say that he would leave her, and leave as soon as the birthday celebration ended, which caused her hand to freeze. Eddie squeezed his hands and asked why the prince was doing this to her now. Adrian remained silent, observing and realizing that the girl hated him to the extent that she cried so much. He calmly told Ate what he was sorry for, which made her shudder slightly. And look at him. The boy said that this is true for the last time, so she just needs to wait until Essen is found. The gentleman hasn't arrived yet, so they have no choice but to make him a replacement before he arrives. Ate remained silent for a while, and soon replied that it was fine. Since she had calmed down, Adrian looked down a lot, thinking that now the girl was probably disgusted even just by being next to him, because he simply turned around and left silently, which surprised Ade that he really left so easily. Caring for him, the girl wondered what it meant that the prince was not going to kill her. But then, what kind of dagger was it? Already at the tea party, Ade asked Casilla if she couldn't leave, but stay with her. The girl also replied that she didn't want to be separated from her, calling her little sister. But her parents and brother told her that she needed to go home. Here he added that at the capital estate there was a gentleman named Diano, and that he was her brother. Akasila, more downcast, said that he told her he was going to work every day, so he couldn't take care of her. So the girl thought the gentleman was completely useless, deciding to distract herself from the sad thoughts that they would miss each other. Adi invited the baby to have some tea that Her Majesty Empress Veronica sent from Sirius. Akasila quickly replied that it was very sweet, reason why the girl decided to pack it for her when she left. Then the girl remembered that Ronan was in Sirius, and that he had recently sent her a letter, which surprised the girl, while the little one wondered if she had received letters. After thinking about it, Ade realized that she hadn't, although she wrote to Akasila and sent it to him, so the girl realized she would have to ask His Highness about this somehow. Running with a candy wrapper, the girl said that she had written that she had sent many letters to the lady. Then suddenly, Akasila turned to Diano and gave him a candy wrapper and told him it was a gift, which surprised Ade a little. Asking him if her brother kept the gifts she gave him yesterday well, he calmly said yes, and it turned out to be an empty ball, which led to more questions from the girl. Smiling, she was surprised how Acacia only thought of using the gentleman as a trash can, realizing that, after all, children are the flowers of the future. In the room, Addie found a box and asked Lucy what it was about, while she stayed behind, joyfully watching. There were threads in the box, and Madame said they were gifts that Her Majesty the Empress had given her, thinking that she liked the plate the lady brought, so she gave her the threads made with rilot bird feathers. Addie was quite surprised that she was given incredibly rare threads that must be very expensive. But Lucy reminded her that she had promised to give embroidery to His Highness Adrian, and she prepared it. Listening, Addie stopped slightly over the embroidery, trying to remember when she managed to promise. Remembering the first meeting with the Empress, where she agreed to do cross-stitch for the prince, Lucy told her she didn't know how to embroider at all, and assured her that she was the most dexterous countess and skilled in noble society. So she would teach her, and that starting tomorrow she would have classes. Suddenly, someone started calling Adi from the hallway. So the girl turned around, and she was expecting a guest. Turney burst through the door and asked his sister for help urgently and loudly. After leaving the palace, he only explained on the street that he had actually lost something, and that he needed to find it very urgently, while the girl was more interested in what he had lost. Soon the boy said that he had lost the crown prince's gold seal. Surprised to hear this, Eight didn't understand how he lost it when asked directly. While walking, Tierney explained that he suddenly wondered if the seal was actually made of gold, as its name suggests, so he lightly bit it with his teeth. And it had a mark. And indeed the seal was gold. He tried to get rid of the mark, but it didn't disappear. So he thought that if he pretended that incident had happened, the prince would forgive him because he threw it off the balcony. Therefore, he cannot find it. And he asks for Adi's help, who was clearly angry about such stupidity. Taking the girl by the hands, Turney explained to her that now he urgently needs to go to Adrian. So he really asks her to do this. To which she grimaced, but she asked him in which direction he threw it, dragging her feet through the bushes. Adi cursed, still not finding it, as if feeling that 30 minutes had already passed. Finally, a miracle occurred, and she was able to pull that same seal out of the bush. Picking it up with joy, looking at it, the girl thought that, since Tierney was using it, maybe she could take the seal to the assistant's office. Upon entering there and deciding that she would quickly leave her, Addie didn't quite understand why it was so dark here. Walking forward, turning, she was a little worried that this was not the right office, and decided to just leave it on the table. And leave suddenly in the darkness, someone started making strange sounds which made her shudder. And looking around, turning towards the source of the sound, Addie was frightened, and tried to understand what it was, and if there was anything or anyone here. Upon entering where the sounds came from, the girl got more scared and shuddered. There was a tied-up guy lying on the floor making these strange sounds. As she realized that he had simply been kidnapped. Worried, Addie didn't understand why he was tied up there looking at her. Trying to figure it out. Then it occurred to her that Adrian might have done this. Because maybe he was caught like her. Completely innocent. Deciding not to overwhelm herself with ideas and thoughts, she decided to listen to what the victim had to say. Apologizing and asking him if he would open his mouth. Upon hearing the voice, the boy calmed down. He stood up and quickly nodded his head. As soon as Eddie removed the blindfold, he shouted loudly, "Mother Turney," while taking a deep breath. She immediately started wondering if the guy was okay. And why he was tied up, while he continued saying that Turney had tricked him. After thinking for a while, the girl admitted that this guy, like Turney, might have done this. The boy himself interrupted the silence and asked to tie a favor to untie the rope, to which she worriedly did this, asking if it was enough. Before she had time to realize what had happened, the girl sat down and watched how the boy had already freed himself from all the ropes and bandages. He stood before her now unharmed, saying that his benefactor would not forget her. Having said goodbye, he ran towards the window, jumping off it already at Eddie's cry to wait. Upon seeing that there was no trace of him, little by little, she realized that she could end this. The guy landed safely and continued to scold Turney, calling him devil, which was not worth listening to at that moment. She immediately remembered how the prince's friend walked and called him Essen, saying he couldn't keep running away forever, and that he had a way to resolve this situation. Essen arrived at the meeting place, believing Tierney's words, and waiting for him among the bushes. However, nothing good happened. Armed guards surrounded him and grabbed him. Essen slapped himself for his stupidity and understood that if he had known that he would hit him like this in the back, he would never have come there. Looking around to see where he was, his gaze fell upon the window. In the window, his own reflection looked back at him, only in female form. And as he looked at himself, he couldn't understand how everyone could call him an outstanding beauty. Smiling, he remembered that in his distant childhood, he still liked to hear when he was called handsome. As he grew up, he started to get a little angry with his face. Everyone approached him only because of his appearance. Even men judged his character by his face. That the gentleman was a person who could accept his feelings. Essen especially learned to wield a sword and decided to become a knight only because he was angry with his appearance. Still, Adrian forced him to wear women's clothing, which caused him to develop hatred for the prince. Gritting his teeth, he promised himself that he would never do such a thing. Even if they grabbed him and dragged him back, he would never agree. Looking from the balcony, Addie didn't find the boy's corpse, so she thought that most likely he hadn't died. Soon she realized that, while no one was coming, she also needed to get out of here as quickly as possible. As she left, the girl soon heard a familiar voice talking about Essen. Who was in that room? So she shuddered and froze. Hiding, she listened intently to the voice, saying with conviction that he really was here, because he had caught him. So Ade realized that the person she had freed a little earlier was perhaps Essen. Adrian glanced sideways at Turney and warned him to try lying to him again. He moderately said that this time it was true because he had set a trap. Before he could finish speaking, the crown prince said that there was no one in the room. Stepping forward, Turney examined the room himself and realized that Essen really wasn't there, convincing the prince that he definitely was there, without understanding where he had gone. Looking back, he saw Adrian with a sword, asking him to wait a little. But he angrily asked if the fact that Turney had caught him was also a lie. While fleeing from the crown prince, asking him not to kill him, Addie sat silently, realizing the situation. Then she realized that she had released Lord Essen, who had returned. But if she had stayed here, she could have stopped pretending to be the bride. However, even so, if they catch her now, she could die, as she reasoned, because she thought His Highness would definitely not forgive her. Why would she be the only one who knew? Unfortunately, Lucy was already preparing Addie for a new simple reception that His Majesty was organizing, assuring her that she shouldn't worry, because it would be a pleasure to enjoy the food she received at the last reception, which hardly served to console the girl. Moreover, after crying last time, the girl had never seen His Highness, so she would feel uncomfortable. She didn't believe they should attend a reception together, being in that relationship. On her head, she wore new stilettos that, although they were pretty, they felt like shackles to Addie. So she was forced to attend the reception. Her heart was not in the right place, but a knock on the door asking if everything was ready made her recompose herself. Turning towards the door, the girl reasoned that today would be one of the most uncomfortable moments for her. Her gaze met that of the prince, but they didn't even exchange a word. Addie found it awkward to meet Crown Prince Adrian for the first time after a long break. They looked at each other in silence, while Lucy rejoiced from behind, waiting for compliments, and didn't understand what it was about. Looking at the prince, Madame was more confused, and directly said with her eyes that they dressed Addie so beautifully. Why should the boy say anything? The girl just diverted her gaze from him, continuing to maintain the strange silence that pressed them. Adrian looked at her, mentally realizing that he didn't think the day would come when he would worry about someone's sideways glances. Looking further down, Addie realized that at this rate she might say too much. She was especially worried that he would find out that she had let Lord Essen go, and then he wouldn't know what to do. Deciding that she needed to keep her mouth shut, Adrian didn't understand why she didn't even want to talk to him. Without further ado, he simply told her that they would go, even quietly, which surprised her a little. Taking Adrian's hand, A.T. hoped nothing would happen today. Even at a simple reception, there were many guests and varied food. The girl was especially struck by the fact that, still, it was incredibly luxurious for something simple. Her Majesty Empress Lyudmila and Madame Lucy spoke calmly because A.T. believed they were friends and how much they showed it. The Empress greeted them and wished them to eat more and have fun before leaving, while the girl asked to address her informally. Then she suggested that Addie address her in another way. For example, as a mother, while Marie was indignant because everyone treats daughters-in-law as daughters-in-law and nothing else. While they were arguing, the girl tried to interrupt by saying that everything was fine, leaning slightly, which Adrian noticed. Why did he dryly tell them to leave it that way? Which surprised them both, pressing her slightly against his shoulder. The prince told her to go rest, which surprised Addie a little, not knowing if that was possible. Upon leaving, she heard the Empress cheerfully ask Lucy if she saw how her son had just protected his fiancée, while the girl mentally wondered if everything would be fine in this palace. Passing by the food, Addie stopped for a moment and observed how delicious everything looked. A boy's voice came from behind her, and she noticed that he looked very happy, which made her a little cautious. Tierney, approaching, added that he was happy next to the idiot who did this to him, without understanding why after that they called her their family, which the girl coldly thought that they had never been hers from the beginning. The boy lifted his bangs and showed what Adrian had done to him, adding that he really didn't let him geo, which made it even more offensive. So something pulled Tierney. So he wanted to ask for a long time what it was that alarmed the girl. Unexpectedly, he asked her if he had let him go, which scared her, and she tried to think of something. More worried, wringing her hands. Eddie couldn't believe they had found out. Or maybe he guessed, because then she took the gold seal to the office. Stuttering, looking at him, scared. She tried to think of something, but couldn't form a word. Tierney immediately interrupted her by telling her it was a joke, so it would be better if they went to eat something tasty. While Eddie mentally swore that after such jokes, someone might disappear behind them. Here, among the guests, the girl saw Diano's company and his family calling them. Approaching them, she greeted the cross-eyed Benedetto, who was happy to see him. However, he asked the girl to simply call him Shishinyu, smiling tenderly at her. Addie also said that he should call her easily too. To which the boy agreed. When they were interrupted by the baby. Radiant with happiness, she cheered up the girl when they told her she didn't have to go home. Holding hands and rejoicing, the lady was incredibly happy that everything had gone so well. They were interrupted by Tierney, who was bringing some treat on a fork, inviting Ati to have fun while eating, calling her little sister. As soon as the girl turned to him, he attended to her by pushing a fork with food towards her. After waiting for her to taste it, the boy asked her if she liked it. Upon hearing that it was delicious, he invited her to go try the food on that side. The guests were distracted so that everyone could express their respect to the noble moon of the great Iphigenia. Empress Lyudmila, when she herself thanked everyone for their presence, having said that she would now present the main course that everyone had been waiting for so long. The guests, looking at the table, whispered about the dishes. Then everyone recognized the dish set of the Virgin Master, admiring its beauty. Soon everyone started asking His Highness why he was only now showing them these precious works of art, and added that if he found a few more pieces, he could assemble the complete set. Then Gabriel's voice came from the hallway, saying that it was all nonsense. The Nebel family can get everything to admire the guests. That many expected this from this guy. And not even they themselves managed to find it all. Turney, behind Adi's back, condemned her because she evidently didn't look. And the servants did everything. But the girl herself decided to keep silent. She was mentally really surprised, not knowing that Uncle Helmer's work was really so outstanding in high society. The Empress approached Gabriel and personally thanked him for such precious plates, while the lady replied that she herself was indescribably happy to be using her gift. However, Turney kept making faces, imitating Gabriel, who could not express in words how unhappy he was about this, sticking out his tongue, which embarrassed Adi. For a moment, the lady turned to look at the girl with some reproach and a look of satisfaction. In silence, with some satisfaction, he smiled broadly, as if smugly. Atai didn't understand such a gesture, and looked at her with slight surprise, even inquisitively. However, Gabriel thought mentally that the girl must have that face upon realizing that, with the help of such a gift, she had won the Empress's love. Tierney, seeing this from the side, honestly asked Atai why the lady was like that, turning his finger near his temple, until the girl said she didn't know what it was. The guests looked at the plates with admiration, commenting that they couldn't believe that the Empress was showing the most precious part of her collection, believing they could not be gifted such a great honor. Upon hearing all these conversations, His Majesty started thinking that they were very happy, and didn't know what to do, which slightly confused the servant beside him. Why did he ask what was wrong? The Empress said that everyone was so happy that it made her think that, although she wanted only her, admire something. Then she looked at Adi, smiling with satisfaction, winking at her that the lady didn't understand. The Empress asked the servant to bring it to her, without saying exactly what. But the boy understood everything because he was already leaving. The rest watched with concern, not knowing what it was, not believing there could be anything more surprising. Surprising. Soon the servant stood with something in his hands covered with a cloth, which made the Empress happy. She personally picked it up, smiling more. Then, Adi discovered that they were the plates that she had given to the Empress at that moment. Rumors spread throughout the hall that these were sophisticated patterns, complex techniques, and everyone quickly realized that this was a new work by the Virgin Master. Gabriel looked at this angrily, not believing it, especially not knowing who had found the master, realizing that then her gift would not be a priority. Lifting the cup, the Empress herself said with a smile that, as expected, everyone recognized his works by pointing out his signature. A boy from the guests honestly asked how Her Majesty the Empress found him if, after the disappearance of the Virgin Master, no one had contacted him. Smiling herself, she looked at Adi with her eyes, saying that she also found them by pure chance. After the general surprise, the Empress highlighted that her dear future daughter-in-law Lady Ashen personally gave her this gift. This statement embarrassed the girl a little. But she bowed as everyone looked at her image, noting the precious stones that only imperial families could use. Many also expected this from the future wife of the crown prince, while Gabriel trembled with hatred because the girl was a difficult rival for her. She ordered the nearest maid to immediately find out where the lady found the Virgin Master's new work. Having heard the approval, she headed towards Adi, clearly angry. Approaching the girl's face, Gabriel said that she had miscalculated if she thought she had won with this. Before she even had time to ask anything, she was already leaving Adi bewildered by her words, following her with her gaze. Then Tierney approached her, wanting to know what it was and what the lady had just said. And Atai repeated what Gabriel had told her. The boy looked at her bewilderedly and asked her what she had won. But the girl didn't know what he was talking about. Upon drinking alcohol, she felt that she was a little calmer now, especially since Tierney had gone to eat. Her calm didn't last long because Maria ran towards her asking for help. Approaching Adi, she said she didn't want to be with them, indicating with her gaze who she was talking about. Looking in that direction, the girl realized that it was the wife of the man Clays, and the wife of Count Ivana. Why did she ask if they weren't the princess's interlocutors? Having said that their conversations were too incongruous to be called interlocutors, Adrian arrived, pushed Adi away from his sister. He told her to stop torturing his fiancé, inviting her to leave here now. Maria said it looked more like it was her brother who was torturing her the most. The prince silently moved away from his sister, which puzzled her a little because normally he would have answered something. Observing them, she noticed that Adi was only looking at the glasses, which the boy noticed out of the corner of his eye. How immediately he handed it to the girl, asking her not to drink too much, which surprised Maria, as she didn't believe anyone else cared about her brother. Adrian, wanting to invite Adi to a ball, did not have time to start talking when his sister grabbed the girl, telling her that, for some reason, she felt like they would get together. Although before she felt some discomfort, it was not clear why, perhaps due to evasion. The girl was little interested in these words addressed to Maria. Wanting to distract Ati, she told the princess to serve herself too, because the food here is delicious, and the alcohol sweet. Having already turned towards the prince, she asked him if he also wanted some, to which she heard a simple yes. Adrian himself was in no hurry to grab a fork and taste the food, looking at the girl as if expecting something. Looking away, blushing slightly, Adi thought, wondering if the prince was asking her to feed him. Although a little while before, when Tierney fed her, he didn't react in any way. She still fed him, hugging him. Marie looked with disgust, mentally wishing her eyes wouldn't see this. Pushing her brother away, she asked the girl, calling her little sister if she had an older brother, to which she quickly replied that it was true. Looking at her surprised, Marie noticed that Gabriel also has an older brother, and Adrian added that he is decent and normal, which is completely unusual in Nebel. Turning sharply towards him, she thought angrily that he was interfering again, but decided to forgive only because of her dear daughter-in-law. Here Marie already suggested that they dance together, which was a little surprising for both of them to hear from her. Adrian, looking at 8, thought that if they were together often, he might open his heart a little. Well, having decided, the boy offered his hand to the girl, which surprised her a bit. Hesitating a little, taking her hand, the crown prince asked if she wanted to dance with him. Looking her in the eyes, Adi blushed, looked at him, and thought for a bit, extending her hand in response. She said yes without hesitation, adding joyfully, squeezing his hand. Spinning while dancing, the girl did it much better many times. Only her health condition was strange. Looking away, feeling her cheeks red, she wondered if she had drunk too much alcohol, thinking that Lord Essen has returned now. So everything really ended as she was wondering, because all this was like an illusion. So she stumbled, starting to fall. But the prince caught her in time. Adrian, worried, asked her if she was okay, because her cheeks were too red. Looking at him, Addie wondered why everything was becoming like this again. The sound of a heart about to burst. She was sure it was because of the alcohol she was drinking, and not because she was becoming strange. Standing opposite each other, the prince was still worried about her condition. When the boy asked her if she was really okay, the girl simply lowered her gaze and said yes, that everything was fine. She noticed a familiar man behind him, looking closely to see if it was true. After quickly making sure that it was Lord Mickle who was leaving, Addie tensed slightly. Adrian quickly realized this. He looked around and asked what it was, but the girl immediately stopped him, saying it was nothing. She noticed the man leaving, but Eddie distracted him by asking what to do, because her cheeks were still burning. Remembering how the girl fell at the last reception, he had to worry because her body was too weak, as if she looked like a newly born chick. Having offered to return and leave, they were already walking down the hallway, where the girl was a little sad. Suddenly, Eddie took her hand off the lock, stopping, drawing the boy's attention, calling him Highness. Raising her eyes to him, she told him clearly and firmly that she would go on alone. After a moment of silence, Adrian said he would accompany her to the bedroom door. Without admitting he was worried, the girl insisted more strongly that she would go alone, which made the boy a little gloomy. Lowering his hand, he only said okay with frustration, already walking forward without saying anything else. Seeing the prince leave, Eddie also didn't utter a word. She just watched. Exhaling, she only wondered if Adrian had really left, as if she relaxed more. Indeed, she didn't want him to know about her condition now, thinking that if she went back and rested, she would get better. Now, returning to her room, Addie was more interested in where all the security guards had gone because the hallway was empty. A few hours earlier, Turney was happily asking the guy if he really thought he could deceive him and leave the capital. Opposite him was Essen, who mockingly asked what kind of line a low-grade villain was making. But Turney explained that he was saying he was hit because of him. Upon leaving, he warned that he had to go to a reception, so it would be better if the boy sat here quietly, saying that if it's quiet here, he will bring him delicious food. He said angrily that he was impatient and turned around, only when he was left alone. The boy was surprised how Turney believed him, or underestimated him, having freed himself quickly and looking around the room. He was even surprised that the boy quickly grabbed her on the fly, since he chose a room without windows, although there was still an easy way out. Upon opening the main door, seeing the guard, he instantly incapacitated him with a clear blow, to the surprise of a colleague who was next to him. He, a little scared, shouted at him to stop, but Essen only turned towards the noise, quickly knocking him out too. Walking down the hallway, the guy incredulously asked if Tierney was really going to watch him with the help of only 2 guards. Unexpectedly, he was already running down the hallways, without thinking that he would send several times more guards. Trying to find refuge, Essen suddenly stopped, looking to see who was in his way. Upon hearing the noise, Adie turned around and saw a boy in front of her. She didn't immediately understand who it was. She just realized that he was clearly not a guard. Looking at the man's face in the darkness, Essen wondered, looking back, if he recognized the face of the girl in front of him. Due to the search for him, whose voices were approaching, he had few ideas what to do. Why he would grab Addie, carry her, press her against the wall, and hide, while the guards shouted at each other not to let him go under any circumstances. Looking where he had fled, he stood with her against the wall. Addie raised her eyes and examined the boy in front of her, finally recognizing him. However, he didn't let her say a word. Instantly, he brought his finger to his mouth, making a signal quietly. Upon asking if they had left, the girl was now fully aware that it was the boy she had freed back then. Hesitantly, Addie called him quietly, calling him Lord Essen, which made him look at her with some surprise. Standing there, trying on a new dress, The girl didn't understand, because a whole 3 weeks had passed since Lord Essen's return. But for some reason, they still didn't let her go. And leave. In a week there would be a state foundation celebration. And the girl wondered if she would have to act as the prince's companion. No, but Lucy distracted her by calling her ideal. Confident that she would shine brightest at tonight's reception. Pushing her towards the exit, Madame told her it was time for her to go out. Mr. Turney was waiting for her, which surprised Addie a little. Actually, a boy was waiting for her, already shining with happiness, greeting her, and calling her his little sister too. Walking down the hallway, the girl honestly asked him why he had arrived so early. To which he replied that he didn't know himself. Because Adrian told him to go with her. Essen came out to meet him, so even Turney was surprised without understanding. Addie looked at the boy with admiration and surprise at how beautiful he was. She described him to herself as a handsome man with luxurious silver hair, blue eyes, and a cold atmosphere around him. The girls saw the real Ashen for the first time, which surprised both of them, especially Essen dressed as a woman. They looked at each other in some silence and incomprehension until Turney broke the silence with his sigh. Although he seemed satisfied with the boy's appearance, still he asked why he looked like that. Essen, having pronounced the prince's name, interrupted him, saying that the most important thing was that. Without having time to finish, he was interrupted by the boy. Turney, bringing the girl closer to him, explained to her that he was seeing her for the first time, so it was better to greet her, and that she was his younger sister, Ashen. But this made her feel some discomfort. Also turning to the girl, he introduced that this person was his younger sister, Ashen, which confused the girl a little. Turney was incredibly happy to now have two sisters, jokingly asking the boy how he could wear a woman's suit for the first time in a long time, saying that it was actually all his idea, which visibly angered Essen. Approaching him from behind, Essen angrily threatened him and told him he would kill him for this. While Turney asked the girl Addie to save him, that he was going to kill him, she mentally asked to hit him a little more. A little more. Having changed clothes, the guy was incredibly annoyed, swearing that they were damned bastards without looking up. Essen sincerely didn't understand that if they had found a replacement fiancé, then why dress him in women's clothing? Tierney, as if mocking, said that it was very sad that his only sister had disappeared, since the boy rudely told him to shut his mouth. Leaning towards the girl, the boy cried and said that Essen was making fun of him, while Addie pushed him away from her and asked him why the gentleman was here. Turney quickly explained that it was impossible for there to be two Addes. If Essen had been Addie in another palace, everyone would have quickly guessed, and they would have realized that there would be two Attes, which would cause commotion. There are hardly any people in Lily Palace, especially because almost everyone knows the secret. That's why this palace is the safest. So the girl realized that these two simply wanted to make fun of Lord Essen in a safe place, considering it very childish. The boy looked at the girl, examining her silently. He quickly realized that the girl who had been in the hallway had become Ashen instead of him. She sat down opposite him, noticing his gaze, with some surprise and incomprehension. Turney diligently called the boy, and as soon as he raised his voice, Essen snapped out of his thoughts and turned towards him. Turney asked mockingly that, having escaped and returned, he had lost his mind somewhere. Addie. After greeting the gentleman, she noticed that this was their first meeting. Essen also greeted her and said he was happy to meet her. Gently and indignantly, he told everyone to look at him. Such a big ignorant who pushed him away at the first meeting. While the girl glanced at him, mentally recalling that he had done the same thing. Noticing her gaze, he turned and asked her why she looked like that, while she remained silent and saying no, nothing. Observing them, Essen seemed to find something quite friendly in their relationship. Remembering that the boys told him they couldn't trust anyone, he thought that they had finally found that person. he decided to get to know the girl better to a certain extent, and asked her what her real name was, which made her shudder slightly. The girl wasn't sure why she turned to Turney, as if asking him if it was possible, because he nodded his head to her and smiled as if approving. Addressing Essen, he told him that the real one was Viola Bilbao. The boy clarified her status after hearing from the waitress and asking her if she was really an aristocrat. Slightly blushing, she explained that yes, although her family was ruined, which made Essen think that she had been made a temporary fiancé, confirming her origin. Then the boy had another question. How did she become a fiancé? So the girl hesitated a little, telling the truth that she came to run an errand, and accidentally heard Turney interrupt her, saying that Addie knew Adrian since childhood. He claimed that Adrian often visited the Oviedo family to meet Addie, hugging the girl and continuing to say that she was simply beautiful then. Essen noticed that he was completely crazy, and that this was already an illness. Looking at her, the knight realized that it seemed like she had gotten involved in this whole affair completely by accident. Not only did she become Adrian's fiancée, but she also had to play the role of Turney's younger sister, since the girl noticed the boy's gaze on her. Looking at her with regret, Essen said that she must have suffered a lot. The girl was incredibly surprised by these words, turning them over in her head, looking at him surprised. She was positively delighted, looking at the knight, but she couldn't believe that until now there hadn't been a single person who understood her feelings. She agreed that Lord Essen turns out to be a truly kind person, even after seeing his halo. She didn't understand how someone couldn't like such a person. Then it occurred to her that maybe that's why Prince Adrian fell in love with him. Clutching her dress with her hands, the girl bowed slightly at the thought. Raising her eyes, she only replied that everything was fine, knowing that Lord Essen had returned now, so she didn't have to keep living, always afraid of being discovered. But now, for some reason, her heart hurt a lot. Then she realized that it was because she would no longer be able to see Acacia. That's why she felt bad, thinking she would have to leave this place, and she would have to forget all the people she met here. Essen observed the girl and realized that something was wrong. Something was bothering her. At that moment the prince arrived, asking what they were doing now. So the knight didn't have time to ask anything. Adrian was annoyed, because he had definitely told him to bring the girl to the hallway at the start of the reception. When he looked at the girl and noticed that something had happened, because the expression on the girl's face was at ease, his thoughts were interrupted by Turney, greeting him, telling him they were already planning to leave, and why he had come. However, he just pushed the boy aside, demanding to move out of the way, and walking towards the girl. Taking her by the cheeks, the prince, looking her in the eyes, asked her to look at him. Worried, he asked, someone told him something a little angrily. And annoyed. Holding her, he continued asking if these idiots were really making fun of her. But the girl just looked at him, not understanding and mentally asking what it was. Stuttering slightly, she explained that she was simply meeting Lord Essen for the first time, and that they simply greeted each other. The boy hardly believed these words, because Edie's expression was too serious for that. Turney got irritated by this, saying that the prince immediately. First of all, he started to suspect, noticing that he wasn't even listening. So he said that they say raising children is an ungrateful task, which was ideal for the crown prince. Essen just watched this from the side, believing his behavior was obscene, looking with a condemning attitude. As soon as they calmed down, the knight asked if the prince would let the girl go now. Moving his hands away, Adrian asked him if he was here too, which angered him because the boy had just seen him. When asked why he was here, Essen explained that he met them by chance. Out of irritation, here Addie distracted everyone from the conversation and asked His Highness if they didn't need to go to the reception, as if smiling at him tenderly. Extending his hand, the boy confirmed, adding that they needed to leave quickly so as not to be late. Essen observed this a little surprised because he considered him an idiot. but he didn't recognize Adrian in him at all. Upon reaching the exit, they turned towards the knight, while the prince himself asked him if he wanted to go. Waiting for his answer, the boy, without showing his surprise, quietly followed him, saying he was coming, mentally wondering what happened here while he was gone. Sitting in her room, the girl calmly gathered her things, looking around to take everything with her. While folding her clothes, she thought, Eddie, because this time Lord Essen had truly returned. And thanks to her being mentally prepared, it wasn't so shocking. Now she has completed all the necessary things. So all she has to do is return to her place, even though she met His Highness for several days. During the receptions held at night before the upcoming State Foundation celebration, the girl realized that he hadn't said a word about the end of her role. Lost in her thoughts, Ati wondered with some surprise if the boy had completely forgotten his promise. Shaking her head, denying herself, the girl decided it was simply because she couldn't sort out her thoughts due to the celebration. So she didn't have time to discuss it. There were many people in the palace who remembered her face, so it would be better for the girl to stay away from him. Realizing this with some sadness, leaving melancholy behind, she decided in any case to prepare for departure in advance, so there would be no surprises. Still, while packing, Addie didn't understand her feelings, because at first she was so eager to leave here because she didn't want to die. And now, thinking about the need to leave, she felt a strong melancholy. Then, of all things, a dagger caught her attention, whose stone began to glow red in the sunlight as she wondered what to do with it. Taking it in her hands, suddenly someone knocked. So she squirmed and quickly hid it in her suitcase, closing it hastily, answering that she was coming in to the one who knocked on the door. Essen peeked from behind the door and asked the girl if she had some time, while she was slightly surprised to see him. Upon entering the room, the boy looked around and noticed that the room was still the same. Ati. She remembered with a smile that Lucy wanted to change the interior, but she prevented it because someday the original owner had to return. Addressing the girl, Essen asked what she wanted to receive, which surprised her, and asked him why he was asking that question. The knight remembered that the last time he was freed from the office it was her. Or not. Awkwardly raising her head, thinking the girl said yes. It was her, feeling a little uncomfortable. Then, Essen remembered that he had said back then that he would not forget her kindness, and why he thought he should at least return what he received. Besides, he wondered why Adrian and Tierney became so friendly. But the girl just looked at him, as if she had seen the light. In her mind, she thought that he had said it just like that. But the boy even came to her to keep his word. Approaching him, Eddie said with admiration that the Lord was just an angel. While he was in shock, to her surprise, she added that he was the second in kindness among the people she had met there. Upon leaving, Essen only said that she was also abnormal, which the girl didn't understand until the boy asked her again if she wanted anything. Smiling, Addie only said that everything was fine, and that it was enough for her that he returned safe and sound. Essen said that this was already a problem, because he promised, while she insisted that she honestly didn't want anything. Thinking, the knight suggested that in the future, he would help her in everything he could, when necessary. Addie was sincerely surprised by his kindness and looked at him with admiration. Upon turning to leave, Essen said that the girl had misunderstood something, because he wasn't as good as she thought and believed. Grabbing the door handle, the boy added that he was also a little at fault for the fact that she became Adrian's fiancé. So he must tell her that if she needs help, he will try to help her. Addie thought for a moment, admitting that in reality everything was Lord Essen's fault, but decided it was better to remain silent. Taking the book, the girl thought that it would be best to read more books before leaving. Walking down the hallway, she heard the whispers of the maids who had heard about the return of Sir Essen, counting how many thought he was on a mission, or hunting, or that he was sick, which surprised Addie quite a bit. Happily, they whispered that, in any case, they were pleasantly admiring the boy for the first time in a long time, saying they were members of Grasloa. The girl thought that perhaps this represented a group of people who loved Ikasilla, and decided that she was also there at that moment. What made her stop was when the girls started arguing about how Sir Isin and Lady Ashen looked a lot alike together. Because if you look at it that way, they have the same hair color and eyes. Tensing up, the maids also noticed that she was very different from Turney, although she was his sister, so the girl froze. Worried,